Keep it going. This is case number 2018 CA 5321. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take parents, please.
Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiff.
Howard Hunter, Your Honor, with Ethan Shapiro, Pat Crowells, and David Hughes for All Children's Hospital, with assistance from Chris Oldenburn. And our corporate representative today is Dr. Jen Dover.
Thank you very much. I've been handed an exhibit list for today. Has there been any further movement on it? Looks like almost everything is a no on agreement, so.
There's just some issues with some of them, Judge. I couldn't just say yes and they go in. And I understand they changed it again this morning, so I'm catching up just a minute to see what changes they made. I think they removed some, I believe.
Yes, we didn't add anything this morning. We whittled it down based on objections just to speed things up. So there's not additions, there's
But
subtractions.
I'm ready to discuss.
Well, Mr. Whitney, are you driving the ship on exhibits this morning? Or is Mr. Anderson?
I'll try, and if he needs to step in. So the first is 2011-001 to 007. Then we skip 6 pages, and it's pages 14 to 41. These are the records of Dr. Hinchke. We've removed those 6 pages because I think they were subpoenaed in a letter. So those are gone. And then we have an objection here of redaction issues.
Right. So, Judge, there are 2 issues. Yeah, if someone could put
Well,
it.
I just had to turn the system on. It was
Oh,
my
okay.
fault for
I
not
can
turning the
hand it to
system
the
on.
court if that's easier, since they don't want this. It's sort of a sensitive issue, Judge.
Why don't we approach on this?
Can we
Do you want to just
approach?
hand me the
Yeah, can I
documents
hand it
without
to you?
putting them up?
Yeah. It's on several pages, but it's the same. So I'm handing you 3025-0030. The orange is what they would like removed, and the green highlighting is what we would like. No, what you already removed.
You said 3025. We're on 2011.
I thought you were on Henschke records.
We are.
Isn't that Henschke?
Perhaps it's the same thing.
It's the same.
I think it's
the same
the
information.
defense exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit versus defense. Yeah, same record.
Why is it?
But you're right, it's the same. I get it.
Why is it a different number?
Because we designated and you designated.
Oh,
Mark for
okay.
identification. Does it go to 41? Yeah. All right.
Both designating
Sorry.
it, now they're, maybe, if both designated, maybe it just should come in. Okay, what's the issue?
The orange highlighting is what they would like removed, Judge. We are sensitive to the issue. The problem we have is when we had our meet and confer on this issue, I asked Mr. Anderson what type of claims are going to be being made, and one of the ones he expressed was that Maya is going to have difficulty in the future with a husband and with regular life. And so I thought, well, I can't agree that this comes out until I know what types of damages they're claiming. Otherwise, we're sensitive to it and have no issue with it.
How about the green?
Except I would say, Judge, we're amenable to the details. If I could just give the specifics, I guess. The green, we believe needs to come out, Judge, because there is no claim. This is having to do with the new claim that they wanted to make. There is no claim. We believe it would be prejudicial for that to go to the jury because it would indicate that the item showed that there is such a claim when in fact there is no claim being made for that. And so that is highly prejudicial to the defense if that comes in without it being relevant to any of the claims pled or being litigated in front of this jury.
The statement, as Johns Hopkins has stated many times, is not specific to Johns Hopkins. And so their position has been there's a prior interaction of this nature, so we don't think it should come out.
That statement is clearly intended to apply Johns Hopkins, Judge.
Well, the green has to come out, where it starts with unwanted touching under the guise of an examination through did not say anything. With respect to the orange, let me hear any argument on that one. Can you see this again?
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, we don't have an objection
No objection.
for
back coming
this
out.
sentence, the one that starts with sometimes. And pregnancies, we don't have an objection to the line, that's clearly a good movement. It's this part,
Yeah, that's you want that in.
depending on what claims are being made, sir. I mean, if there's not a claim being made about her future,
No
that,
shots, Mr. Rice.
Sure.
yes. And if we remove it and put it back in, if they open the door,
Judge, this is completely irrelevant.
The question is, are you making a claim along the lines that Ms. Crowells was just saying? If the answer is yes,
What's the specific? It depends on how far, let me just say this for the record. We do not claim to have anything that would amount to a loss of consortium physically in any of our claims for damages for her. We will have testimony that she'll have a difficult time with all relationships, including her partners, her friends, her family, her employees, and that will have an effect on her life. But we are not making a claim that she's going to have less of an ability to have consortium with her husband like that.
Well-
So that's not part of our,
if you're going to make the claim as you assert, then it is relevant.
how? Judge, I don't understand what the, and if it is, I don't understand why 403 wouldn't take this right out. Because it's the probative value of this is as to what? She has a boyfriend and she's, lost her, she's acted. That, if we are not talking about a loss of ability in that area, it is not relevant to her ability to have friendships or her ability to stay married or anything else. Because we're not saying that she's not going to be able to have relationships that way. So why bring it into this case and hurt this girl? It's embarrassing. She does not want the world to know this. And it certainly, unless it is so desperately necessary for their case to prove or disprove something, I do not see the benefit of hurting her.
Judge, I present the implications. They choose what claims to bring and not.
I've already said that if Mr. Anderson is pursuing the claim along the lines he's saying, it is relevant and should come in.
I do agree the second line that starts with,
Yes.
that starts with sometimes and ends with
Yeah.
that can come out. I mean, that's a very specific detail that doesn't need to be in the record. Can I show the court?
I remember, that's fine.
Okay.
But the other portion of the orange, if the claim is as Mr. Anderson is saying it is, then the other part of the orange should be able to come in.
I'm fine with everything other than the right here.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Well,
Now
the
that
sentence
needs
was
to-
sometimes Ms. Crowell says she's not seeking to
this-
put in and can be redacted.
We agree this line does not need to come in.
Well, without waiving any objection to it, that would be better.
Well, that, agreed. I'm not trying to do
Yeah.
anything harmful here, sir. I'm just trying to respond to your claims you're making.
If my choice is that if it's going in, I would prefer it not to go in with that language.
And I think Ms. Crowell is saying she's okay with that language not coming in.
So we're in agreement
So
on that.
Yes, sir.
She only
The
gets
word
the.
sometimes.
Okay, now, who is going to be redacting this document? Is it the plaintiffs or the defense?
It's in there at least 3 times, Judge, just every visit.
Okay, so what I need is,
We will redact.
well, but if the defense also has the same, the
Well,
clerk,
that's
the clerk is going to need to get the redacted version for
Yes.
ultimately the jury.
And she's not, Dr. Hinchke's not going to be on until this afternoon, most likely. So we will perform the redaction on 2011, and we'll put it by them, make sure it's correct.
Okay.
And then just please make sure that Clay has a copy too, so that way whatever we're displaying has the redactions.
Can we have the copy highlighted so that we can
Yeah.
work on this?
So, to be clear, I will be ultimately admitting, perhaps we should wait, but ultimately 2011-001 to 007 and 014 to 041, subject to those redactions.
Please note our objection.
Sure.
Yeah, so.
What's next, Mr. Whitney?
2415, Your Honor, a January 6th, 2016, between Ms. Kowalski and Dr. Cantu. 2415.
Can you put that one up, please?
What page on 2145?
2415. I believe it's 2 pages.
The objection is hearsay. No, that's not 2415. That's 2145.
2415.
Yeah, 2415.
Judge, the objection is hearsay. It's a communication in June of 2016, long after they had been to Mexico with Dr. Cantu.
Okay, well, is this, let me first ask, is this June 1st or is this January 6th?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Because
I may
it's
be wrong about that.
Possible. It talks about the holidays, so
Oh,
perhaps it's,
I think I forgot. That's how they do that. The date.
that's how most of the world does it, except
Yeah,
for us.
I know. Yes.
Yes. This is, we believe, to be January 6th, 2016, shortly after the family returned from Mexico and treatment with Dr. Cantu.
Statements made for,
Yeah.
it's a print for 803.
May I have the next page, please? Ms. Quarles, knowing that it most likely is January 6th.
No objection.
So the court's going to receive 2415. What's next?
Next, Your Honor, we have 2408-1436.
And can we put that one up, please?
The objection was hearsay, Judge. And it's just communication about their flight.
Can we scroll? Is there another part of this? We don't need it. It's just flight information to document the time and place of the visit. And
I don't think there's a dispute as to when the ketamine coma was. So you're saying you're not going to pursue this one?
yeah, forget it. It's not worth a fight.
And what's next?
Next, Your Honor, is 2529-057.
Judge, our objection on this is cumulative. My recollection is they used a picture of Maya in a coma in her opening, and so there's already one in. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I think there's already a picture of her in evidence.
There is, I believe, the photograph counsel's referencing is a photograph focused on Maya's dystonia at the time, her feet. This is the one and only photograph that would depict the room in which Maya was kept under general anesthesia, all of the monitoring equipment, all of the safety, which they're going to make. We expect a large issue in this case.
I'm going to overrule.
We'll
the
withdraw. We'll
Okay.
withdraw.
And what's next?
Next, Your Honor, is 2529-070.
Judge, I'm confident they already have pictures of her after coma. They have one.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I am
Sorry.
receiving into evidence 2529-057. Sorry. Need to stay current with the clerk.
070.
Okay, so what is this one?
Your Honor, this is Maya Kowalski, and pictured are Dr. Cantu's family members. Dr. Cantu took this photograph of Maya Kowalski after her first procedure there.
Judge, they already have a photo. I'm sorry.
It depicts her condition and state, physical and mental state after the ketamine coma, which again is going to be a big issue in this. It has been and will be a big issue in this case.
My recollection is they already have a photo of her. She's in some other patient's room. It's after her coma.
Which where?
I-
I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay, this one can
Yes.
come in.
Okay.
Over a cumulative objection. 2529-070 is admitted. What's next?
Your Honor, I'd like to skip for the moment 2597, just in the interest of time, although we do intend to admit that. But 2679 is the next one we'd like to discuss. It's a clip from a video of Maya during this procedure in Mexico from November 20th, 2015.
How long is this clip?
One's 22 seconds.
How long is 2597?
I'm not sure. I don't know how long that one is.
2679 is 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Judge, here's the issue with.
Sorry, 2679.
Yes, 2679. Do we have the clip? Thanks.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, Your Honor.
Judge, if I could just address, they have 4 that they want to put in. You can hear Mrs. Kowalski talking on them. Sometimes she's praying, sometimes she's talking to Maya. It's an overwhelming prejudice over all of them when there's no question that we're not disputing she was put in a coma.
Spontaneous statement.
What is the purpose of the videos?
To show the treatment of Maya Kowalski. The statements by Beata Kowalski are not statements offered for the truth of the matter.
There would be spontaneous statements as well under 803 for M1.
They're not spontaneous. Judge, I don't understand. There's no purpose, relevancy to these videos coming in. They already have a photo. There's no dispute as to whether or not she was or was not in a coma.
Let me see the series, 2679. I think you just played that all 10 seconds.
We did, Your Honor, but I had to flip to the courtroom audio, so it's 10 seconds. I may want to play it again so you can hear what was.
Yes, if there's audio, I'd need to hear the audio.
Yes, Your Honor. Playing again.
Judge, they already have a picture of this.
Okay. Can I see the 2681 with the audio, please?
This is comma day 6, 11, 22, 15. Dear Lord, help me to understand that difficult times can make me stronger in the end, even though it may not always be easy to see. God bless you. Thank you.
And 2683, please.
Maya is moving her arms. She's strong. She loves you all. God bless.
Uh, 2684.
Maya, you're doing great. You're moving your legs. You are such a trooper. Everybody loves you, okay? Babcia Czesha loves you. Grandma loves you. Everybody. We're so happy. We're so proud of you. You're doing just wonderful. Okay, one more day. Tomorrow you're gonna be awake, okay? We love you, honey. Bye.
Anything else, Ms. Cross?
Yeah, 9403 with the audio, especially, Judge.
On,
Sorry.
go for it.
If you're leaning your way, I don't want to ruin it, but
I'm not, so
okay,
give you a
then.
chance.
I need to make the record. The jury has limited to no opportunity to hear Beata Kowalski. So it's relevant to her state of mind and why she was pursuing these treatments. It's relevant, not just a photograph, but a video to show that, again, she was recovering. She was consistently displaying dystonia during this procedure. And lastly, so not only they're extremely relevant, it's one of the only opportunities to hear from Beata Kowalski, and the statements about a prayer or I love you are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Plus, it's 8031 again, a spontaneous statement.
Not a spontaneous statement.
And if anything, if the audio is not allowed, which we think it should be, they should come in where Ms. Kowalski is speaking without the statements.
With respect to 2681, which is the one where Beata Kowalski is praying, I find that the video portion, not the audio portion, is appropriate. It is not cumulative because it does show her during the ketamine coma and certain movements. The audio portion of 2681 does not come in. There is no exception to the hearsay rule. It clearly is hearsay, and it is there's not an exception to it. So 2681, the video portion without audio, can come in. 2679, all I heard were a couple of beeps. That I didn't hear any statements. So the totality of 2679 can come in. I think that one is the close-up showing the dystonia. The balance, the 2683 and the 2684, are cumulative to the pictures that are already in plus the 2681. So 2683 and 2684 are not in.
Your Honor, if I may, given the ruling on cumulativeness, we'd prefer to have 2684 without audio, which also shows her dystonia, but also shows her moving throughout the procedure and is a bit more comprehensive. So we'd like to withdraw then 2679 and have 2684 without the audio.
Well, the 2679 was the dystonia, so you want to remove the dystonia picture?
Because 2684 also depicts the dystonia, but...
Can you show me 2684 again and then run it without the audio? Is that possible?
Yes.
I am fine with substituting out the 2684 without audio in lieu of the 2679. So 2679 will not come in, but 2684 without audio will come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you need any other, just can I ask the
Yes.
counsel, do you need anything else before the first witness? Because we want to address something about the first witness.
Yes, we'd like to discuss 2597.
Well, if that's not coming up with this witness, then
This
is Dr.
This witness,
Cantu?
no, Mark Zimmerman, family's attorney that was in the hospital on multiple occasions.
I thought he was coming at the end of the day.
He's in Europe, as you pointed out, so this was more convenient.
It was going to be midnight or 1 if we would have did it at the end of the day. So we moved him up and we informed counsel and we've moved
Did
him up.
anyone, because I'm assuming he's coming by Zoom, did anyone tell my assistant to send him the link?
Yes, Your Honor. He has the link.
Mr. Altenburg's trying to also. So tell me quickly what the issue is for Mr. Zimmerman.
2597, Your Honor, this is a set of photographs from our inspection of the hospital earlier this year. It looks as though of the 19 photographs, they've objected to 4 of them, so I think we only need to show the court 4 of these
Can I
photographs.
just see 11, 12, 13, and 15, please?
That's
That's,
Mr.
not
Reyes,
it.
you need to turn off your.
Yes, sir. Hold on a second.
the one they showed up, Judge, as one is not the,
no,
Well, that was
that was a mistake.
okay.
That was not. We're not trying to put that there.
Can I see 2597, picture 11, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a minute. Sorry for the delay.
What number is this one?
So the photo of the video surveillance cameras,
Yes, Your Honor.
and didn't we discuss video surveillance yesterday?
We did.
But this is a different, we are still allowed to point out probative, relevant evidence of whether they had the ability to capture this at the time. It has nothing to do with, well, it should have something to do, but I think the court's already ruled on a reverse inference, which is the jury instruction. And yet, for as long as, for the first 30 years of my career, before we had a lot of reverse inference law, spoliation law, you were able to argue exactly what abilities they had. And so this is probative of the type of observation of Maya at all times throughout that hospital.
Are you going to be, okay. Well, how are you going to argue this? Tell me how it's going to be used.
Well, in this instance, we would simply use it probably in cross-examination, but in our case in chief, if they bring in things like, or try to cross things like, well, she was playing piano down there, or, her legs moved at this time, or she did this physical movement when she was down at the fall festival. Whatever they are stating as what they observed at the time, then the cross-examination was, did you take any pictures of this? This was significant evidence. And I've already crossed them in the depositions about this. And the point is, if it is such an earth-shattering bit of evidence, or if you want to call it medical information, why wasn't it recorded? They had every ability to record it by photograph and by video. And that is fair.
I'm just waiting for you so I can go to the next slide.
Yes.
Your Honor, they want to raise an implication with this jury that we have surveillance video that we're not showing them. This is inappropriate. It's 94.3. It's not relevant.
At this point in time, 11 is not relevant, so it will not come in. Let me see 12, please.
The objection to 12, Judge, is the third picture of a clock. They already have 2 in. I don't.
Okay, we can withdraw then if that's fine. We can withdraw 12.
And what's 13?
Same issue with 11,
Same
Judge.
ruling, 13 is not coming in. And what's 15?
Same issue, Judge.
Okay, 15's out as well.
Your Honor, we point out that this is video monitoring equipment inside of a room, not the hallway. So it's distinct.
Is it the EEG room that Maya Kowalski was in?
No idea.
Okay. So at this point, can I receive 2597 except for 11, 12, 13, and 15? I mean, obviously it's
Yes.
over your objection, Mr. Whitney. I understand that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And as to 015, is that coming in or not, Judge?
Not at this point.
015 is not coming in at this time.
I wanted to clarify something I just asked Maya, and this is a surveillance camera in her room.
If she
What-
can testify to that, we can revisit it.
All right.
But Mr. Whitney said he wasn't sure, so let's make
Your
sure.
Honor, my only hesitation here in saying you could admit 2597 is I believe we limited this request to 19 photographs, and with your rulings today, looks like 16 of them would come in. So I don't want the clerk to receive the entirety of the exhibit, which might be 100 photographs. We'd like to get your clerk a list of the 16 that are coming in.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
unclear
fine.
what you're telling me. So you're saying that what the clerk has in 2597 is not 16 or 19. It's
It's a greater set, 50, 100, I'm not sure what it is. So
right.
if we could get them a list, verify that we have the right 16, and get that to the clerk in a few minutes.
Natalie, are you okay with that? Mr. Whitney, the clerk says she's okay with that procedure, so that's fine.
Thank you.
Is this TV on, Mr. Altenburn?
Yes, it is.
Great. Mr. Altenburn, your turn.
Okay, and this relates, I guess, to what's now going to be the first witness. I was expecting to have to talk about two of the exhibits that they withdrew this morning that they had given us last night. And those two exhibits were basically orders from the dependency court relating to visitation.
We withdrew that.
Yes, but my concern now is that I don't know the scope of the testimony.
We will not touch on this. We're not getting into the orders. It was a mistake to have sent those over.
Are you going to be discussing visitation issues with him?
Well, of course, to the extent that they have to be in there to as foundation and predicate for why he knows stuff.
My only concern is that yesterday afternoon, we heard a fair amount about visitation and things that are beginning to conflate and that what the trial in front of the DCF proceeding as compared to this particular proceeding. And there's no complaint, there was no claim in the complaint for any like negligent visitation issue. The whole issue on the visitation issues relate to the intentional infliction of emotional distress either to Beata or to Maya. And as we learned yesterday from Mr. Kowalski, if there was a problem as there was with the Fun Festival, he contacted his lawyer contacted the DCF lawyer, they worked it out, and the hospital was advised and things got done. And so I'm just not anxious to have these witnesses start testifying about things that were or weren't resolved, or could not have been resolved in front of Judge Hayworth in the DCF proceeding, because there were lots of discussions in November and December at those hearings about trying to resolve the visitation and making clear how it all needed to be done. And this is not a case to retry the DCF proceeding. The jury's already sufficiently confused on this. We haven't yet given them any special instructions that explain all of this. And so I'm just concerned now about the scope of what the examination is going to be now that they're withdrawing these exhibits. That's all.
It's a little difficult for me to make a ruling
Without
in the
knowing.
abstract.
Right. And
But
I guess I'm giving you a heads up that this is probably going to be coming with this
And I
witness.
advocate that, and let me also give you a heads up, because I've been thinking about, especially after some of those juror questions. I
Yeah,
think we're probably going to have to give an instruction that perhaps details the timeframes and at least articulate what the dependency court said on certain days.
and I'm happy to
But
help
I don't think we
prepare
need to do that right this moment, but I think that's something that is going to happen.
And
Haven't we already done that, Judge?
That we talked about the false imprisonment timeframes. I'm talking about the visitation issues and dates and times,
Well, this is a highly complex matter.
which is why we're not going to deal with it right this second. But I'm just
Right.
giving you a heads up that I'm thinking that it's probably going to happen. This
That's
isn't
something-
the argument time for it.
I agree.
I'm just telling you that's kind of where my head is right this second. we'll have argument on it, but ultimately I'm probably going to want instruction that kind of lays out for the jury the evolution of the visitation issue.
That, just a foreshadow for the court, a lot of those orders then say the hospital's to follow the rules, and then you've got the patient statement of rights. So now you've got an interpretation that's contrary to their own rules. It'll be difficult, but I understand the court's point.
At the end of the day, if the dependency court said to do something or not to do something, that's what has to be followed. And I get your point that we're talking about beyond the order and perhaps interpretations that Johns Hopkins got DCF to make. I understand that that's perhaps where you're going to go, but at least with respect to the orders, I think we're going to have to clear that issue for the jury. Okay. I have not seen Mr. Zimmerman relative to being on Zoom, if he is in fact the first witness. My assistant did confirm that she did. Well, apparently she asked counsel to confirm with Mr. Zimmerman that he did receive her invite.
If we could have a moment to call him, we spoke with him this morning.
Yeah,
He's not on there yet?
he's not in my Zoom feed.
Did you need to remove him?
Which one was that?
We were informed by Ms. Perry that he was on the Zoom feed as a few moments ago.
Which one was it?
It was the last one.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see him on the attendees. He has not come in as a panelist, which is where we need him to be.
If I may step out, Your Honor, I can call real quick.
Judge, we have a witness in the courtroom as well.
Who's the witness in the courtroom? I'm sorry?
Well, yes, Dr. Cantor's in the courtroom.
Okay.
Can I step out for a moment?
Yes.
His phone number and let them talk to him because he stated, I've been here waiting, and I am in the waiting room as depicted. So may I approach and?
Is he on the phone right now?
No. I just wanted to give him the number.
My concern is he is in a different, probably my regular Zoom feed is probably where he is. Hey, are you hearing this? Well, my concern is he is actually probably either in my normal Zoom feed or the news normal, and as opposed to using the link. And someone needs to tell Mr. Zimmerman he has to use the link you sent. And if you want to resend him the link, but someone, and Mr. Anderson, you need to tell him to use the link, not the normal feed, but to use the link he got.
How would he identify that, Judge?
It would, yes, sir. If you can, resend to, and tell Mr. Zimmerman that we're resending the link to the email that you all provided us. So he has to go to that email, receive the link, and use that link. Good call.
Okay. You got what to do?
And it's been sent again. Thank you, sir. And while we are waiting, are you going to want me to swear him in front of the jury or do it before the jury comes in? Because I've got to ask those extra questions.
Before the jury comes in, I think would be better.
That's fine, Judge.
Is out.
testifying in Spanish. Is that correct?
Yes.
He requested a hybrid arrangement. His English is pretty good, so we thought to speed things up that going through his background training experience, he would begin in English, and then at a certain point, when it becomes more medically focused, he'd like Spanish.
Okay, I see Mr. Zimmerman's coming in, and I'll get to you in just a half second, Mr. Zimmerman. It's just normally we give an instruction about the jury is to be guided by the interpretation, so we need to discuss whether we're going to give that instruction and how we're going to proceed, if we're going to require him to testify all in Spanish or if the hybrid will work. But we'll talk about that in a few moments. Let me bring in Mr. Cronin. Are you able to unmute yourself there, Mr. Zimmerman?
I should be unmuted.
Okay, welcome. So looks like we had to specifically authorize the country that you were in to receive the feed. So now that we've done that, I think we're able to proceed. I'm going to go ahead, and I'm assuming you are consenting for me to swear you in.
Yes, of course.
And you understand, since you're outside of the state of Florida, technically my powers only go to the borders of Florida, but you are agreeing that I can swear you in, and you are consenting to personal jurisdiction in Sarasota County, Florida, in case there was ever any type of perjury action or enforcement action associated with your testimony.
Certainly.
I understand that you live in Sarasota, just since you're technically in Greece at this moment. Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring in the jury.
We do have the video feed.
Mr. Reyes is on, so he should be able to share the screen.
You're essentially?
Okay, please be seated, members of the jury. I want to confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? And since you were last with us, has anyone approached you about this case? And since you were last with us, have you seen any media accounts of this case? Thank you very much. Now, members of the jury, our next witness is going to be by Zoom. Oh. And, okay. There you go. Mr. Reyes has put it up on the screen, so you should be able to see Mr. Zimmerman. Can you all see Mr. Zimmerman? Yes. Okay. And members of the jury, just like with the last witness who testified via Zoom, I have already sworn Mr. Zimmerman to give his testimony under oath. So he is already under oath. Mr. Anderson.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't think we met. I'm Greg Anderson. And your name is, for the record?
Marcus Zimmerman.
Where do you live, Mr. Zimmerman?
Sarasota, Florida.
And where are we talking to you from?
Just outside we just left port in Olympia, Greece.
Sounds nice. And are you an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Florida?
Yes, I have been since 1991.
And was there a time that you were counsel to Maya Kowalski in a shelter proceeding?
Yes, in a dependency proceeding.
The dependency proceeding. Right. And although I don't think we need to go into great detail, can you give the jury a bit of your background, training, and experience and history up to this point in your practice?
Sure. I graduated from Cornell University undergrad, the University of Florida for law school. I was an assistant state attorney in Sarasota County from 1991 until late 2000. Then I went into private practice. I've been a private practice attorney in Sarasota County from 2000 on to this point. My practice is primarily criminal law and matters related to criminal law. So I do handle dependency cases where there is something allegedly criminal related to this case. In the Kowalski matter, my client was the alleged victim of a criminal act, not as part of a criminal proceeding, but as part of a dependency proceeding, and that fit the definition of my practice.
Very good. Can you tell us how then you got involved in this case?
I was contacted by, I believe it was Verinia Van Ness. We were assistant state's attorneys together. We've known each other a long time since, in fact, we started the state attorney's office around the same time. Ms. Van Ness represented Beata Kowalski, my client's mother. I also knew very well Deborah Salisbury, who represented Mr. Jack Kowalski. And there was already an attorney appointed to represent Maya, but they felt that it would be helpful to bring me on as private counsel to Maya.
I have it. And as private counsel to Maya, can you explain to the jury where your self-explanatory, but your duties and responsibilities with her specifically as private counsel?
Yeah, so that was actually a very big part of my becoming her counsel. I had to make it very clear to everybody involved, including Ms. Van Ness, Ms. Salisbury, and Jack and Beata Kowalski, that my duties were to Maya. I was her attorney. Her legal needs were my focus. Obviously, there was some overlap quite a bit between in the goals of the various parties, but my loyalties and my duties were specifically to Maya, and everybody understood that that's the way it was going to be. I wouldn't be her attorney unless that was clearly understood.
And for the purposes of these proceedings, we are waiving the attorney-client privilege on behalf of Maya Kowalski so that you may discuss the matter. Now, how did you get to know Maya? Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Well, obviously, before I met Maya, I very quickly familiarized myself with the case. The case had already been in existence for a period of time before I came on board. The shelter action had already occurred, and Maya was already, of course, was at All Children's. So the first thing I did was familiarize myself with the case. I did, of course, confer with Ms. Van Ness and Ms. Salisbury. I also did briefly confer with Maya's parents. So I did get background. And then obviously I went to All Children's Hospital to meet my client. I think I spoke with her on the phone once or twice before I met her, and she very, very much wanted to meet me in person. She wanted me out the hospital, so of course I went and saw her.
And then how many times would you say overall you saw her, directly or indirectly?
I specifically recall going to the hospital 2 times. It is conceivably possible that I went a third time, but it's been a long time. I do specifically recall two distinct visits. And then, of course, she eventually was permitted to come to court one day. I think it was January 6th in 2017. And then I met with her that day in court.
So you represented her in court as well?
I did. Correct. I mean, there were many times, or several times, where I represented her in court and she was not present.
Got it. All right. So tell the jury, if you recall, when you first arrived at the hospital to meet your client, your general impression of the room, her, and the situation.
I first met her outside of her room. She was brought out to meet me in a waiting area. She was in a wheelchair. I remember she was in a dress. And yeah, I met with her in that. That was my first meeting with her. It was in that hallway in the wheelchair.
Well, that just sounds like a rather public place. Were you allowed any privacy in that sense?
Not immediately. that was part of an ongoing conversation. Of course, I did have some private conversations with hospital staff, and I did express that I needed to speak with her privately. And there was some, people left the room and conferred, and ultimately I was allowed to go into her room with her, and I was allowed to talk to her with the door open.
And so, attorney-client, can you tell the jury about the importance of the attorney-client privilege and the necessity of privacy, and if I may use the term secrecy, from all outsiders?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're entitled to speak privately. She's my client, despite the fact that she was 10 years old. And I will say she was very mature for her age. Sometimes I've represented children before. They're just not able to express even their own desires. My was very clear what she wanted. And one of the things she wanted was to speak to me in private. Found that very interesting. I had been made aware that there was some,
Your Honor,
let's put it mildly.
Objection.
Okay, hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman.
First of all, it's outside the scope of the question. It's way past the question, which was, what's the importance of the privacy? He's starting to talk about what he was made aware of, and I don't know where that's going. And secondly, this conversation is not relevant to the claims in the case.
Well, I'm going to overrule the relevance, but Mr. Zimmerman, I am going to ask you wait for a question, and let's try to confine ourselves to the actual question asked, if possible.
Certainly.
So the attorney-client privilege is very important, and from your statement, privacy is important. Now, what I want you to explain to the jury the issues, the problems that arose with you having confidential conversations with your client.
Objection, relevant.
Well, again,
Overruled. You could answer that one.
Yeah, I represented her. So my client expressed to me her desire to speak with me privately. I was given the opportunity to speak with her very close to privately. I kept my voice down. So arguably the conversation was private. I was aware that there was someone outside the door who might be trying to listen, but to the degree that it was possible, Maya and I did have a private conversation ultimately in the room.
What was her concern? When you were in private with her, what were her concerns that necessitated, in her view, the need to speak with you alone and be on this topic?
Well, in that meeting, the first meeting, she just wanted, there were certain things she wanted.
Hearsay.
Can you give me an explanation, Mr. Anderson? Because it is a hearsay statement.
Well, it's a conversation between attorney and client. She is a minor in this situation. And again, I would ask the court to consider 80323. And also, under these circumstances, this is, although not directly to a medical personnel,
More specific with
803.4, and as well as, although not directly to a doctor, statement for the purpose of then existing medical, psychological, other interests.
803.3.
And I'm going to overrule the objection as to this question. Mr. Zimmerman, you may answer this question.
Right. So I didn't know what she wanted to tell me privately until she told me. And what she told me was that she didn't want to be in the hospital. She told me that she was in a lot of pain, and that she wanted to go home to see her parents. That was her primary focus.
Did she say anything about, at that time, her relationship with the personnel that were taking care of her, for lack of a better term?
Same objection.
Same response.
Overruled.
There was a social worker at the hospital that was assigned to her case, and I had met with that social worker, and Maya expressed a specific. I'm trying to choose between whether it was a dislike or a distrust, or probably both, for that person. I think she blamed that person specifically for keeping her away from her parents.
And so as time went on then, did you observe, and strike that, was that social worker's name Kathy Beatty?
Yeah, Kathy Beatty.
Okay. And so as time went on, can you tell me whether there were, from what you saw and what was expressed by Maya, further concerns with this social worker's behavior towards your client? And that's in lead up to what you did.
Sure. What Maya expressed was that the social worker was keeping her from being able to speak freely to her families, particularly her mother and father. I think she felt that the social worker was keeping her from talking openly and freely with myself.
Did she feel like, did she seem like she was
that was the biggest issue.
Did she seem as though she was in any way fearful, either fearful or uncertain, approaching fearful about consequences when she tried to speak openly to you or her family?
I'm not sure if consequences is the word I would use. I would say that it was more of the nature of she was being prevented. And, you know, to be fair, I would honestly say that the best way to describe how it affected Maya was that she seemed miserable to me. Remember, I'd never met this child before in person, so I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to be presented with. And I'm not easily surprised in my practice, but I didn't know what I was going to encounter at the hospital. But it left me a little bit shaken and very surprised as to why a hospital employee would have such an interest in limiting this child's ability to communicate with her lawyer and family. I really didn't understand what I was encountering. So I was kind of trying to put all the pieces together. And obviously I was getting some information from Maya, but remember, she was 10 years old. But she was very clear in that the hospital personnel, or specifically this one social worker, was limiting her freedom, I guess is the best way I could put it. She felt captive.
And so did there come a time you saw Maya again?
Yeah, I came to the hospital a second time to see her.
Had anything occurred between the first and second time, or are we picking up with the next chance to evaluate Maya?
Yeah, it was the next chance to evaluate her. You know, I sort of waited till I got a sense that the misery level was hitting sort of, you know, a high point. So I know that both of my visits came at a time when I felt that there was a sense of urgency. My client was expressing urgency to see me.
And what were your concerns based on what she was telling you or you were being told about her situation? And I'm directing you more towards her mental health and physical health.
Right. So she was extremely consistent in her expressions about her physical health. She would identify her pain as a 10. So I know that this was a child, she seemed to be, well, because of her condition, she's sort of used to being in pain, but she was expressing to me a lot of pain. As far as her emotional well-being, it was deteriorating, I guess is the best way I could describe it. You know, I have children. I know what a child in distress seems like. So this child was sort of emotionally withering. She loved her family and her parents. She was kept away from them. I mean, if people can imagine what it's like for a 10-year-old child to be kept from her parents by people she doesn't trust, it's not an easy thing to put into words.
Did you find Maya to be mature enough to state to you, from based on your conversations and what you had learned about her, did she appear to be mature enough, even at 10, to adequately express or clearly express what was going on to her?
I remember telling people, like my law partner, who's also my wife, that she almost seemed to, she had the affect of a much older person, almost a person in her 20s, and her ability to articulate her feelings. So yes, she was very clear to me. I mean, and very redundant. I mean, she was repeating the same things over to me a lot. I mean, I had to tell her that I was in fact hearing her because she kept repeating herself. I wanted to let her know that I was hearing her, but it was a constant statement of, I miss my parents. I want to go home. I'm being prevented from seeing them. I'm in pain. She wanted me to know that she didn't think that what the hospital was doing was helping her, which I thought, I found that surprising, but I shouldn't have, because quite frankly, she'd had this chronic condition and she'd been getting medical treatment for quite a bit. So she did have a strong sense of what her medical condition was and what her well-being was, what her treatment regimen, her normal treatment regimen was.
So the times that you saw Maya, was Miss Beatty there both times?
That is something I'm having a hard time remembering. I also spoke with Ms. Beatty on the phone multiple times.
And what did she express to you? Let me stop you for just a moment. On either any of those phone calls, or if you recall meeting her in person, did Miss Beatty ever acknowledge that the relationship with Maya was not good, or words that effect?
Yeah. Ms. Beatty was very preoccupied with the rules, or what she perceived to be the rules related to who could have contact with her. She was very, I would say, overly interested in making sure that those rules were strictly enforced. I mean, I was trying to ascertain what her agenda might have been. Perhaps,
Your Honor, object to opinions with respect to somebody's quote agenda and quote, and outside the scope of the question.
Overruled. You can finish, Mr. Zimmerman.
Yeah, I mean, I felt it was my duty as my client's attorney to understand what forces were affecting her. So I did. It was very odd that this social worker, who I thought her interest should be my client's well-being, seemed honestly preoccupied with, who was allowed to see her under what circumstances. I found that very, very odd. I just wanted to see my client.
Was the term micromanage a term you would use with Miss Beatty's interests in who Maya saw and when she saw them and how she saw them?
Yeah, I mean, I would say agenda driven. I mean, I felt that she was trying to accomplish something, and what it seemed to me that she was trying to accomplish was to keep my client isolated. Now, why that was, I didn't know, but that was clearly her goal, to isolate this child from her family and her lawyer.
Now, how long, if you can give the jury an idea, the time period we're talking about here from your first introduction to Maya until the end of your representation? Where are we in that late 2016, early 2017 period?
I think I saw her in the first time in early December 2016, and I think the second time I saw her was maybe 10 days to 2 weeks later. That feels about right to me. It was over the course of about 3 weeks, and then shortly thereafter, seeing her in court. And that was the last time I saw her, I think, until the funeral.
The record reflects there was a court hearing on January 7th of 2017, immediately before Beata Kowalski's death.
Excuse me, I believe, counsel, that it was January 6th, 2017.
Was the hearing? I'm sorry, the 6th was, the 7th was.
Yeah, I thought it was January 6th.
Yeah, I apologize. That was that Friday. All right. So the second time you saw her, was this situation getting better or worse in terms of Maya's relationship with this hospital staff, particularly Ms. Beatty?
Oh, worse. That was easy. It was growing from frustration to desperation. That's the best way I could phrase it. I mean, remember, you have to remember, this is a 10-year-old, even a mature 10-year-old. She was fraying. And I was worried, but I knew that I had, I had to express to her that I could only do things for her in court, so that, she wanted me to do things immediately. Like, she wanted me to talk to people and make things happen at the hospital. I was honest with her. Even though she was 10, I treated her like my adult clients. I was honest with her face to face and explained to her, I'm only going to be able to help her when I go back to court and see the judge.
Now, in the second visit, were you required still to have the door open during your consultation with your client?
Oh, yes.
And
yeah, there was a real reluctance, like a mistrust of me. These people didn't know me.
did they know
I was
you
just there
were
to represent my client.
Well, did they know you were her attorney?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I made it very clear. I will tell you that I went there to make nice to these people, and to put it that way. I didn't go in there with any kind of bluster. I didn't try to intimidate and throw my weight around. I used the exact opposite tact. I tried to be as nice as I could and let them know that I'm just there to help my client and not cause anybody any trouble. I was obviously aware that there was quite a bit of, acrimony going on between the family and the hospital. And I thought it best to try to play peacemaker in my ability to just help my client and have access to her.
Now, in addition to Ms. Beatty, how would you describe your reception by the others that you dealt with in the hospital once they knew that you were Maya's attorney? Warm, cold, indifferent? What?
I felt like there was a certain, an amount of suspicion. I mean, I think that, and I didn't know why, obviously, because I was not dealing with mom and dad's interactions with the hospital, but I certainly had the sense that those were not going well. And I felt that, I was being treated as though I was part and parcel of whatever was going on behind the scenes. I wasn't, but that's how I was being treated.
Now, did they put forth a reason why it was so necessary for them to stand outside the door with the door open during your consultation with your client? They talk about the child being unsafe or some disease or something. I don't know.
Hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman.
Objection to, there's no evidence that somebody was standing outside the door, just that the door was open.
He did.
Sorry.
Let's just go to this factual basis. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can re-ask your question.
On this opportunity to see your client, you've testified the door was open. Tell the jury, if you did believe, how and why you believe that somebody was outside that door, either listening or just standing.
Wait. You want to know how I knew that someone was out there?
Yes.
It was made clear to me that someone was going to be out there. As though I was going to do something, as though I was going to do something wrong in the room. I don't mean physically harm my client, but that I was going to violate some kind of I don't know what it was. Maybe like that I was going to express something about her treatment or something like that. But obviously, I had no intention of doing anything like that.
So from what the hospital was telling you, they wanted to listen into your conversations to see if you were following their rules?
Objection,
they
Sustained.
What, if anything, were your conclusions about what they were trying to do?
It was clear to me that they were acting under what they thought to be some type of authority. Now, whether it was something they were getting from the hospital administration or whether it was their interpretation of a court order, they were acting as though they were, how could I put it? Well, I mean, I don't know exactly.
It's all right.
You know what I mean? I mean, to be quite frank, I mean, I only can say that they didn't trust me. You know what I mean? And that they felt it was their duty to monitor me. I can't say where they perceive their duty came from. That I'd be speculating on.
Even knowing that you were her attorney, they did this?
Yeah, everyone knew I was her attorney. That I made crystal clear.
So did they ever express any incident or accident, some reason why they felt, outside of what we were talking about with just being enforcers, or however you put it, but did they reference any specific event or accident or thing that necessitated this? Did they discuss with you anything about Maya falling?
No, I mean, yes, that was specifically discussed. There was a time where Maya, I think she was reaching for a phone, and there was a concern that she'd fallen, and they were expressing that, that there could be some type of a safety issue. But I mean, again, I was just talking to her in her room. I mean, that was honestly kind of ridiculous.
And so,
listen, I'm not the least pushy person in the world. I mean, I expressed to them, but I again, in the nicest way possible. I didn't want to get, I needed to talk to my client. And I was really concerned that if I crossed over some kind of line, they were going to remove me. So I was being extraordinarily cordial to them, and they were being extremely suspicious and limiting to me.
Now, did they discuss, was there a difference between what Maya told you to happen in terms of her falling as being out of a wheelchair, and then what the hospital was telling you of where and how she fell?
I'm sorry,
did the hospital?
That does sound familiar, but I can't remember the details of that. But I do remember that.
Let me see.
That was a bit of an issue. I mean,
let me see if I can help you with this. In your conversations with Maya, in terms of any type of fall, where was Maya when she said she fell? What did she fall out of? Was it the wheelchair?
I honestly can't remember, but I don't know. I remember there was a discussion about, and I thought it was from Maya, about the bed had some kind of like rails on the side. And I think I remember her expressing to me that she didn't feel there was a fall risk. I can't remember what the hospital said about that, but that part I do remember.
All right. And so you said you had conversations with Maya by telephone when you could?
Yes.
And was she attempting to call you by phone, to the best of your knowledge?
No. I called her. I had been made aware that Maya wanted to talk to me, and then I would call her.
All right. And so then was there ever a time when you were trying to make just a call to your client and Ms. Beatty interrupted about the need for approval?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, it was getting a little contentious. And again, I was trying not to play bully with her because I had a feeling that wasn't going to work. But it was pretty consistent. I mean, I had to sort of navigate my way around her, is the best way I can put it, to gain access to my client. There was clearly an effort to put up hurdles and hoops for me to have to jump over and jump through. I didn't really understand why. I could tell there was an obvious agenda there, but I just had to be determined to get to talk to and see my client. Well, so I was trying to work around the situation.
Sure. So having these concerns, did you ever notify anyone, write any notes to say that Ms. Beatty was a problem here, or the hospital staff was a problem here, and you communicating with your client?
I believe I emailed regarding that issue. Ultimately, I received a letter from somebody associated with Johns Hopkins advising me not to have any contact with their staff.
Let me get this straight.
Your Honor, may we just really briefly approach on this?
Yes.
One moment.
Mr. Zimmerman, are you able to hear me?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may continue with your questioning.
After that communication, did things change in any way to the best of your perception? Or I guess the question would be, did you see Maya after that?
No, not at the hospital.
And were the phone calls, for lack of a better term, the ability to contact your client improved, or were they still problematic?
They were problematic, and also our emphasis shifted from trying to get Maya into the courtroom. I remember there was a shift to try to get her into court.
And without naming names or specifics, was that a battle?
Oh,
Honor,
yes.
I'm going to object and ask to approach on this.
Please come forward. Hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, are you able to hear us again?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection.
So now, you recall that Beata Kowalski took her own life?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Were you involved at all in the circumstances of notifying Maya?
No.
And so, by the end of the time you were in contact with her, after having spoken to her, as you testified on the phone several times, seeing her a few times, can you tell the jury your view of any changes in your client from the first time that you saw her to the last time that you saw or communicated with her?
Well, like I said earlier, it went from what I would call extreme frustration to desperation. That's the best way I could describe it. She wanted she felt like she was a prisoner. I will say that from her perspective, her focus toward me, and she was pretty clever about this, shifted from I want to see my parents to I want to see the judge. So that became sort of the focus of my relationship with her. She expressed to me, I want to see the judge. I want to go to court. There's things I need to tell the judge. So that sort of became the new battle.
And so was she, in terms of her overall physical presentation from the first time to the last time, did it appear to you that she was degrading, that she was not getting better?
She was very consistent. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I did always ask her, how are you doing? How's the pain? And she was extremely consistent that it was always bad. So as long as she was in the hospital, she expressed that physically she always felt terrible. I could tell emotionally that she was doing worse and worse. But the physical part that she expressed to me was consistent, just that she felt terrible. Her pain is a 10.
But I take it you weren't around. Were you around for any of the physical therapies or other movements of her that might have told you more about her physical condition?
Not at all. The only sense I had of her physical condition is what she told me.
From what you saw over the time that you were involved with the hospital, did it appear to you that beyond simply taking care of this little girl, young girl, that there was an agenda behind the scenes in terms of their overall approach to her?
To the extreme.
And if you could elaborate just briefly.
The hospital personnel I dealt with and everyone related to the hospital was hyper-focused on keeping Maya from her family.
No further questions.
Ms. Crowells.
Thank you, Ed. Good morning or afternoon or whatever time it is there, Mr. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. I'm 7 hours ahead of you.
Okay. All right. So I want to make sure that we have timeframes clear. If there is a note in the hospital chart that indicates that on December 6, 2016, that was the first time that you were at the hospital to see your client, does that comport with your recollection of when you became her attorney?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So by the time you became Maya's attorney, the dependency order that was already, and the dependency order had already been entered, correct? The shelter order.
Yes, the shelter order had already been entered.
All right. And that was entered back in this October 14th, but was effective as of October 13th, 2016, correct?
I mean, I know the orders, I read them, but I'll take your word for it on the dates.
It's been a while.
But that sounds right.
I understand. So by the time you see Maya, she had already been there over a month, correct? In the hospital?
Yes.
Well
correct.
over a month. Right.
Well over.
Right. And of course, as a 10-year-old, very natural for her to be upset, worried, distraught over not being able to be with her family, correct?
Absolutely.
And the reason that she wasn't with her family was because the court had entered the shelter order in October of 2016, correct?
That would be the technical legal reason, correct?
Well, the order is what was preventing Maya from seeing her family, correct? As far as her mother is concerned.
Well, as you know, when courts enter orders, they do it based on information provided to them. And
Mr. Zimmerman, did the order direct that Maya was not to have any type of physical contact with her mother?
Objection, which order?
All of the orders.
Three of them. No,
Overruled. You can answer that one, Mr. Zimmerman.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Thank you. All right. Now, it's also not uncommon, is it, Mr. Zimmerman, whether it's a divorce or this type of action, for a child to find somebody particular to blame, correct? To put the face on it of her misery or her distress.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't handle divorce cases.
All right. Well, even in shelter cases, from Maya's perception, she was blaming the hospital from separating her from her family. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And with respect to the that's the people she was dealing with on a day-to-day basis were the people in the hospital, correct?
Correct. She was blaming the people who she was dealing with directly. Correct.
Correct. And you understand that the hospital was bound to follow the orders from the dependency court, correct?
Well,
are they required to follow the orders?
Objection vague as to time.
Sure. Of course.
Okay, hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman. Objection sustained.
Okay. With respect to the shelter orders that were in place and the visitation orders that were in place with respect to Maya and her parents, the hospital was required to follow them, correct?
Same objection.
The hospital was.
Same objection.
Overruled, Mr. Zimmerman. You can answer that question.
Could they violate the orders, Mr. Zimmerman?
They were interpreting the orders, so they were complying with the orders based on their interpretation of the orders.
One second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Zimmerman, when you would have your conversations with Maya, whether in person or on the phone, by the way, you were allowed to have those conversations. I understand you've indicated some difficulties, but you were allowed to have the conversations with Maya, correct?
Yes, ultimately we spoke and visited with each other.
Right. Did you advise her of what was going on with the court proceedings and what was happening at the court hearings?
I did.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson.
May it please the court. There were several orders concerning the different stages or types of visitation and rules. Were there?
Yes.
Were those orders such that there was a great deal of interpretation that could be made out of them as to what rules and how to enforce them?
Yes. I mean, obviously the orders could be observed with a certain amount of fervor or not. In this particular case, there was a particular level of fervor to which these orders were enforced.
During this period of time, did you have the opportunity or did you make them aware that Maya had rights under the hospital's own statement of patients' rights?
Right. Yes, that there's a patient's bill of rights, and my client had rights and I expressed that, and they expressed to me that they were following what they thought or what they interpreted to be the orders given by the court.
Was there tension there between the two in your view? That is, the patient's statement of rights and what Maya was promised by the hospital, and the way the hospital was interpreting those orders to violate those rights?
Dramatically so.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman. Please don't leave. I need to see if the jury has any questions for Mr. Zimmerman. Looks like there will be questions for Mr. Zimmerman from the jury. This is going to take a couple of minutes, Mr. Zimmerman. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute your microphone, but we haven't forgotten about you, but we do need to talk about these questions outside your presence.
That's fine, Judge. This is important. It's not a problem.
Can I have the attorneys come forward, please? Hey, Mr. Zimmerman, I'm asking you to unmute your microphone.
Hello there.
Can you hear us again now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Members of the jury, I know that there was a request to see the orders. I will tell you, you will be receiving from me in the future a detailed instruction about those orders. If you just give me some time, but it's not happening with this witness, and it's not happening today, but I will give you a specific instruction about those orders. Okay, so you just hold on that. Now, Mr. Zimmerman, there's several questions from the jury. During your meetings at the hospital, did you observe Miss Beatty listening and observing your meetings with Maya?
On one occasion, she was waiting outside of the room. Obviously, I can't tell what she was doing outside of the room. I could make assumptions, but I was focusing on my client.
Next question from the jury. Did Maya express any religious needs to you during your visits?
Yes, she wanted, I think she wanted to see her priest, and I think she wanted something, to put it as something Christian, a cross, something that she had from her family. I can't remember specifically what it was, but there was some type of I guess I'd call it an artifact that she was requesting. But I told her that I'd pass that information on to somebody, and I'm sure I told a family member, but I never followed up on. I mean, I only followed up to the degree that I told her I would. I never saw that to completion.
Did you observe her being provided her religious items?
No. My focus was on what was going on in the courtroom. I was aware of that, but that was not my primary focus.
Okay, can I see the counsel again up here for a moment? I'm going to mute you again, Mr. Zimmerman.
Certainly.
And for the other question, at this time, we're not going to be able to address that issue with you. Mr. Anderson, you may continue questioning.
Mr. Zimmerman, I apologize. I forgot an area up here to ask you. Do you recall there was a suggestion or discussion about a legalized separation of Jack and Beata Kowalski?
Oh, oops.
Help.
I actually didn't unmute. He didn't hear any of it. That's totally my fault, Mr. Zimmerman. We were asking you a question and I forgot to unmute you.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's my fault.
It's all good.
I try to be a TV director in my day job as well. It just doesn't work out so well.
Well, we're all doing our best.
Mr. Zimmerman. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I have days like that. Most days like that. Mr. Zimmerman, there was, I had forgotten to ask you a question when I was last up here, and it was about, were you involved in advice on a discussion or suggestion that Jack Kowalski and Beata Kowalski separate, a technical separation for the purposes of being able to get Maya out of there?
I was aware of that discussion, and I did participate in that discussion.
And did you have some advice regarding Kyle Kowalski that ultimately, from your perspective, carried the day?
I mean, I can tell you that I expressed, I would best describe it as horror at the suggestion that these folks divorce to resolve this matter. That I can tell you. You know, they have another child. It didn't make any sense to me. It made me understand the desperation that this family was under, that they would even contemplate something like that. But my 2 cents, if you will, to the degree that I had any control over anything, was that conversation be shelved and never discussed again. I was very vehemently opposed to it.
And so the jury understands that suggestion did not come from Jack and Beata. That came from one of the counsel.
It did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Crowells, any follow-up?
No, sir.
And members of the jury, do you have any further questions? I don't see anyone writing, so I think that's a no. Okay, Mr. Zimmerman, at this time, you can continue sailing on to your next port of call. Thank you for being with us.
Your Honor.
Hold on a second.
Tomorrow in Santorini.
Hold on a second, Mr. Zimmerman.
I did not want to release Mr. Zimmerman, although I do not believe that I'll need to, but if we are going to come back for that document, I'd like to.
Okay. So, Mr. Zimmerman, you're free to continue sailing today, but you might need to be called back. So please don't have any discussions about this case except for with the attorneys.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Understood.
Have a good day. You're free to go today.
Thank you, Judge. Take care.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take a morning break at this time. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. And let's try to be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. I have up here Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hunter. Be seated, everybody. I need to reconfigure the Zoom here. Just give me a second. I think we're good now. Are there any issues we need to address at this time?
Judge, I don't know if there's an instruction for it, but are we you'll handle explaining the interpreter and all that? I don't need to touch any of that.
The answer is yes, there's an instruction. The clerk will swear the interpreter in front of the jury. There is instruction 202.5, which tells the jury to be to basically take the language of the interpreter as given in English as the official interpretation. In case, some folks on the jury speak Spanish, and if there's some slight variant, we need to make sure that all jurors have the same. Now, there was a discussion by Mr. Whitney earlier today that talked about starting in English and then transferring over into Spanish on the hospital and medical terms.
Yes, Your Honor. And Dr. Cantu is prepared to indicate when he'd like that to occur. The interpreter is aware of that arrangement, and I told defense counsel about it this morning.
I think it's okay, Judge. We kind of did that in his deposition. I just, if there's a problem that arises, we'll approach, or I'll ask to approach. Right.
Okay. And just to choreograph this, when the jury comes back in, I'm going to have the interpreter come be sworn in the presence of the jury, and I'm going to explain the next witness is going to start in English, but when the more technical terms are starting to be used, we'll switch into Spanish and we'll use the interpreter at that point. Then I'll give the interpreter instruction.
That'll work.
Anything else?
That's time.
Okay, then let's bring in. Let Deputy Coley know that we can bring in the jury when the jury is ready. Okay, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did not do any investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And I want to confirm that no one approached you about this case since you were gone. Okay. Well, let's make sure you get your own notes. See, we just want to make sure you're all on your toes. There's a test. I don't know. I'll let you know at 2:20 today. Okay. Does everyone have their own notes at this point in time? And just to let you all know, we do have more pads. So if you feel like you need more pads, just let Deputy Coley know, and my assistant can make sure you get more pads. Okay. Now, members of the jury, some witnesses in this case, including this next witness, may need the services of a Spanish interpreter. The evidence you are to consider is only provided through the official court interpreters. Although some of you may know Spanish, it's important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English interpretation. You must disregard any different meaning. If, however, during the testimony there is a question as to the accuracy of the English interpretation, you should bring this to my attention immediately by raising your hand. You should not ask your question or make any comment about the interpretation in the presence of other jurors, or otherwise share your question or concern with any of them. I will take steps to see if your question can be answered and any discrepancy resolved. If, however, after such efforts a discrepancy remains, I emphasize that you must rely upon the official English interpretation as provided by the court interpreter and disregard any contrary interpretation. So we're going to have a Spanish interpreter come up. The clerk is going to swear the interpreter in. Now, the next witness will actually be testifying in English, but when we get to some more of the medical or technical terms, we'll split or we'll then go into Spanish. So part of it's going to be in English, and then we'll go into Spanish. So with that, Mr. Anderson, actually, I bring the interpreter down.
Good morning, Your Honor. Members of the jury. You just stand here, face the clerk, and raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true interpretation of the questions asked and the answers given, and that you will make a true translation into English of any writing which you are required by your duties to decipher or translate?
Yes, I do.
And we have a nice little chair for you up here. And Mr. Anderson, now, if you could call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff's call Dr. Fernando Cantu Flores.
you just stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. All right, right this way, sir.
Morning.
Buen día.
Please state your name for the record.
Fernando Cantú Flores.
And where do you live?
¿Dónde estudié?
¿Dónde vive?
Vivo en Monterrey, México.
I live in Monterrey, Mexico.
And have you flown up here from Monterrey, Mexico to testify in this case as Maya Kowalski's treating physician?
Usted voló desde México para testificar en este caso como el médico que atendió a Maya Kowalski.
Así fue.
That's right.
And what are your areas of practice and specialization?
I am an anesthesiologist, and my subspecialty is pain management and pediatric anesthesia.
Doctor, I'd like to may I refer to you then as doctor.
Quisiera referirme entonces a usted como doctor.
Sure.
Can you give the jury the benefit of your background, training, and experience, including your specializations, towards rendering any opinions here today?
Sure. I start my medical school in Monterrey, Mexico at the Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León. That's what it is called. And then I finished that. I went to a rural area to do my social service to a little town close by Monterrey in the United States. And after that, I did my training in general surgery. I finished that. I presented my board for general surgery. Then I went to the United States for personal reasons. And meanwhile, I was getting treatment in there. I studied for my boards. I passed my boards, and then I started studying anesthesia there in San Antonio, Texas at UT Health Science Center. Later on, I did my fellowship in pain management, and after that, I did my fellowship in pediatric anesthesia.
So, how many years in total were you trained in the United States?
I was 1 general surgery, 3 anesthesia, 6 years.
And then you came back to Monterrey, Mexico to begin your practice?
Yes.
And do you practice or have privileges at certain hospitals there?
I do work in every hospital in Monterrey, Mexico.
All right, now, doctor, we wanted to bring you up here and have you explain a little bit about, first, your experience with CRPS, and second, the ketamine infusion treatment that you have perfected for this.
Queríamos traerle para hablar con usted y nos explicar un poco sobre su experiencia con el síndrome de dolor regional complejo y su infusión de ketamina como tratamiento que usted aplicó en este caso.
Siempre me ha interesado el dolor neuropático propiamente.
I was always been interested in neuropathic pain properly.
Y desde que llegué a mi ciudad, en Monterrey, México, estoy viendo pacientes con el síndrome de CRPS.
And since coming to my city, Monterrey, Mexico, I've been seeing patients with CRPS.
He estado todos los años activo viendo pacientes con el síndrome.
I've been active every year seeing patients with this syndrome.
And about how many CRPS patients have you treated in your career?
¿Cuántos pacientes ha atendido en su carrera usted con CRPS?
Vemos aproximadamente 3 o 4, cuando menos, pacientes mensuales por 12, por 20.
We see approximately 3 to 4 at least patients a month, times 12, times 20.
That's a lot of patients.
Son muchos pacientes.
So, were you the treating physician then for Maya Kowalski's medical infusions there?
Fue usted entonces el médico que atendió a Maya Kowalski para su infusión médica.
Así es.
That's right.
And they're referred to different ways, long-term ketamine infusion, medical coma. How do you refer to them?
Se han referido a ello de varias maneras. Infusión de ketamina a largo plazo, coma médico, ¿cómo lo refiere usted?
Depende de qué es lo que estás intentando realizar.
It depends on what is it that you are trying to perform.
Es el tipo de infusión que vas a dar.
That's the type of infusion you'll provide.
So, could you tell us a little bit about how you became, at first, the history of ketamine infusions? I'm looking for whether you started it or whether you originated it, or was it already going on when you began doing them?
Quisiera preguntarle un poco sobre la historia de las infusiones de ketamina, si fue usted quien las inició o si ya había comenzado.
Anestésico que se utiliza con mucha frecuencia.
Ketamine is an anesthetic that is used very frequently.
Se ha utilizado por muchos años desde la Guerra Mundial.
It's been used for many years since World War.
Y se ha utilizado para muchos diferentes tipos de tratamiento, incluyendo el síndrome regional doloroso complejo.
And it's been used for many different types of treatments, including treatment for complex regional pain syndrome.
And so, how did the idea of a very long-term infusion come to you?
¿Cómo llegó a usted entonces la idea de una infusión a largo plazo?
Sabemos que muchos pacientes que reciben el tratamiento con infusión de ketamina a corto plazo o en bajas dosis,
We know that many patients who receive a short-term ketamine infusion treatment or lower doses,
ellos mejoran considerablemente, sin embargo, no sostienen su mejoría por largo tiempo.
they improve considerably. However, they do not sustain their improvement in the long term.
And so, how does this treatment work as opposed to a series of lesser infusions?
¿Cómo funciona entonces este tratamiento en contraste con una serie de infusiones menores?
Porque tratamos de mantener los niveles séricos de la ketamina dentro del organismo en una forma estable.
Let me interpret clarify los niveles que
Los niveles séricos, niveles en sangre de la ketamina en forma continua.
because we try to keep ketamine levels in blood stable in a continuous manner.
And what effect does that have on the neuropathic ways between the nerves and the brain that may be a cause of the ketamine pain?
¿Qué efectos tiene esto en las vías neuropáticas entre los nervios y el cerebro que pueda ser una manera, o sea, un efecto de la ketamina?
Sí, para entender esto es necesario hablar de cómo nosotros registramos el dolor en nuestro cerebro.
Yes, to understand this, we need to talk about how we register pain in our brain.
Cuando una persona tiene un accidente,
When a person has a certain accident,
puede ser un martillazo, puede ser una herida, puede ser una cirugía, puede ser un esguince.
whether a hitting with a hammer or a wound or surgery or having a strained joint,
En el sitio donde se produce la lesión hay una inflamación neurogénica.
the area where the lesion is produced, there is a neurogenic inflammation that occurs.
Esto significa que estos mediadores de la inflamación alteran los nervios
This means that these mediators of the inflammation upset the nerves,
y estos nervios van hacia la médula espinal y al cerebro y se unen a receptores.
and these nerves go into the medial cord and the brain and join receptors.
Cuando esto sucede en forma normal, se estimulan los receptores AMPA, así se llaman, AMPA.
When this happens in a normal manner, the AMPA, that's what they are called, AMPA receptors, are stimulated.
Una vez el cerebro lo registra, manda señales de inhibición del dolor y el dolor termina.
Once the brain registers that, sends out pain inhibition signals, and the pain ceases.
Cuando estos estímulos se encuentran disparando continuamente,
When these stimuli are triggered continuously,
otro tipo de receptores entran en juego.
another type of receptors come to play.
Estos receptores se llaman NMDA
These are called NMDA receptors.
y estos provocan cambios en el cerebro y provocan una plasticidad en el sistema nervioso
And
central.
these cause changes in the brain and a certain plasticity in the nervous system.
La ketamina es un potente antagonista de los receptores NMDA.
Ketamine is a powerful antagonist of NMDA receptors.
And so could we call this resetting the brain?
¿Pudiéramos llamar a esto como un reformateo del cerebro?
Básicamente estamos haciendo un reseteo del cerebro para inhibir esos estímulos y esos cambios centrales.
Basically, that's what we're doing, resetting the brain to inhibiting those stimuli and those central changes.
And have you either started or participated in studies about how this works?
Y usted empezó o participó en estudios sobre cómo esto funciona.
El principal estudio en el que participé fue junto con el Dr. Kirkpatrick en el procedimiento de coma con ketamina.
The main study that I participated in was with Dr. Kirkpatrick in the procedure for the ketamine coma.
And during the studies, did you ever have any adverse events related to the infusions?
Durante el estudio,
One moment. Legal basis.
The proper use of literature and studies.
Let me clarify. From your experience with the patients in the studies, did you have any adverse events related to the infusions?
En su experiencia con pacientes y en el estudio, ¿tuvo usted alguna reacción adversa relacionada
Con las infusiones de ketamina, no.
with the ketamine infusions? No.
And so there has been some discussion here about warnings of this procedure as a 50% chance of death. How does this relate to any other medications that might be used to treat this illness?
Bueno, ha habido algunas conversaciones acá sobre las advertencias, notificaciones de una posibilidad de 50% de fallecimiento. ¿Cómo se relaciona esto con la aplicación de otros medicamentos que puedan usarse a diferencia de la ketamina?
Predecir el riesgo de un efecto adverso serio, severo, es muy difícil de predecir.
Predicting risk of a severe adverse effect is very hard to do.
Es como cuando uno va a tener un procedimiento y requiere anestesia general.
It's like when you're going to have a certain procedure and require general anesthesia.
Definitivamente hay un riesgo de un efecto adverso serio.
There is definitely a risk of some severe adverse effect.
Si yo supiera que tengo un 50% de posibilidad de que ese paciente tenga un efecto adverso serio,
If I knew that that patient had a 50% possibility of a severe adverse effect,
no lo haría.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, is this risk factor the same and for any time you go under general anesthesia for a significant period of time, a long heart surgery or some type of resetting of a compound fracture in the leg, things like that?
Bueno,
Your Honor, compound.
Overall, you can answer.
este factor de riesgo es el mismo para cualquier procedimiento realizado bajo anestesia general durante un periodo largo de tiempo, dígase una cirugía cardíaca o una cirugía para recomponer una fractura compleja de algún miembro.
Si comparamos a las dos personas y son de la misma, si gozan de la misma salud, sí.
If we compare two people that enjoy the same health condition, yeah.
And so are there some people that you reject for the ketamine coma treatment because of prior problems, medical history?
¿Hay alguna persona que rechace usted para el procedimiento del coma por ketamina debido a problemas previos de salud?
Habitualmente los pacientes que tomamos para el estudio son pacientes que en la clasificación ASA, ASA,
Okay.
1, son pacientes sanos. Entonces es difícil rechazar uno porque son pacientes sanos.
Generally, the patients that we take in for the study are those that, according to ASA1 classification, are healthy patients, and it's hard to reject the patients because they are healthy.
And so by the time they come to you, then they have been what I would term vetted or already evaluated for their suitability.
O sea, para cuando ellos llegan a usted, ya han pasado una aprobación o han sido evaluados para su posibilidad de participar.
Así es, correcto.
That's right.
And what is ASA Class 1?
¿Qué es ASA clase 1?
Es un paciente sano completamente. La clasificación ASA es para determinar.
It's a completely healthy patient. ASA classification is meant to determine
¿Qué tan enfermo está el paciente que va a entrar a un procedimiento?
how sick is a patient that is entering a procedure.
Desde ASA 1 hasta ASA 5.
It's from ASA 1 to 5.
ASA 2, por ejemplo, es una persona que tiene una enfermedad sistémica como diabetes o hipertensión, pero que está bien controlada.
ASA 2, for example, is a person with a systemic illness like diabetes or hypertension, but it's well under control.
Even though they are vetted, do you, in most cases, perform a physical to confirm that CRPS or whatever the diagnosis was that led them there? Do you confirm it?
A ver, independientemente de estar autorizados, aprobados, usted realiza un examen para confirmar el diagnóstico, sea CRPS u otro, el que lo llevaran.
Sí, definitivamente todos los pacientes son evaluados por el equipo que conformamos conformamos para realizar el procedimiento.
Yes, definitely all patients are evaluated by the team that we make up to perform the procedure.
That brings up a good point. Can you describe to the jury the number of medical professionals that are involved in treating each medical ketamine long-term treatment or ketamine coma, whatever you want to call it?
Eso me lleva a un punto importante. ¿Puede describir usted con el jurado la cantidad de profesionales médicos que componen cada equipo, o sea, que componen el equipo para cada tratamiento de coma por ketamina?
Para este estudio específicamente,
For this study specifically,
lo que hice fue conformar un equipo formado por un médico de cuidados intensivos,
what I did was to put together a team made up of one doctor of intensive care,
otro médico que es anestesiólogo con especialidad en Estados Unidos de cardioanestesia,
another doctor who is an anesthesiologist with U.S. experience in cardioanesthesia,
otro médico que es anestesiólogo, que es colega mío y que él hizo cuidados intensivos de adultos,
another doctor who is an anesthesiologist and a colleague of mine who did intensive care in adults.
Y yo.
And me.
Para pacientes pediátricos,
Now, for pediatric patients,
le sumamos al equipo un médico que es especialista en cuidados intensivos pediátricos,
we add to the team a doctor who is a specialist in intensive care, in pediatric intensive care,
el cual se entrenó en Texas Children's Hospital en Houston.
who trained at the Texas Children's Hospital in Houston.
Y teníamos otro médico que es especialista en cuidados intensivos pediátricos.
And we had another doctor who is a specialist in pediatric intensive care.
So for pediatric patients then, by my count, you have 5 or 6 specialists involved in the evaluation and procedure?
Entonces, según mi cuenta, para pacientes pediátricos, usted tiene de 5 a 6 especialistas involucrados en la evaluación y el procedimiento.
De esa forma podemos estar 24 horas continuas al pendiente de los pacientes.
That way, we can be continuously 24 hours attentive to the patient.
So, at all times then, would Maya have a doctor specializing in this care to monitor and make sure that she stays safe?
O sea, en todo momento Maya tendría un médico especializado en estos cuidados para monitorearla y asegurarse de que estuviera a salvo.
Correcto.
Correcto.
So now, are these performed in an outpatient setting, or is this done in a hospital?
Ahora, ¿esto se hace de modo ambulatorio o se hace en un hospital?
Tiene que ser en un hospital.
It has to be in a hospital.
And so, I want to get a little more into this on the monitoring side. Are you continuously monitoring those signs, body symptoms that would tell you in advance if the patient was getting in trouble? The liver enzymes, things like that.
Con respecto a la parte del monitoreo, quería confirmar que están ustedes continuamente entonces monitoreando las señales vitales y síntomas que puedan por adelantado indicarle que el paciente tiene algún problema, las enzimas del hígado y demás.
Sí, definitivamente tomamos exámenes día con día durante todos los días que el paciente está bajo el tratamiento de la ketamina.
Yes,
tomamos
definitely we take samples day per day as long as the patient is under the ketamine treatment.
Antes de que ellos duerman, les tomamos una radiografía de tórax, radiografía de abdomen.
Before they go to sleep, we take a thoracic and abdominal X-ray.
Exámenes de sangre para ver la función general de médula ósea, hemoglobina, función renal, función hepática.
Blood work to check the general body functioning. Médula ósea. Let the interpreter clarify. Médula ósea, la lista que mencionó.
Sí, lo podemos obviar lo de la médula ósea. La producción de hemoglobina.
In general, the production of globulin.
Médula ósea means bone marrow.
Bone marrow.
So, todos los días tomamos exámenes de sangre, todos los días tomamos radiografías de tórax, todos los días tomamos radiografías de abdomen para saber que todo está en orden.
So every day we take blood works, we take thoracic X-rays, abdominal X-rays to make sure everything is in good order.
And then if you saw, for instance, that the patient was showing any signs, any symptoms from the blood work or blood gases, I guess, can you bring the patient out of the medical coma fairly quickly?
Si en algún momento detectan ustedes síntomas o señales en el paciente mediante los análisis de sangre y demás alarmantes, ¿pueden ustedes sacar al paciente del coma?
En cualquier momento detenemos todas las infusiones.
At any time we can stop all the infusions.
Now, tell us about how you met Maya, Jack, and Beata first time.
Díganos cómo conoció usted a Maya, Jack, Beata y el hijo. Pues.
Ellos fueron evaluados por el Dr. Kirkpatrick y el Dr. Kirkpatrick los refiere a Monterrey con nosotros.
They were evaluated by Dr. Kirkpatrick and he referred them to Monterrey with us.
And did you have the opportunity to meet them before the procedures?
¿Tuvo usted la oportunidad de encontrarse con ellos antes del procedimiento?
Sí, yo estuve platicando con ellos previo a su ingreso al hospital.
Yes, I was talking to them before their admission in the hospital.
And did you learn through that Beata Kowalski was an infusion nurse and Jack Kowalski was a firefighter EMT?
Y a través de ellos supo usted que Beata Kowalski era enfermera de infusiones y que Jack era bombero con entrenamiento en emergencias médicas.
Correcto.
Correcto.
So, how is their level, particularly Beata's, level of medical knowledge compared to the average patient, parent coming in?
¿Cómo era el conocimiento médico de ellos, particularmente el de Beata Kowalski, comparado con el conocimiento médico del paciente promedio?
Pues es superior. En el momento en que los conocí, ella hacía preguntas muy específicas y detalladas acerca del padecimiento, acerca del tratamiento.
Well, it was superior. At the time I met them, she would ask very detailed and specific questions about the illness, about the treatment.
And so was it soon thereafter that you conducted then your own independent examination of Maya to confirm the CRPS diagnosis?
Entonces fue poco después de esto que realizó usted su examen y evaluación independiente en Maya Kowalski para confirmar el diagnóstico de CRPS.
Sí, particularmente en ella se hizo una historia clínica verbal de primera instancia.
Yes, particularly in her, we did a first instance medical history verbally.
Y los médicos, los pacientes que sufren distrofia CRPS tienen una intensidad más arriba de lo normal de dolor.
And patients who suffer from dystrophy and CRPS, they have an intensity of pain way above the normal.
And so was he able to confirm through the symptoms and signs that he noted that this was indeed CRPS?
¿Pudo usted entonces confirmar a través de las señales y síntomas que notó que era un diagnóstico válido de CRPS?
Definitivamente.
Definitely.
And so you don't just take the word of the referring doctor down to you, you then look beyond that to confirm your own?
O sea, usted no simplemente toma la palabra del médico que le refiere al paciente a usted, sino que además de eso realiza su evaluación propia.
En todos los pacientes.
In all patients.
Let's talk about the course of Maya's treatment. Can you explain the process of this ketamine treatment?
Hablemos del curso de tratamiento de Maya. ¿Puede explicarnos usted el proceso de esta infusión de ketamina?
Después de que son evaluados por los médicos internistas, por los médicos intensivistas y por nosotros mismos, ellos van a cuidados intensivos.
After being evaluated by the internist doctors, intensive care doctors and ourselves, they go to the
ICU.
They go to the ICU.
So there has been some discussion about during the course of one of the how many procedures did she have in the first round?
Bien, ¿cuántos procedimientos tuvo ella en la primera ronda?
¿Cuántos procedimientos particularmente Maya en su estancia?
How many procedures Maya particularly during her stay?
That was a bad question. How long was the first procedure?
Fue una mala pregunta. ¿Cuánto duró el primer procedimiento?
El procedimiento de la coma con ketamina dura 5 días estando en infusión continua.
The ketamine coma procedure lasts 5 days being on continuous infusion.
Después paramos las infusiones, dejamos despertar a los pacientes.
Then we stop the infusions, allow the patients to wake up.
Una vez despiertos, los extubamos.
Once awake, we remove their tubing.
Pasan a piso general.
They move to general floor.
Y después a casa.
And then home.
Now, I understand that, I want to, let me ask about this first. Now, this is an intubation and an extended intubation. Are there some issues such as localized fungal infections, different bronchial issues that can come up with an extended intubation like this?
A ver, hablemos de esto. Esta es una intubación extendida. ¿Hay algún problema que pueda darse con infecciones localizadas por hongos o diferentes problemas branquiales al resultado de esto?
Todos los pacientes que tienen una intubación prolongada
All patients that have a prolonged intubation
tienen cierta predisposición a ser colonizados con este tipo de infecciones.
have a certain predisposition to be colonized by this type of infection.
Eso no significa que tengan la enfermedad propiamente.
This doesn't mean, though, that they have as such the illness.
And do these respond quickly to antibiotic?
¿Y estos responden rápidamente a los antibióticos?
Así es.
That's right.
So I'd like to show you some photographs here, and see if you recall. All right, I won't use these. Okay, let's put up 2529-61, and we're putting this up. I believe these involve the pre and during ketamine infusion.
Vamos a mostrarle estas imágenes en pantalla que creo que son previas y durante la infusión de ketamina.
Now, the question I have is, we are looking at Maya's lower legs, ankle, and feet.
La pregunta que tengo es, estamos viendo los pies, tobillo y la parte inferior de las piernas de Maya.
And is the child under general anesthesia at this point?
En este punto, ¿la niña está bajo anestesia general?
Sí.
Yes.
And under general anesthesia, does the child have any ability to control her limbs so as to force them or keep them in a certain position?
Bajo anestesia general, ¿el paciente tiene alguna capacidad de forzar sus miembros o de obligarlos a mantenerse en una posición particular?
Ninguna.
No.
So what does this tell you then? What do her feet display significant to CRPS?
¿Qué muestran los pies en esta imagen que es significativo para CRPS?
Es un signo positivo para CRPS porque los pacientes con CRPS
It's a positive sign for CRPS because patients with CRPS
pueden tener lo que nosotros llamamos distonias
can have what we call dystonia
o tremores.
or tremors.
Esto significa que los pacientes tienen cierta contractura de las diferentes extremidades o tienen movimientos no voluntarios.
This means that the patients exhibit certain contractions of their limbs or have these type of tremors or shaking movements which are involuntary.
And so in this situation, would there be any way for Maya to fake or try to enhance that position in her feet, or is that totally involuntary now?
En este caso, ¿habría alguna posibilidad de que Maya pudiera fingir esa posición o obligarse a llevar esa posición, o es totalmente involuntaria?
Totalmente involuntaria bajo anestesia general.
Totally involuntary under general anesthesia.
Let's look at 2529-057. All right. Now, does this fairly and accurately depict Maya participating in one of these procedures?
Bien, muestra esta foto debidamente a Maya participando en uno de estos procedimientos.
Sí.
Yes.
And the equipment around her, can you tell us just generally, not too specific, but generally what all that is in terms of monitoring Maya?
El equipo a su alrededor, ¿puede decirnos usted en términos generales o específicamente como pueda, qué es cada uno con relación al monitoreo de Maya?
Sí, en el lado derecho de Maya vemos que hay un equipo para ventilación mecánica.
Ventilación mecánica.
Mecánica.
Yes, on Maya's right side we see a piece of equipment for mechanic ventilation.
En su lado izquierdo podemos observar bombas de infusión, diferentes bombas de infusión.
On the left side we can see different infusion pumps.
En su mano del lado derecho muy seguramente tiene una férula.
In her right hand in her right side hand, most likely she has a ferrule.
Que utilizamos para mantener un monitor para ver la presión arterial latido con latido todo el tiempo, que se llama línea arterial.
Which we use to see the blood pressure and heartbeat minute per minute, beat by beat, which is called, ¿qué se llama?
Línea arterial line.
Arterial line.
Del otro lado, habitualmente no creo que se observe bien aquí. Tenemos un catéter en la vena cava.
On the other side, I don't believe it's very well visible here, but you usually have a catheter on the cava vein.
Que utilizamos para dar las infusiones de una manera efectiva y segura.
That we use to provide the infusions in an effective and safe way.
I would like the doctor to focus in on Maya's forearm near us above what looks like the tube there. Now, there's a red line and a dot above that. During your examination, did you note these as CRPS lesions?
Bien, quisiera que dirija su atención al antebrazo de Maya encima de los dispositivos que hay. Hay una línea roja y un punto. Durante su examen de Maya, ¿notó usted estas como lesiones de productos del CRPS?
Sí, estas son lesiones típicas de CRPS, también las tenía en sus extremidades inferiores.
Yes, these are typical lesions from CRPS. She also had them in her lower limbs.
Como las hemos visto en muchos otros pacientes.
Just like we have seen them in many other patients.
I want to ask you now, Doctor, before we get into how Maya did, have you had physicians, either referring physicians or say the patient's pediatric or physician if they're a child or internist if they're an adult, call you to explain how this procedure works so that they can advise and I guess you would say if they had another view of it, protect their patient?
Antes de que hablemos sobre cómo le fue a Maya, permítame preguntarle, ¿ha tenido usted internistas en el caso de adultos o pediatras en el caso de menores que le llamen a usted para preguntarle cómo funciona este procedimiento de modo que ellos puedan atender mejor a sus pacientes o salvaguardar su seguridad?
Sí, ese tipo de preguntas son frecuentes.
Yes, that type of questions are frequent.
Right. And so had, for instance, in this circumstance, Johns Hopkins called you if worried about this procedure, would you have given them all of the information this jury has received?
Bueno,
Your Honor, proper hypotheticals, but
what, if anything, do you tell those that call and inquire, basically?
Básicamente, ¿qué le dice usted a los que llaman y preguntan? Sí, les dice.
Les digo que es un procedimiento que definitivamente cambia la calidad de vida de los pacientes.
I tell them it's definitely a procedure that changes the patient's life quality.
Y que hasta cierto punto en los pacientes que habíamos tenido ha sido seguro.
And that up to a certain point, in patients we've had, it's been safe.
Now, if you recall, in connection with Maya, did you ever receive any contact from Johns Hopkins Adult Children's Hospital?
Si recuerda usted con relación a Maya, ¿alguna vez recibió algún contacto usted desde Johns Hopkins Hospital?
No recuerdo haber recibido un contacto.
I don't recall having received any contact.
Let's talk about Maya's tolerance of the procedure and how well she did. Can we, first, generally, did the patient tolerate the procedure well?
Hablemos de los retos que Maya enfrentó en el procedimiento y cómo le fue. En primer lugar, en términos generales, ¿toleró ella el procedimiento bien?
Sí, lo toleró muy bien.
Yes, she tolerated it very well.
Todo fue de acuerdo al tiempo estipulado.
Everything went according to the established time.
Now, after this first round, does it often take more than one round of this treatment to achieve the best effects, best recovery?
A menudo se requiere más de una ronda de este tratamiento para alcanzar el mejor resultado, el mejor efecto.
No es lo frecuente, pero hemos tenido pacientes que lo han hecho 2 veces.
It's not frequent, but we've had patients that have had it twice.
And to the best of your knowledge, did Maya then have a booster soon after this first one, or a second procedure in close proximity, around the same time?
Hasta donde sabe usted, recibió Maya un segundo procedimiento de refuerzo cercano en el tiempo.
Sí, hasta donde recuerdo, creo que fueron 2 o 3 semanas después, como un refuerzo, no un procedimiento como la coma con ketamina.
Yes, to the best of my recollection, there was a second procedure 2-3 weeks after, as a booster procedure, not as a full ketamine coma procedure.
Right. So the second one was not a coma. This was just an infusion.
El segundo no fue un coma, fue simplemente una infusión.
Correcto.
All right, let's talk about how Maya did. Again, I have one lead-in question. I noted that from what the jury's heard, we've heard here, that some patients can have hallucinations or things like that coming out of one of these. Are steps taken to minimize the effects there?
Bueno, hablemos sobre cómo le fue a Maya y tengo entendido que algunos pacientes sufren de algunas alucinaciones o efectos similares al salir de este procedimiento. ¿Hay pasos que se toman para minimizar esto?
Sí, así es. La ketamina es un anestésico dentro de la clasificación de los alucinógenos.
Yes, that's right. Ketamine is an anesthetic within the classification of hallucinogens.
Con el tiempo aprendimos que
With time we learned that
si nosotros esperábamos 24 horas más después de haber terminado las infusiones,
if we waited 24 hours more after having finished the infusions
para extubarlos de una manera segura,
to safely extubate them,
entonces tenían un mejor despertar.
then they had a better process of waking up.
So now let's talk about how Maya did on these.
Hablemos entonces sobre cómo le fue a Maya en esto.
Did you conduct an examination of her post procedures?
¿Realizó usted un examen de ella posterior al procedimiento?
Así es.
That's right.
How was her dystonia?
¿Cómo estaba la distonia de ella?
Casi resuelta prácticamente.
Almost resolved practically.
And after the procedure, well, first, when she came in, was she having difficulty sitting upright? And after the procedure, could she sit upright?
En primer lugar, cuando ella se presentó al procedimiento, ¿tenía alguna dificultad para sentarse erguida? Y después del procedimiento, ¿podía sentarse así?
Sí, sí la tenía, y después del procedimiento incluso ella visitaba a otros pacientes que estaban en el mismo hospital, en otras habitaciones, en silla de ruedas.
Yes, she did have it, and even after the procedure, she would even visit other patients that were in the hospital in similar procedures in her wheelchair.
So let's look at a couple of videos here. Can we pull up 2681?
Veamos un par de
And then
videos.
2684, just for refresh the doctor's recollection.
Veamos un par de videos para ayudarle a recordar.
So there's some movement there a little bit.
Hay un poco de movimiento allí.
Correcto.
Correct.
Is that unusual?
No es inusual.
No es inusual.
It's not unusual.
All right. So can we then show 2684? And doctor, I'll ask you to take a look at her ankles by this point.
Le voy a pedir que se fije en los tobillos.
All right. Now, doctor, what is the significance of the movement there, and can you tell whether she is starting to loosen up in those ankles?
Bien, ¿cuál es el significado, doctor, de estos movimientos allí? Y puede decirnos si estaba empezando ella a soltarse.
Tenía un poco de movimiento en su lado derecho de una forma activa
She had a little movement on her right side in an active manner.
y su lado izquierdo aparenta estar con menos tonicidad en la distonia que tenía.
And her left side looks like it has less tonicity in the dystonia that she had.
And is that the goal, to gradually reduce those tight tendons that hold it in place?
Ese es el objetivo, gradualmente reducir esa tensión en esos tendones.
Es una parte de los objetivos, definitivamente.
That's one part of the effects.
All right. So when Maya woke up, were her parents there?
Cuando Maya
Let's strike that. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about how she did after the booster. No, I want to go back and say after Maya got out of the ketamine intubation procedure, how was her mood? How was her affect? Was she smiling? Was she in good spirits? Or was she down or depressed?
Hablemos de cuando ella salió del proceso de extubación. ¿Estaba ella de buen estado de ánimo, sonriente, alegre, o estaba decaída, deprimida?
¿Cuándo salió?
When she came out?
Yes.
Okay. No, ella poco a poco fue recuperando su conciencia normal.
No, she little by little started regaining her normal self-conscious.
Saliendo de este estado confusional que propiamente la ketamina nos da.
Coming out of this confusing state that's proper from ketamine.
Y ella a los pocos días parecía una niña sonriente, contenta, con deseo de visitar a otras personas,
And
como lo
within the
mencioné.
next days, she showed a happy, smiling girl willing to visit other people.
Let's show 2529-70. I'm sorry, Judge, I'm not asking you if I can publish these, but they're all in evidence.
You can proceed. I've been looking at your IT person.
So that's 70. All right, now who all is that?
Ok, esta es la 70. ¿Quiénes son todos estos?
Puedo reconocer a Beata, puedo reconocer a Maya, tengo un poco de dificultad para reconocer a las otras dos personas.
I can recognize Beata and Maya, but I have some difficulties recognizing the two other people.
Okay. Now it looks like she still has some of that dystonia. Is that the reason for the booster thereafter?
Luce que aún tiene ella un poco de la distonia. ¿Es este el motivo del procedimiento de refuerzo posterior?
Correcto, siempre pensamos en dar un refuerzo cuando hay alguna incapacidad residual o dolor residual.
Correct. We always consider providing a booster when there is a residual disability or residual dystonia.
Got it. And then from the look on her face, was it your impression that Maya has significantly less pain at this point?
De la expresión de la cara era su impresión que Maya tenía significativamente menos dolor en este punto.
Si la comparamos con la cara que ella tenía previo al procedimiento, es otra persona completamente diferente.
If we compare it to her face prior to the procedure, it's a completely different person.
All right, let's look at 252969. Or is that this one?
You want 69?
We have not or had.
Go for it.
69, please. 252969. And so, in this photograph, is this showing Maya now sitting up in her chair?
En esta fotografía se muestra a Maya sentada en su silla.
Sí, es Maya sentada en su silla.
Yes, that's Maya sitting at her chair.
All right. So now she's still in a wheelchair. Following, is this a cure for CRPS or a treatment of symptoms?
Okay. Está ella en su silla de ruedas, entonces, dígame, ¿es esto una cura para el síndrome de dolor regional complejo o es un tratamiento?
Es un tratamiento. Quisiera realmente encontrar la cura para pacientes con esta enfermedad.
It is a treatment. I really wish I could find a cure for patients with this disease.
So the idea here is to lessen the symptoms as much as possible.
La idea aquí es entonces minimizar los síntomas lo más posible.
La idea aquí es mejorar la función de los pacientes y mejorar la calidad de vida de los
The
pacientes.
idea here is to improve the patient's functioning and the patient's quality of life.
And I understand that when Maya came in, although she had not had any ketamine recently, but she had some opioids in her system. Is that
Y
right?
según tengo entendido, cuando Maya vino a usted, a pesar de no haber tenido recientemente ketamina, tenía en su sistema algunos opioides.
And what was the effect of this procedure on her ability to not have any problem with those?
Can this interpret with
I'm saying, was she fine coming out of the procedure and not having any more opioids of any kind?
Okay. Lo que digo es, ¿estuvo ella bien saliendo del procedimiento? ¿No necesitó recibir más opioides de algún tipo?
No, cuando ella llegó tenía 2 o 3 diferentes opioides y al final logramos quitar absolutamente todos.
No, when she came in, she had 2 or 3 different opioids on her, and to the end, we were able to remove them all.
And so, at this point, she had been, well, several months, 2 months, after Dr. Kirkpatrick's ketamine infusion. Did you note, well, first, in your experience, does ketamine cause any withdrawal symptoms?
Para este punto, ella, unos meses antes, 2 quizás, con el Dr. Kirkpatrick, había recibido una infusión de ketamina. En su experiencia con la ketamina, ¿los pacientes sufren de algún síndrome de abstinencia?
Yo no he visto ningún síndrome de abstinencia con ketamina como los he visto con opioides y con alcohol, por ejemplo.
I have not seen any withdrawal symptoms with ketamine as I have seen them with opioids or alcohol, for example.
So the jury knows. So then when Maya came to you, was she displaying any signs of what you would consider withdrawal?
Cuando Maya, para que el jurado entienda, cuando Maya llegó a usted, ¿exhibía ella algunos signos de abstinencia?
No.
No.
All right. So now, in the how much ketamine is used in? First, let me ask you. Let's finish up with a booster. Now, in the booster, approximately how much ketamine is used?
Déjame terminar primero con el refuerzo. En este, ¿cuánta ketamina aproximadamente se utiliza?
Para los refuerzos de infusión después de este tratamiento, yo doy entre 1500 y 2000 microgramos en un transcurso de 2 horas.
For boosters, after this procedure, I apply from 1500 to 2000 micrograms in infusion. ¿En qué periodo, perdón?
En 2 horas.
In a period of time, 2 hours.
Por 3 a 5 infusiones.
And on 3 to 5 infusions.
Now, Maya was awake for the entire time of the booster?
Maya estuvo despierta durante todo el proceso del refuerzo.
Estuvo sedada, pero sin necesidad de ningún apoyo.
She was sedated, but without any need for any support.
Just out of curiosity, when you were starting out in the study of this, did you use placebos at any point to confirm it was the ketamine and not the placebo effect?
Okay. Solo como curiosidad, cuando empezó usted con estos procedimientos, ¿usó usted algún tipo de placebo para verificar que fuera la ketamina y no el efecto placebo?
La respuesta corta es no.
The short answer is no.
Okay. So, based on your experience with patients like Maya now, do they regularly need these kind of boosters as the symptoms rise and fall?
I'm sorry, as the symptoms.
Do they require ketamine boosters following his procedures, say in the next 6 months, year, however long, 2 years, as their symptoms rise and fall?
En su experiencia con pacientes como Maya, ellos necesitan regularmente este tipo de refuerzos de ketamina en un periodo 6 meses, 1 año, según sus síntomas vayan manifestándose.
Es muy frecuente, es muy común que los pacientes con una historia larga de distrofia de CRPS.
It is very common that patients with a long history of dystrophy, CRPS,
necesiten este tipo de refuerzos.
need these type of boosters.
Now, in your experience, is there such thing as generalized CRPS, or can it only be in the limbs? In this case, lower limbs.
En su experiencia, ¿hay algún tipo de CRPS generalizado o puede ser mayormente en las extremidades, en este caso las inferiores?
Debido a lo que explicamos en un principio,
Well, given what we explained early on at the beginning,
acerca de la plasticidad del sistema nervioso central,
regarding the plasticity of the central nervous system,
no hay duda que el CRPS se puede propagar
there's no doubt that CRPS can propagate
a otras áreas del cuerpo de diferentes formas.
to other areas of the body in different ways.
And so, in Maya's first round of treatment, in her first episode of this CRPS, she had a relapse and then a cessation. That means they stopped all the ketamine treatments before her series was finished. Can you tell the jury whether stopping treatment before it has completed its elasticity change, or what was the term, the resetting of the brain, whether this will cause her more problems?
Objection. Frankly, don't understand the question. How vague and troublesome.
I think you need to clean up that question.
It only had about 50 words in it. So, if you stop the treatment before the brain fully resets.
A ver, si se interrumpe el tratamiento antes de que el cerebro completamente se resete.
Sí, lo entendí.
As happened with Maya, what are the effects in terms of finishing the job?
¿Cómo ha pasado con Maya? ¿Cuáles son los efectos en cuanto a terminar el trabajo humano?
Object because I don't think that question reflects the evidence.
What was the problem?
You said finish the treatment.
Complete the series of ketamine infusions.
O sea, completar la serie de infusiones de ketamina.
If you interrupt the treatment with the ketamine before the brain resets, does this cause negative effects?
Si se interrumpe el tratamiento con la ketamina antes de que el cerebro se resetee completamente, ¿causa estos efectos negativos?
Pudiera, recordando que
It could, remembering that
cuando llegamos a utilizar la ketamina es porque todos los tratamientos anteriores han fallado.
when we get to the use of ketamine is before all prior treatments have failed.
Now, have you seen in your career where severe mental stress or severe emotional stress can trigger a ketamine relapse?
En su carrera, ¿ha visto usted que un estrés mental
CRP.
severo, un momento,
Check, CRPS relapse.
She reacts to it.
A CRPS relapse I'm talking about.
me refiero a un relapso, una recaída en el CRPS. ¿Ha visto en su carrera que un estrés mental severo pueda causarlo?
Es bien sabido que dentro del dolor existe la parte emocional.
It is well known that within pain there exists an emotional part.
Es parte de la definición de dolor.
It's part of the definition of pain.
Hay muchos estudios que demuestran
There are many studies that demonstrate
que ansiedad,
that anxiety,
coraje, enojo,
anger, rage,
depresión
depression
incrementa la posibilidad de tener CRPS
increase the possibility of having CRPS
después de una fractura o una cirugía.
after a fracture or a surgery.
The jury has or may hear that Maya has some significant psychological issues, including depression, clinical, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Al jurado se le ha presentado que Maya tenía algunas situaciones de depresión severa e incluido trastorno depresivo postraumático.
Based on your clinical knowledge, then, would Maya, with those symptoms, as opposed to without them, be more likely to have more frequent and more painful CRPS relapses?
En base a su conocimiento clínico,
That's object, Your Honor. I'll get a frame of reference as to when and what this is being based on.
This is a predicate, Judge.
It's sustained, so why don't you re-ask with additional time frames?
Following the treatment, if Maya had added on to this CRPS and clinical depression, what effect would it have to a reasonable medical probability on Maya having more and or more severe and more frequent CRPS episodes?
posterior al tratamiento, si Maya continuara teniendo efectos de CRPS y de depresión severa, ¿qué efecto pudiera tener esto en que sus recaídas o episodios de CRPS fueran más frecuentes y más dolorosos?
Pudiera tener un impacto alto porque los pacientes pierden la habilidad de enfrentar la situación que están llevando.
It could have a high impact because patients lose the ability of coping with the situation they're facing. Continue.
Pierden la habilidad de enfrentar el dolor de la misma manera y su incapacidad va, por lo tanto, a incrementar.
They lose the ability of coping with pain in different ways, therefore their incapacity will increase.
And is that opinion to a reasonable medical probability?
Y esa opinión suya es en un grado razonable de probabilidad médica.
Definitivo.
So I have one other photo. Do we have 25, 29, 60? Is that?
Yes, we did.
Yes. Can we show 2529-60? I'll represent to you, unless you. Can you recognize this photograph, Doctor?
¿Reconoce usted esta fotografía?
Sí.
Yes.
And what is it?
¿Qué es?
Son úlceras que son muy comunes, no son muy comunes, son úlceras que se ven frecuentes en CRPS.
These are ulcers which are very common, well, not very common, but they are frequently seen in CRPS.
And with Maya, was she in the midst of a Did she have CRPS at the time you observed the lesions?
¿Tenía ella CRPS cuando usted observó estas lesiones?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that a sign that of relapse if she has them in the future, that either a relapse is coming or a relapse is coming or is there?
¿Sería esto una señal de una recaída en el futuro, que se aproxima una recaída o que está en una recaída?
A mí me preocuparía verlas definitivamente
I
por...
would be concerned with seeing them, definitely. One moment.
Thank you, Doctor.
Gracias.
No further questions.
Mr. Hunter, go ahead. Approach, I'm going to be a while. Correct.
The members of the jury, of course, we were talking about a very important subject. You probably know what that subject is, lunch. Because of the emergency alert test, my question to the jury is this. If we go until, let's say 1, take a late lunch and come back at 2:30, that means we should be hopefully after everybody's cell phones have rung. But we can do that, or we can take a break now and then start back with cross-examination and maybe not finish before we'd have to take the break for the alarm. So basically, do you want to go to lunch now, or do you want to soldier on through until about 1? Well, the consensus seems to be let's keep going. Madam Court, are you okay?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
As I understand it, Dr. Cantu, you got this patient referred to you by Dr. Kirkpatrick, correct?
Según entiendo, doctor Cantú, a este paciente se lo refirió usted el doctor Kirkpatrick.
Correct.
And you told us earlier how many patients you see on average per month that have CRPS.
Nos dijo anteriormente cuántos pacientes ve usted en promedio al mes que tienen CRPS.
Up to this point, when you saw Ms. Kowalski by referral from Dr. Kirkpatrick, how many had you given the ketamine coma treatment to?
Hasta este punto en que recibe usted a la señorita Kowalski referida por el doctor Kirkpatrick, ¿cuántos pacientes habían sido administrados del coma por ketamina?
Si bien recuerdo, empezamos en el 2007.
If I recall correctly, we started in 2007.
I understand.
Correcto, entiendo.
How many patients had you given it to?
Ya,
Correcto, entiendo. ¿A
para,
cuántos pacientes?
para allá voy.
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
En todos esos años aproximadamente era 1 o 2 pacientes por mes.
In all those years, it was approximately 1 or 2 patients per month.
Muy seguramente
¿Cómo?
fueron más de 25 pacientes.
Most likely, it was more than 25 patients. ¿En coma por ketamina?
Sí.
Yeah.
And was this the youngest patient you'd ever treated this with?
¿Y era esta la paciente más joven que hubiera tratado?
Hasta donde recuerdo, sí.
To my recollection, it was.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you were doing this on sort of a protocol basis, is that right?
Ahora, hasta donde entiendo, usted hacía esto en base a un protocolo, ¿correcto?
Sí, siempre seguíamos el mismo patrón.
In other words,
We always followed the same pattern.
sorry, I'm trying to get used to this. I'm sorry. So there's to get into to have the treatment, you were looking for certain boxes to get checked, right?
O sea, para acceder al tratamiento, usted verificaba que las casillas quedaron marcadas.
Sí.
Yeah.
And one of those boxes was that the patient had CRPS over 80 to 90% of their body.
Y una de estas casillas era que el paciente tuviera CRPS en 80 o 90% de su cuerpo.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And one box was that they had to have failed all the other treatments.
Y otra casilla era que ellos tenían que todos los otros tratamientos hubieran fracasado.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And so, and that was because the coma is a sort of last resort, correct?
Y esto porque el coma es una especie de último recurso.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And that's because it is a high-risk procedure.
Y esto es porque es un procedimiento de alto riesgo.
Tiene un alto riesgo.
It has a high risk.
And you tell every patient that.
Y usted se lo dice a cada paciente.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And that's not just because of the ketamine, that's also because of the intubation.
Y esto no es únicamente por la ketamina, sino también por la intubación.
Así es.
That's right.
And the length of the intubation.
Y la duración de la intubación.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And the impact of ventilation for 5 days.
Y el impacto a la ventilación por 5 días.
Así es.
That's right.
And then the risk of infection from all of that.
Y el riesgo de infecciones por todo esto.
Así es.
That's right.
And then the effect of all the other drugs besides just ketamine.
Y el efecto de todos los demás fármacos, además de la ketamina.
Sí.
Yes.
And all of those risks are why you tell every patient
Y son
that
todos,
there is a 50% risk of death.
son todos estos riesgos el motivo por el que le dice a los pacientes que hay un riesgo de muerte del 50%.
Si yo supiera que es del 50%, no lo haría.
If I knew it's 50%, I wouldn't do it.
So there's
If you knew it was 50% for one patient,
Si usted supiera que para un paciente era de 50%.
para todos.
For all of them.
okay. Isn't it true that you caution all your patients that there is a 50% risk of death from this procedure?
¿No es cierto que usted le advierte a cada paciente que hay un riesgo de muerte del 50% en este procedimiento?
Hay un alto riesgo, no un 50% precisamente.
There's a high risk, not a 50% risk precisely.
Excuse me, Mr. Wong.
Permítame.
And I'm having trouble finding what I'm looking for here. So let me come back to that.
Tengo una dificultad para encontrar lo que estoy buscando, así que volvamos a este.
Let's talk for a moment about the dosing that you used
Hablemos por un momento sobre la dosificación que usted usa,
with this patient.
que usó con este paciente.
If I understood correctly, you began the dose with 3 milligrams per kilogram, and you maintained that dose over 24 hours, correct?
Si entiendo correctamente, usted comenzó el procedimiento con 3 miligramos por kilogramo y mantuvo esa dosis por 24 horas.
Así es.
Es correcto.
And why did you calculate that dosage based on milligrams per kilogram?
¿Por qué calculó usted esa dosis en base a miligramos por kilogramo?
Este protocolo lo hicimos a expensas de un protocolo que ya existía en Alemania.
This protocol, we did it based on a protocol that existed already in Germany,
En el que usaban las cantidades que nosotros usamos.
in which they used the amounts that we use.
Let me come back to that.
Permítame volver sobre eso.
Remember when your deposition was taken on July 6th of this year?
¿Recuerda cuando se tomó
Sí.
su declaración el 6 de julio de este año? Yes.
Do you remember when the following questions were asked with your answer?
¿Recuerda usted cuando se le hicieron las siguientes preguntas y sus respuestas?
Okay, and did you tell them, patients, that the risk of death was 50%? Answer, 50% or more.
Can he be shown?
Sure, by all means. Should I show it to the interpreter or the witness?
I can read that.
Witness, tell what page and line, and if the witness wishes the interpreter to assist him, he can.
Your Honor, if I'm allowed, I have an own copy of the deposition that I obtained for prepping that I can have. And,
I'm there for you.
oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So right here.
Counsel, page and line, please.
Page 56, start at line 11.
Thank you.
Actually, you start the exchange on line 8.
De hecho, empezamos.
Is that your testimony?
Ese puede ser su
Sí.
testimonio.
Sí, lo que estoy leyendo sí.
Yes, from what I'm reading it is.
Very well. Now let's go back to the dosage.
Volvamos a la dosis ahora.
You considered the dosing that you gave during the ketamine coma to be a high dose of ketamine, correct?
¿Usted consideraría la dosis aplicada en el coma por ketamina una dosis alta?
Sí.
Yes.
And that is why you took the precautions that you took with this patient, correct?
Y por eso es que toma usted las precauciones que tomó con este paciente, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
Okay. So you began the dosing at 3 milligrams per kilogram per day.
Usted empezó entonces la dosis en 3 miligramos por kilogramo por día.
No. 3 miligramos por kilogramo por hora.
No, 3 milligrams
Per
per
hour, beg
kilogram
your
per
pardon.
hour.
Okay. And you calculated the dosage based on milligrams per kilogram for the patient's safety, correct?
Usted calculó la dosis en base a miligramos por kilogramo por hora por la seguridad del paciente, ¿correcto?
Porque queríamos ver cuál era la dosis justa para ellos.
Because we wanted to see what was the right dosage.
Okay. And then you moved up from there.
Y entonces empieza a avanzar a partir de ahí.
Is that correct?
Correcto.
Okay. And then at the 3 milligram level, that's an anesthetic dose, correct?
Al nivel de 3 miligramos es una dosis anestésica.
Correcto.
As if this patient were undergoing surgery.
Es como si este paciente fuera a pasar a cirugía.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you did that for 24 hours.
Lo hizo por 24 horas entonces.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you moved up to 4 milligrams per kilogram.
Y entonces subió a 4 miligramos por kilogramo.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And then the following day you moved up to 5.
Y el día siguiente subió a 5.
Sí.
Yes.
And the following day to 6.
Y el día siguiente a 6.
And then the following day to 7.
Y el siguiente a 7.
Sí.
Yes.
And so 7 milligrams per kilogram per hour.
O sea, 7
It's
miligramos
the highest you gave.
por kilogramo por hora es la dosis más alta que le di.
Sí.
Yes.
And that high dose of ketamine required you to have the monitoring in place that you had,
Y
correct?
esa dosis alta de ketamina requería que usted tuviera implementados los monitores que tenía.
Correcto.
Correcto.
Because that, again, is an anesthetic dose of ketamine as if the patient were in the operating room for surgery,
Porque
correct?
esa nuevamente es una dosis anestésica de ketamina, como si el paciente estuviera en un salón operatorio, en el quirófano.
Así es.
That's right.
And we saw in the pictures that counsel displayed to you
Y vimos en las fotos que el abogado le mostró
that this patient was in an ICU, intensive care unit type setting,
que
correct?
este paciente estaba en un ambiente de cuidados intensivos.
Correcto.
Okay. And so she had in an endotracheal tube,
Tenía una intubación endotraqueal,
Sí.
yes.
she had an arterial line in,
Tenía una línea arterial,
and that was for constant vital sign monitoring,
y eso es para monitoreo constante de los signos vitales,
Sí.
yes.
as well as delivery of fluids if need be.
Así como la alimentación, si se necesita, la delivery of food
IV fluids para, para líquidos que se necesiten.
for liquids that are needed.
And you also had a feeding tube in,
Y, I'm sorry,
Yeah, feeding tube.
Un
feeding tube.
Feeding tube.
Oh, feeding tube, un tubo de ajuste.
Sí, utilizamos un tubo de alimentación que va de la boca a estómago y luego a duodeno, que es intestino delgado.
Yes, we use a feeding tube that goes from the mouth into the stomach and then to a duodenum,
Para,
which is
para alimentación.
the thin intestines for the feeding.
Right. And in this particular case, this patient had some trouble with gastroparesis
En,
when the feeding tube was used,
en
correct?
este caso en particular, este paciente tuvo ciertos problemas con gastroparesis.
Gastroparesis.
Sí, por el tubo de alimentación.
No por el tubo de alimentación.
Not because of the feeding tube.
Because of,
Debido a
El CRPS puede tener cierta actividad sobre las vísceras.
CRPS can have certain activity on guts.
ketamine can have gastroparesis too, Karen.
La ketamina puede crear la gastroparesis.
Eso lo vemos más con opioides tipo morfina,
That we see more on opioids type morphine
porque actúan en receptores diferentes.
because they act on different receptors.
Does the manufacturer warn about ketamine having a gastroparetic effect?
El fabricante advierte que la ketamina puede tener un efecto de gastroparesis.
Pudiérase ver, pero no es lo frecuente.
It could be seen, but it's not frequent.
Now, during the time that this patient was under this general anesthetic, did she also have an inhalation?
Durante el tiempo en que este paciente estuvo bajo anestesia general, tuvo también un episodio de colonización de cándida.
Sí, en uno de los cultivos que tomamos del tubo endotraqueal creció Candida albicans.
Yes, in one of the cultures taken from the endotracheal tube, there was a growth of Candida albans.
And that required treatment for several days with an antifungal, correct?
Y eso requirió tratamiento por varios días con un antifúngico.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And that was because of the endotracheal tube.
Esto debido al tubo endotraqueal.
Es probable que sí.
It probably is.
And the endotracheal tube was necessary to protect the patient's airway with these high doses of ketamine.
Y el tubo endotraqueal era necesario para proteger las vías respiratorias del paciente con estas altas dosis de ketamina.
Correcto.
Correcto.
You've told us how many mgs per How many milligrams per kilogram? We call that mgs per kg, right?
Usted nos ha dicho cuántos miligramos por kilogramos, le decimos mix por kgs.
Milligramos is milligrams. Micrograms is micrograms.
Okay. But this was milligrams.
Yes.
Pero son miligramos.
Correct.
This is milligrams per kilogram per hour.
Son miligramos por kilogramo por hora.
And
yes,
if we wanted to figure out the total amount of ketamine that was given to this young lady each day of the ketamine coma, we would multiply the mgs per kg per hour times 24 times her weight, kilograms.
O sea, si quisiéramos determinar la cantidad total de ketamina aplicada a esta jovencita cada día durante el coma, tendríamos que multiplicar el resultado de los miligramos por kilogramos por 24.
Sí.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I think I got the C, but that's about it.
No me gustan las matemáticas tampoco.
I don't like maths either.
You're talking to the right guy. But if do you remember how much Ms. Kowalski weighed when you administered this?
¿Recuerda usted cuánto pesaba la señorita Kowalski cuando usted le administró esto?
25, 28 kilos.
25, 28 kilos.
Okay, but what you would have weighed her.
Pero usted la habría pesado.
Sí.
Okay. And you would have used whatever weight that was to calculate your dosage during the ketamine coma.
Y habría usado el peso obtenido para calcular la dosis durante el coma por ketamina. Yes.
Is that correct?
¿Es correcto?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I'm gathering that in a situation where you gave, or someone gave, more than 7 milligrams per kilogram per hour, the same sort of precautions would be necessary.
Asumo que usted o cualquiera que aplique 7 miligramos por kilogramo por hora o más, aplica las mismas medidas de precaución.
The problem is the question is improper hypothetical because he's comparing, he's not allowing for the length.
Go with legal basis.
It's assumes facts not in evidence, and it misstates the method of measuring the ketamine dose.
Puede responder la objeción en ese final.
Would you mind?
Sure. You've told us that 7 milligrams per kilogram per hour was a high dose.
Sí, no digo que 7 miligramos por kilogramo por hora es una dosis alta.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in fact, the same is true of the 3 milligrams per kilogram per hour,
De
correct?
hecho, es igual para 3 miligramos por kilogramo por hora.
Sí.
Okay. So and in both when you administered both those levels of dosing, you had this patient on a ventilator with an endotracheal tube with all kinds of monitors in it, correct?
Cuando se administran estas dos dosis, se tiene al paciente con un ventilador, con tubo endotraqueal y con todo tipo de monitoreo.
Is that correct?
¿Es correcto?
Okay. And you did that as a precaution for the patient's safety.
Y usted hizo esto como precaución por la seguridad del paciente.
Correct.
Okay. So if you or someone else were to deliver a higher dose of ketamine, a higher dose than 7 milligrams per kilogram per hour, is it fair to conclude that the same precautions would be necessary?
Si usted o alguien más fuera a aplicar una dosis mayor a 7 miligramos por kilogramo por hora de ketamina, sería correcto asumir que deberían asumirse las mismas precauciones.
Si lo voy a hacer por 24 horas, sí.
If I'm doing it over 24 hours, yes.
Okay. If you're doing it over 4 hours, you have to do that.
Si lo hace por 4 horas, tiene que hacerlo.
Not sure about. No estoy seguro de eso.
Not sure about that.
Not sure about that. Okay. Do you do that?
¿Lo hizo usted?
Lo más que he dado yo son 2,000 miligramos en 2 horas.
The most I have provided is 2,000 milligrams in 2 hours.
And you did that without an airway.
Yes.
Y eso lo ha hecho sin,
You did that without monitoring.
sin monitoreo.
Sí les pongo pulsoxímetro, les pongo electrocardiograma y les pongo para la presión.
I do put them on a heartbeat meter, EKG, and blood pressure.
With no airway protection,
Pero no hay protección a las vías respiratorias,
even though they could aspirate.
a pesar de que puedan aspirar.
La ventaja de la ketamina es que mantienen su permeabilidad de la vía aérea.
The advantage of ketamine is that they maintain the permeability in the airways.
I'm sorry?
Perdón.
Sí. La ventaja de la ketamina es que es un medicamento que mantiene patente la vía aérea.
Mantiene patente.
The advantage of the ketamine medication is that it keeps an open airway all the time.
But the airway can be compromised by aspiration or other complications of the medication, correct?
Pero las vías respiratorias pueden verse comprometidas por aspiración o por alguna otra complicación médica.
Eso lo vemos frecuentemente con cualquier dosis.
That we see it frequently with any doses.
Okay. So you do see that?
O sea, lo ha visto.
Sí.
Yep.
Okay. Now, when this patient came to you, well, let me finish that for a minute. I'll come back to this. Counsel asked you about some of the results.
Sorry.
It's okay. I didn't expect you to be that loud. I was looking for the waterfall.
It wasn't me.
When this patient emerged from the ketamine coma, you described some of the effects.
Cuando esta paciente salió del coma, porque también usted describió algunos de los efectos.
Did she still have dystonia?
¿Aún tenía ella distonia?
Hasta donde recuerdo, todavía tenía algo de distonia.
As far as I recall, she still had some dystonia.
Okay. And she still had some lesions.
Y aún tenía algunas lesiones.
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
And she was still unable to walk.
Y aún no podía caminar.
Correcto.
Okay. Can we get that exhibit number 60 up again? I got the wrong one. I'm sorry. I meant to ask for 69. Okay. This is the picture you talked about in the wheelchair.
La foto de la que usted hablaba en la silla de ruedas.
Sí.
Yes.
This patient is using a seat belt to secure in the wheelchair, correct?
Esta paciente tiene un cinturón para asegurarla a la silla de ruedas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then she still had some pain, but her pain was better, correct?
Y aún tiene algo de dolor, pero está mejor del dolor.
Muy probable.
Very likely.
So, if I understand correctly, after this coma procedure, patient came back to you for a booster, correct?
Si entiendo correctamente, después de este procedimiento del coma, la paciente volvió con usted para un refuerzo.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And then after that, was she still having dystonia?
Después de eso, ¿tenía ella un distonia?
No lo sé, no lo recuerdo.
I don't know that. I don't recall it.
Okay. And after that, after the booster, was she still wheelchair bound?
Después del refuerzo, ¿estuvo ella aún confinada a la silla de ruedas?
Sí, recordar que fue un refuerzo en tiempo temprano, después del coma.
Yes, keep in mind it was a booster shortly after the coma.
Okay. But after the booster, she was still wheelchair bound.
Pero después del refuerzo aún seguía confinada a la silla de ruedas.
Sí,
You still had leg weakness,
sí,
Aún tenía debilidad en las piernas.
and she still had residual pain.
Y aún tenía dolores residuales.
sí.
Yep.
And that was after both the coma and the booster,
Y esto fue,
about 3 weeks later.
esto fue después del coma y del refuerzo, 3 semanas después.
Sí.
Yes.
If I understand correctly, the purpose of all your treatment was to increase function, correct?
Si entiendo correctamente, el propósito de todos sus tratamientos fue incrementar la funcionalidad.
Sí.
Yes.
This patient was basically at the same function level after the booster as she was after the regular coma procedure, correct?
Pero este paciente estaba básicamente en el mismo nivel de función después del refuerzo que estaba después del coma.
Se pudiera ver de esa forma.
Yes, it could be seen like that.
Sin embargo,
However,
hay que recordar que son pacientes que tienen la enfermedad en forma crónica.
you have to keep in mind that these are patients that have the disease in a chronic,
Y quedan confinados a la cama.
and they are still bedridden.
Entonces pierden la capacidad, pierden el tono motor, independientemente del coma o no.
So they lose their capacity. They lose their motor tone, regardless of the coma or not.
Tienen que entrar a un ejercicio de rehabilitación para reincorporarse.
They have to undergo a rehabilitation exercise so that they can re-engage.
Sure. Did you know when this patient came to you how long she had been wheelchair bound from CRPS?
¿Sabía usted cuando llegó esta paciente a usted cuánto tiempo llevaba confinada a la silla de ruedas por el CRPS?
No recuerdo el dato exacto.
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. But many of your patients have been CRPS afflicted, if I can use the word, for many years.
Pero muchos de sus pacientes se han visto afligidos, si puedo usar la palabra, por el CRPS por muchos años.
Sí.
Yes.
This patient had hers start in July of 2015. Did you know that?
Paciente tuvo su comienzo en julio del 2015, ¿lo sabía usted?
Correcto.
Correcto.
Okay. So she had it for a comparatively short period of time.
O sea, no había tenido comparativamente por un periodo de tiempo corto.
Sí.
Yeah.
Okay. But when she came to you to start with, from Dr. Kirkpatrick,
Pero cuando llega a usted, para empezar, querida por el doctor Kirkpatrick,
she had an intractable case of CRPS, correct?
ella tenía un caso no rastreable de CRPS.
Intratable.
Intratable.
Ella era un caso refractario al tratamiento convencional, sí.
She was a refractory case to conventional treatment.
That's what I wanted to get to.
A eso quería llegar.
She was you said she was refractory to conventional treatment. Had you seen any records from All Children's Hospital?
Me dice que ella era un caso refractario al tratamiento convencional. Ahora, ¿había visto usted algún expediente de Regional Children?
No.
This is the Interpreter Council. What was the name of the hospital?
All Children's
All
Hospital.
Children's.
The All Children's Hospital?
No.
No.
And you hadn't seen any records from Lurie Children's Hospital?
Y no había visto ningún expediente de Lurie Children's Hospital?
No.
No.
And you hadn't seen any records from Tampa General Hospital?
Ni había visto expediente del Tampa General Hospital?
No.
No.
And so the only history of other treatment that you had was from Dr. Kirkpatrick and the mother, correct?
El único historial de los otros tratamientos que usted tenía era del Dr. Kirkpatrick y de la madre, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
Now, part of your protocol, part of the boxes that you want to check before you place this young lady in a coma, one of those boxes was a psychological evaluation, correct?
Una de las casillas que usted debía marcar en su protocolo antes de poner a este paciente en un coma era el de la evaluación psicológica, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
Did you ever see one of those cases?
¿Alguna vez vio usted uno de estos casos?
¿De qué casos?
What case?
In this case, in Ms. Kowalski's case,
Oh.
did you ever see a psychological report of the type you usually get for your protocol before she was placed in ketamine coma?
En este caso de la señorita Kowalski, ¿vio usted uno de estos reportes psicológicos antes de que se le pusiera en el coma por ketamina?
No.
No.
You were told, I suppose perhaps Dr. Kirkpatrick told you that she had already had one?
Le dijo, supongo que el doctor Kirkpatrick le dijo que ya tuviera ella uno.
Muy probablemente así fue.
But you never saw that?
Pero no lo vio.
No.
No.
Going back to after the booster,
Volviendo a después del refuerzo,
did you get any follow-up information about this patient?
¿obtuvo usted alguna información de seguimiento sobre este paciente?
Sí, yo hablé con el doctor Kirkpatrick, que era el que les daba seguimiento a los pacientes cuando él me lo refería.
Yes, I talked to Dr. Kirkpatrick, who was the one who followed up on patients as he referred.
Y si bien recuerdo, vi algunos videos
And
de Maya.
recall right, I saw some videos.
I'm sorry?
This is the interpreter repeating. I saw some videos.
Some videos. Did you know that Dr. Kirkpatrick didn't see this patient from January until May of 2018?
¿Sabía usted que el doctor Kirkpatrick no vio a este paciente desde enero hasta mayo del 2018?
No recuerdo de cuándo eran los videos.
I don't recall when were the videos from.
I believe the videos you saw were from January 2017. No, check that, I'm sorry, 2016, but don't hold me to that. Point is, did you get any follow-up information from Dr. Kirkpatrick regarding this patient after the video you got following the booster?
Creo que los videos que
At all.
usted vio habrían sido de enero 17 o 2016. En todo caso, ¿obtuvo usted alguna información de seguimiento del doctor Kirkpatrick después de ver estos videos?
No lo recuerdo.
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you ever made aware that this patient had required 55 ketamine boosters over the 10 months following your booster?
¿Se le informó en algún momento que esta paciente requirió 55 o más refuerzos de ketamina en el periodo de 10 meses después de su refuerzo?
Sabía que recibía refuerzos, pero no sabía en cuántos había recibido.
I knew she was receiving boosters. I just didn't know how many she had received.
But you didn't know she had received 55 over that 10 months.
Pero supo que recibió, o llegó a saber que recibió 55 en ese periodo.
No esa cantidad precisa, no.
Not that precise amount.
And did you know that she had suffered a relapse of her CRPS in October of 2016?
Y supo usted que en octubre del 2016 sufrió ella una recaída de su CRPS.
No recuerdo.
I don't recall.
A major relapse in a patient such as this would not be a surprise, would it?
Una recaída significativa en pacientes como este no sería algo sorpresivo, ¿no es así?
Así es.
That's right.
I'm sorry?
That's right.
Okay. Because this patient had already shown that she was refractory to CRPS therapy of the type that you folks use.
Porque este
correct?
paciente ya había mostrado ser refractaria a las terapias para CRPS que ustedes mismos usan.
Correcto.
Correcto.
They have the, It's one last question or set of questions here. You don't have any records of the care you rendered to Maya Kowalski in Long, do you?
No conmigo.
Not with me.
Okay. Those are maintained by the hospital down there?
¿Los mantiene el hospital allá?
Sí.
Yes.
Incidentally, did you ever get contacted by Dr. Wasnauer regarding this case?
E incidentalmente, ¿alguna vez le contactó el Dr. Walsh con relación a este caso?
¿Wesner?
¿Weisner?
Yes.
No recuerdo haber hablado con él.
I don't recall having talked to him.
And you never talked to a pulmonologist or an immunologist about this patient?
¿Y nunca habló con un neumonólogo o sobre este caso?
No.
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Es todo por mi parte, gracias.
Mr. Anderson, any further questions?
To the best of your knowledge, Dr. Wassenauer was not challenging the diagnosis of CRPS. Everything you saw.
Hasta donde usted sabe, el Dr. Weisman no pone en duda su diagnóstico de CRPS.
Hasta donde yo sé, así es.
To my knowledge, that is so.
All right. Let's discuss how Maya did in the 6 months after your treatment and the continued ketamine treatment. First, may we have 2415, an email to you from Beata.
Hablemos de cómo le fue a Maya en los 6 meses posteriores a su tratamiento con ketamina. Lo primero que le mostraré es un correo electrónico de usted a Beata.
Previously admitted, Judge.
This is amended.
Second page. Okay. We can go if the doctor's done.
Okay.
Okay.
So does her email to you lead off with, she saw a huge improvement after these?
Este correo electrónico de ella empieza diciéndole que vio una enorme mejoría después de su tratamiento.
Say that again. ¿Me lo puedes repetir, por
Say
favor?
that again, can you repeat it, please?
The patient's mother, in the first communication back to you, state that there is a huge improvement in her last ketamine infusions and boosters.
El correo de la madre a usted empieza diciéndole.
I didn't hear it, but it's leading. That was just a question.
I'm going to overrule that. Let's not read the email.
Now, I want to show you some photographs, but first I want to ask, does it take, in some patients, a period of time for the your ketamine procedures to come to fruition? That is, to give the patient the full benefit of them.
Le requiere a un paciente un periodo de tiempo completo después de aplicarse el procedimiento para ver los beneficios totales del procedimiento.
Sí, habitualmente yo les pido a los pacientes esperar al menos 30 días para empezar a ver realmente cambios.
Yes, usually I ask patients to wait at least 30 days to start actually seeing changes.
So, let me show you then some post-coma pictures. Can we pull up 2530-006? Date of this photo, for the record, is December 28th, 2015, about 6 weeks after.
Le voy a mostrar una fotografía del 28 de diciembre del 2016, unas, did you say 26 council weeks?
No, I said about 6 weeks.
6 weeks, okay. Unas 6 semanas después del procedimiento.
Does this patient look like she is improving from the patient you saw?
¿Luce este paciente que está mejorando del paciente que usted vio?
Definitivamente.
Definitely.
Let's look at 0027. That's 253027. Does this patient look like she had improved from the time that you last saw her?
¿Luce este paciente haber mejorado desde la última vez que la vieron usted?
Sin duda.
No doubt.
And let's look at 2687. We're moving now to March, some 3.5 months later.
Y pasemos a la siguiente foto de marzo, unos 3 meses y medio después.
Okay, does it appear to you that the patient's dystonia is much improved?
Este video muestra que la distonia del paciente ha tenido una gran mejoría.
Correcto.
Enough so that she can actually get on a little scooter and place her feet on it. Objection. Does it show that it is improved to the point where she can actually use her feet to balance herself on a scooter?
De hecho, muestra que haya mejorado al punto de poder colocar sus pies y apoyarse en una bicicleta o...
Así lo veo.
So I see it.
Your Honor, we have moved to admit 2691, a video of April 30th, 2016. I'd like to move to admit that. It's, I think the court has seen it. It's the scuba practice in pool one. Have you seen this?
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Hold on. Okay. We'll get it into evidence. All right. And so let's go to now about 5-6 months after your treatments. Right. I think that's all we need of this one for right now. Let's re-see the entire. Doctor, did you notice in here that Maya has sufficient upper body strength now to balance herself on a pool toy?
Actually, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you see here about Maya's core strength improved?
¿Qué ve usted, si ve algo, sobre la mejoría en la fortaleza superior de Maya?
Si yo no supiera que Maya ha pasado por todo lo que pasó, en este video en particular la veo como una niña normal.
If I had not known that Maya went through everything she went through in this video, I'd see her like a normal girl.
No quise decir normal.
What do you mean to say normal?
Sin que no tuvo un padecimiento como la CRP.
Not having had a disease like CRPS.
And this is following the follow-up infusions with Dr. Hannah, to be correct here. The overall impression here was of a child, was striking. Was this child on her way to walking at this point, from what you've seen?
Predicate, Your Honor.
Overall, you can answer.
Por lo que puede usted ver, esta niña va camino a poder caminar.
Sí.
Yes.
Is there a phrase for seeing is believing in Spanish?
Hay una frase en español que dice
I will
ver
draw.
es.
I will draw.
Lo repito.
amount of ketamine used on the boosters was, I believe, 1,500 to 2,000 over 2 hours. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Cantidad de ketamina mayor que usted dice haber usado, creo que dijo fueron de 1.500 a 2.000 miligramos en un periodo de 2 horas.
Correcto.
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit about the concept of titration in terms of where you reach your dosages?
Yeah, fair.
Overall.
¿Puede explicar al jurado el concepto de titración? Sería la valoración.
Cuando uno titula los medicamentos que damos en anestesia en general, sobre todo este tipo de medicamentos,
When you titrate the medications that we provide in general anesthesia, especially these type of medications,
uno va incrementando las dosis de acuerdo a la tolerancia del paciente.
you increase the dosage according to the patient's tolerance.
And so up to 2,000 milligrams, in your view, would you say that an outpatient infusion of this amount is perfectly safe?
Entonces,
Overall.
hasta 2.000 miligramos en un procedimiento ambulatorio, diría usted para un paciente que es un procedimiento seguro.
Sí, sí lo puedo decir, definitivo.
Yes, I can say that, definitely.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunter, do you have any further questions?
Just help me on. We go to trial exhibit 2415-001. Counsel pointed out the first sentence of the first paragraph, but not the second sentence. Doesn't that indicate that she's still in the wheelchair, but moving around in the wheelchair better?
El abogado señalaba la primera oración de ese correo, pero no señaló la segunda. ¿Indica esta que está aún moviéndose en la silla de ruedas?
No veo la silla de ruedas en ningún punto.
Don't see the wheelchair anywhere.
WC?
WC.
Wheelchair, ok. Sí.
Wheelchair, yes.
And it also indicates that she's scooting on the floor and crawling a little.
Y también indica estarse moviendo y gateando, arrastrándose un poco por el piso.
Lo veo.
I see it.
Do you know how much treatment she had since your booster at this point?
¿Sabe usted para este punto cuánto tratamiento había tenido ella después de su refuerzo?
No.
No.
Counsel showed you a series of pictures. Do you know what treatment she'd had before those pictures were taken?
El abogado le mostró una
How many
serie
treatments?
de fotos. ¿Sabe usted cuántos tratamientos había recibido ella antes de que se tomaran esas fotos?
No.
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Nada más. Muchas gracias.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
Like put the 50%. Do your hospitals you operate in and the insurance companies require you to make the worst possible case scenario known to the patient as part of the procedure?
Los hospitales.
Yeah, scope and proper physical. I mean,
not the scope of the cost.
Okay. Los hospitales donde usted trabaja y las compañías de seguro con las que trabaja requieren de usted presentar a los pacientes antes de un procedimiento siempre el peor escenario posible.
Sí, todos los pacientes tienen que firmar un consentimiento.
Yes, all patients have to sign a consent form.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
That's all right. Thank you.
Just a second, because I've got the jury first.
Un segundo.
And they have questions. It looks like a lot of them.
Parece que bastantes.
Okay. Doctor, we have some questions from the jury.
Okay.
Doctor, tenemos varias preguntas del jurado.
And there's quite a few of them,
Y hay,
which is fine. We're just going to go through one at a time.
por eso vamos a hablar de cada una de ellas.
It has been mentioned that you have an intake form or system of determining if a patient is eligible for your medical coma treatment.
Se ha mencionado que tiene un formulario de admisión o un sistema para determinar que un paciente es elegible para un tratamiento de coma por ketamina.
Is it a steadfast requirement that all these check boxes be met, or during your medical intake, you as a doctor can ultimately determine the eligibility of the patient for this or any procedure?
Es requisito que todas las casillas queden marcadas o como médico puede usted personalmente determinar la elegibilidad de un paciente para el procedimiento.
Es principalmente la elegibilidad que como médico damos.
It is mainly the eligibility that as a physician we determine,
Pero el cuerpo médico del hospital
but the whole medical body of the hospital
y ética del hospital
and the ethical team
lo apruebe.
approves it.
Next question. Is a medical coma used in hospitals for other purposes, and is it a normal and acceptable procedure to use, and this is not a new or strange procedure?
Es el coma. Your Honor, may I read the question? Thank you. Es el coma médico usado en hospitales para otros propósitos y es un procedimiento normal y aceptable en su uso, y si no es nuevo o un procedimiento foráneo, extraño.
Es un procedimiento que se utiliza solamente, que lo utilizamos solamente para pacientes con CRPS.
It's a procedure that we use only for patients with CRPS.
Y es un procedimiento que se ha hecho en otras partes anteriormente.
And it's a procedure that has been done in other areas previously.
Is a medical coma a highly controversial and unacceptable procedure?
¿Es el coma médico un procedimiento altamente controversial y conflictivo, o sea, criticado? Highly controversial and
Unacceptable.
e inaceptable.
¿Es controversial? Probablemente sí.
If it is controversial, probably it is.
No aceptable en términos de qué podemos hablar.
Unacceptable, in what terms can we discuss?
Porque son pacientes que tienen una pobre calidad de vida.
Because these are all patients that have a very poor quality of life,
Y son pacientes que muchas veces tienden al suicidio.
and these are patients that in many cases have a tendency to suicide.
¿Qué es? ¿Cuál fue la última palabra? No aceptable. No, yo no pienso que sea algo no aceptable.
Whether it is unacceptable, I don't think it's unacceptable.
Next question. Can you confirm that you said someone with CRPS has a higher tolerance for pain? Is that correct?
¿Puede confirmar que usted dijo que alguien con CRPS tiene una mayor tolerancia al dolor?
No necesariamente.
Not necessarily.
CRPS es uno de los problemas con el más intenso dolor.
CRPS is one of those problems with the most intense pain.
Y son pacientes que tienen que enfrentar el cómo vivir con él.
And these are patients that have to cope with how to live with it.
Well, in follow-up to that question, if you use a pain scale of 1 to 10, what a normal person would describe as a level 10, would that or could that be described by Maya as a level 5 pain?
Como seguimiento a esa pregunta, si se usa la escala de 1 a 10 de rango de dolor, lo que para una persona normal pudiera describir como un 10, pudiera equivaler a un nivel de dolor 5 para Maya?
Sí, porque aprenden a vivir con eso.
Yes, because they learn to live with that.
Ellos pueden hacer sus actividades de cierta forma
They can do their activities somehow
y no aparentar que tienen gran intensidad del dolor.
and not show that they have a great intensity of it.
In turn, if Maya says her pain level is 10, could that be a level 15 for it says normal person, I mean a non-CRPS person?
En su lugar, entonces, si Maya dice tener un nivel de dolor de 10, pudiera eso equivaler a un 15 para una persona normal, quiero decir, que no padece CRPS.
Es difícil contestar esa respuesta como tal porque es del 0 al 10.
It is difficult giving an answer to that as such because it goes from 0 to 10.
Pero lo que sí puedo decir
But what I can say is
que el nivel de dolor que tiene el CRPS es el de más alto grado.
that the pain level for CRPS is that one of the highest extent.
Que un paciente pueda, porque existen los pacientes que dicen, tengo un dolor cuando uno les pregunta del 0 al 10 cuánto dolor tienes, y ellos dicen 15.
Because there is this patient that you ask them how much pain you have 0 to 10 and they tell you 15.
Quiero asumir que la respuesta anterior a esto, pues es sí.
I want to assume then that the prior answer to that is yes.
What was Maya's ASA class when you first evaluated her?
¿Cuál era la clase ASA de Maya cuando usted la evaluó inicialmente?
2.
2.
How did you communicate with Beata and Maya? Did they know Spanish?
¿Cómo se comunicaba usted con Beata y con Maya? ¿Hablaban español?
No inglés.
No, in English.
Bad English maybe, but...
Bad English maybe, but...
How long after the procedure did you monitor Maya?
¿Cuánto tiempo monitoreó usted a Maya después del procedimiento?
He sabido de ella durante todo este tiempo,
I've known of her during all this time,
pero los seguimientos se hacían aquí en Estados Unidos.
but the follow-up were done here in the U.S.
What symptoms of withdrawal, if any, do you monitor after the infusion?
¿Qué síntomas de abstinencia monitorea usted, si hay alguno, después de la infusión?
Cuando nosotros buscamos un síndrome de abstinencia,
When we search for withdrawal symptoms,
vemos por ansiedad,
we look for anxiety,
irritabilidad,
irritability,
lagrimeo,
tearing,
dolor abdominal,
abdominal pain,
diarrea,
diarrhea,
movimientos anormales.
abnormal movements.
Todos esos son los síntomas y signos frecuentes de un síndrome de abstinencia.
All these are symptoms and frequent signs of a withdrawal syndrome.
Did Maya experience any side effects from the ketamine coma?
¿Maya experimentó algún efecto secundario del coma por ketamina?
Probablemente tuvo algo de confusión mental en las primeras 24, 36, 48 horas.
She probably had some mental confusion during the first 24, 36, 48 hours.
Pero lo recuperó pronto.
But she recovered soon.
In the photo of Maya in the wheelchair, was that a seatbelt to hold Maya in the wheelchair or a gait belt used for transfers, or was it being used for both?
En la foto de Maya en la silla de rueda, la faja, el cinturón, ¿era un cinturón de seguridad para la silla o un cinturón para transportarla? O ambos.
Muy seguramente era un cinturón para la silla.
Most likely it was a seatbelt for the wheelchair.
Uno de lo que más tememos cuando un paciente tiene un CRPS
One of the things we fear the most on a patient with CRPS
es que tengan que tengan una relesión o una lesión,
is for them to have a re-injury or an injury.
porque eso va a exacerbar otra vez su problema.
Because that is going to exacerbate again their problem.
Y controlar eso es difícil.
And controlling that is difficult.
Next question. How do you establish whether the previous diagnosis is a narrative or a legitimate diagnosis?
Can you read that again for the interpreter?
How do you establish whether the previous diagnosis is a narrative or a legitimate diagnosis?
¿Cómo establece usted si el diagnóstico previo es una narrativa o un diagnóstico legítimo?
Porque para nosotros saber que el paciente tiene CRPS necesitamos ver los signos y síntomas que hayan tenido en el pasado y en el presente.
For us to know that a patient has CRPS, we need to see the symptoms and signs the patient has had in the past and in the present.
Y cumplir con los criterios para CRPS.
And has to comply with the criteria for CRPS.
CRPS is a permanent condition. After treatment with a ketamine coma, what is the longest length of time a patient has experienced before relapse?
El CRPS es un padecimiento permanente. Después de un tratamiento coma por ketamina, ¿cuánto es el mayor tiempo que un paciente ha pasado antes de una recaída?
Tengo conocimiento de varios pacientes que han estado en el estudio.
It is my knowledge of several patients that have been in the study
Que han tenido el relapso a la fecha. Que han estado sin síntomas hasta la fecha.
that have been out of symptoms to the date.
What,
To date.
what is the shortest length of time until a relapse?
¿Cuál es el tiempo más corto en que haya ocurrido una recaída?
Al grado de llegar como estaban antes del procedimiento.
To the degree of being how they were before the procedure?
The question asks, what is the shortest length of time since the medical or the ketamine coma until there's a relapse?
La pregunta es, ¿cuál es el menor tiempo en que haya ocurrido una recaída después de un coma por ketamina?
Quiero decir 3 meses.
I'd like to say 3 months.
With CRPS, can a lesion form from a minor abrasion?
Con CRPS puede formarse una lesión de una abrasión menor.
Sí, definitivo.
Yes, definitely.
Puedo dar un ejemplo.
I can give you an example.
Hace unos días, hace 10, 15 días tuve una paciente que tiene CRPS.
Just a few days ago, 10, 15 days ago, I had a patient that has CRPS.
Y íbamos a hacer un procedimiento
And we were going to do a procedure.
y una enfermera le pidió que le mostrara su mano
And a nurse asked her to show her hand
porque no le permitían meter un cortaúñas.
because she was not allowed to bring a nail clipper into the OR, the operating room.
Entonces, cuando ella se descubrió su mano,
So when she uncovered her hand,
ella tomó a la paciente de la muñeca.
she held the patient by the wrist.
Para el día siguiente tenía un dolor excruciante, un dolor excruciating,
By the following pain, she was in excruciating pain
y le aparecieron lesiones
and she had injuries. And injuries appeared
con solamente tocar.
from just touching.
Can a cut or abrasion turn into a lesion?
¿Puede una cortada o una abrasión convertirse en una lesión?
Es una lesión, o sea, una cortada es una lesión.
It is a lesion. A cut is a lesion.
Y difícil, o sea, una úlcera o lesión por CRPS
And difficult, but I mean, an ulcer or lesion from CRPS
a veces es difícil es difícil para mí decir que una lesión se va a convertir en una lesión de úlcera de CRPS.
I mean, it's difficult for me to say that a lesion is going to turn into an ulcer or a lesion from CRPS. That may be.
Porque estas lesiones salen espontáneas.
Because these lesions appear spontaneously.
During your diagnosis of Maya, what symptoms from the constellation of CRPS issues did you document and observe?
Durante su diagnóstico de Maya, ¿qué síntomas de la constelación CRPS observó usted y documentó?
Ella tenía un dolor intenso, no relacionado a ninguna lesión.
She had intense pain, not related to any lesion.
Perdón, no relacionado con ningún otro padecimiento.
I'm sorry, not related to any other condition.
Pero ella tenía alodinia,
But she had hypodynia,
hiperestesia,
hyperesthesia.
Ella tenía cambios de temperatura,
She had changes to temperature.
ella tenía cambios de coloración,
She had changes of coloration.
ella tenía la distonia,
She had dystonia.
y lo único que no encontré fue cambios en la sudoración
And the only thing I did not find was changes in her sweating
o crecimiento de vello o uñas,
or growth of hair or nails.
pero el resto lo tenía
But the remaining others, she did have them.
ya sea al momento de la evaluación
Either at the time of evaluation
o justo en el pasado.
or just prior.
In pain management situations, what does withdrawal manifest as in intelligent patients?
En situaciones de gestión del dolor que se manifiesta como abstinencia en pacientes what type of pain?
Intelligent
En
patients.
pacientes inteligentes.
Ay, no entiendo muy bien la pregunta.
Don't understand very well the question.
I'll just move on to the next question.
Voy a pasar a la siguiente.
Were there any religious requests from the Kowalskis?
¿Hubo alguna petición de tipo religiosa por parte de los Kowalski?
Hasta donde yo recuerdo, no.
Not to my recollection.
Were
Tuve
any
perdón,
I'm sorry.
tuve una paciente que requirió que los Jesucristos sean retirados.
I had a patient that required to remove the images of Jesus,
Pero no creo que haya sido mal.
but I don't believe it was mine.
Do you know if any religious ceremonies were done?
¿Sabe si se hicieron alguna ceremonia religiosa?
No.
No.
Did Maya complete her treatment fully?
¿Completó Maya su tratamiento totalmente?
A lo que fue a México, sí.
For what she went to Mexico, yes.
Next set of questions. What is the reason you put Maya in the coma versus just giving treatment?
¿Cuál fue el motivo para poner a Maya en el coma en lugar de solamente darle tratamiento?
Porque ella tenía una muy mala calidad de vida. Ella estaba confinada en la cama.
Because she had a really bad quality of life. She was bedridden.
tenía toda la sintomatología.
She had all of the symptoms,
Ya había pasado por varios tratamientos
and she had been through several treatments.
y no tenía otra opción al momento.
No other option at the time.
What are the dates of the boosters?
¿Cuáles fueron las fechas de los boosters, de los refuerzos?
Si bien recuerdo, ella estuvo a finales de noviembre en el coma.
If I recall correctly, she was around late November in her coma.
Ella salió del hospital el día, quiero pensar que fue el día 14.
She left the hospital on the 14th, I want to think,
Y luego regresó como a la segunda o tercera semana.
and then came back about 2 or 3 weeks later.
No sé contar exactamente la fecha.
I can't give you a count for the date.
Next question. Was the highest dose of ketamine, 7 milliliters per kilogram, for the coma, determined by Amaya's pre-operative weight, but started with the lower dose of 3 milliliters per kilogram to check tolerance before increasing the dosage to 7 milliliters on day 5.
La dosis de 7 miligramos por kilogramo como dosis máxima para el coma fue determinada por el peso preoperatorio de Maya y se comenzó en 3 miligramos para evaluar su tolerancia antes de aumentar la dosis.
La idea principal era precisamente encontrar la tolerancia de los pacientes cuando son sometidos a altas dosis de ketamina.
The main idea is finding precisely the tolerance of patients when they are submitted to high doses of ketamine.
Pero esos 3 miligramos por kilo por hora que fueron subiendo paulatinamente,
But those 3 milligrams per kilogram per hour that were gradually increased
todos los días hasta llegar a 7,
every day until reaching 7
ya era un protocolo previamente establecido en otros sitios.
was a protocol already pre-established somewhere else.
The next series of questions. What is the percentage of U.S. patients does your practice treat?
¿Cuál es el porciento de pacientes de los Estados Unidos que su clínica atiende o que en su ejercicio usted atiende?
En general son pocos.
In general, it's just a few.
Porcentaje 1-2%,
Percentage-wise, 1-2%,
porque vivo en México.
because I live in Mexico.
Is your practice specifically a ketamine treatment facility?
Su clínica o su centro, el ejercicio, el lugar donde usted ejerce es específicamente un centro para tratamientos de ketamina.
No, es un hospital general.
No, it's a general hospital.
And then the follow-up is, what additional services does your practice provide?
Y lo otro es que servicios adicionales ofrece su entidad, su centro.
Nosotros vemos dolor perioperatorio,
We see pain,
acute pain management, post-op acute pain.
post-op acute pain management.
Vemos pacientes con dolor crónico. Lo más frecuente son pacientes que han tenido cirugías de columna.
We see patients with chronic pain. The most frequent ones are patients who have had a spine surgery.
Vemos pacientes oncológicos.
We see oncological patients.
Vemos pacientes con neuralgias,
We see patients with neuralgias.
como neuralgia del trigémino, en fin, neuralgia del diabético
Like trigeminal neuralgic or diabetic neuralgic.
y cualquier otro tipo de dolor en general, agudo o crónico.
Any other type of pain in general, acute or chronic.
Has Dr. Kirkpatrick ever received a referral fee from your practice if a patient treats with you?
¿El doctor Kirkpatrick ha recibido alguna vez un honorario por referido de su entidad por un paciente remitido por él?
¿Honorario?
¿Fee?
Yes,
Fee or fee?
a referral fee.
No,
Ah,
un
no.
honorario
No.
referido. Oh,
No.
no.
How many referrals has Dr. Kirkpatrick provided your office?
¿Cuántos referidos le ha enviado el doctor Kirkpatrick?
25, 30.
25, 30.
You stated the ketamine infusion was a study that you and Dr. Kirkpatrick were performing. Was Maya's procedure part of the study?
Usted indicó que el coma de ketamina, o la infusión de ketamina, perdón, era un estudio que usted y el señor Kirkpatrick estaban desempeñando. ¿Fue Maya Kowalski parte del estudio?
Hasta donde recuerdo, ella estaba fuera del estudio después de los 23 pacientes.
To my recollection, she was outside of the study after the 23 patients.
Are there warnings that long-term high-dose ketamine use could lead to psychological dependency?
Hay advertencias de que altas dosis a largo plazo de ketamina y su uso pueda conducir a algún tipo de dependencia psicológica.
No hay una evidencia franca de que así lo sea,
There's frankly no evidence that it is so,
porque no hay estudios suficientes para ver eso.
because there are not enough studies to check it.
Does Mexico regulate ketamine use?
¿México regula el uso de la ketamina?
Definitivamente sí.
Definitely yes.
Can the lesions on Maya be self-inflicted?
¿Pudieran las lesiones de Maya ser autoinfligidas?
Después de ver tantas lesiones de CRPS, no creo que estas hayan sido provocadas por ella misma.
After seeing so many lesions from CRPS, I do not believe that these were caused by herself.
Members of the jury, the balance of the questions I cannot ask. Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Judge, as to the question regarding, or would like rehearing then on 2681, the sound for that.
Yes, you can play it. Do you need to play it now or?
Yes, it's only 30 seconds from there.
And the audio, Mr. Reyes, the audio is allowed. I know it's over the objection.
This is comma day 6, 11, 22, 15. Dear Lord, help me to understand that difficult times can make me stronger in the end, even though it may not always be easy to see. God bless you. Thank you.
Regarding the number of referrals from Dr. Kirkpatrick, can you tell us how many years he has been referring patients so we know approximately how many per year?
Con relación a los referidos del doctor Kirkpatrick, ¿puede decirnos por cuántos años ha estado refiriéndole el paciente para poder entender cuántos por año?
Desde el 2007, 2008.
Since 2007, right?
So over, what is that now, 16 years?
Más de 16 años.
15, 16 years. So about 2 a year? 3 a year?
Entonces, diría usted.
Lo que pasa es que a veces pasan 2 o 3 meses que no tenemos pacientes.
The problem is that sometimes 2-3 months go by, we don't have a patient.
In terms of the percentage of patients outside from the U.S., if we look to Europe and the rest of the world, what percentage of your patients are from outside Mexico?
Pues, con relación al porciento de pacientes de los Estados Unidos, si evaluamos Europa y el resto del mundo, ¿qué porciento de sus pacientes son de fuera de México?
Aproximadamente el 80%.
Approximately 80%.
80%?
el 80%.
So that includes the European countries.
Lo cual incluye los países europeos.
Hemos tenido pacientes de Nueva Zelanda,
We have patients from New Zealand,
de Australia,
Australia,
de España,
Spain,
de Canadá,
Canada,
de Inglaterra
England,
y Estados Unidos.
and the US.
Now, what were the concerns of what would happen to Maya if she did not have this treatment after all of the other remedies had been tried?
¿Cuál era la inquietud con relación a lo que pasaría con Maya de no haberse aplicado este tratamiento después de haberse intentado los anteriores?
Es difícil, particularmente en una persona, saber qué va a pasar.
It is difficult to know, particularly in one person, what will happen,
Pero dolor crónico
but pain, chronic,
es un síndrome,
it's a syndrome,
no es un síntoma.
not a symptom.
Y como síndrome puede llegar a ser fatal.
And as a syndrome, it can get to be fatal.
Pero es muy difícil predecirlo en qué persona va a suceder.
But it is very difficult to predict what person it will happen on.
Has he lost patients, or does he know of patients who have died from CRPS without treatment?
¿Ha perdido usted pacientes o
Or with
conoce
treatment?
de pacientes que hayan fallecido sin tratamiento o después de tratamiento?
Conocí a una paciente
I met a patient
que ella vino al coma,
who came to coma.
estuvo 3 años fuera con una vida completamente normal.
She was 3 years out with
Ella-
a completely normal life.
Ella estudió para ser asistente de médico,
She started to become a physician assistant.
fue el primer lugar a nivel nacional,
She was the first place, national rank.
le dieron beca para seguir estudiando,
She got a scholarship to continue studying,
pero luego tuvo un relapso.
but then had a relapse.
Después de eso tuvo una caída de su cama,
After that, she had a fall from her bed,
se fracturó una pierna,
fractured the leg.
ya no hubo recursos para poder seguirla tratando de la forma como se había estado tratando anterior a su problema.
There were then no resources to continue treating her the way she had been treated prior to her problem.
Ella paulatinamente perdió la habilidad de alimentarse,
Progressively, she lost the ability to feed herself.
tuvimos que manejar analgésicos intravenosos para el dolor.
We had to use with her IV analgesics for pain,
Finalmente falleció.
and she finally passed.
The seatbelt in the wheelchair, was that a hospital requirement in situations like this? And a pediatric patient with having a procedure like this.
El cinturón de seguridad en la silla de ruedas es un requisito del hospital para pacientes así, quiere decir pediátricos con este tipo de procedimientos.
No es un requisito, pero lo sugerimos a todos los
It
pacientes.
is not a requirement, but we suggest it to all patients.
And is this to prevent injury, or does this indicate that after the ketamine coma and booster, she still did not have enough muscle to stay upright? Or in other words, was this preventative in nature?
Esto para evitar lesiones o un indicio, una señal de que después del coma por ketamina y de los refuerzos, los pacientes aún no tuvieran la fortaleza superior suficiente para mantenerse.
Principalmente
O sea, preventivo.
principalmente para prevención.
Mainly preventive.
So, in terms of withdrawals, again, I want to focus on just ketamine. In your career, strike it. When you were talking about ketamine and the aftermath, I think the question was about withdrawal.
Usted hablaba sobre la ketamina y las secuelas. Creo que la pregunta que le habían hecho era sobre la abstinencia.
were you talking about immediate effects after the procedure, or are you talking about long term?
¿Hablaba usted sobre efectos inmediatos después del procedimiento o hablaba usted a largo plazo?
No, inmediato al procedimiento.
Okay.
Immediate after.
In terms of long term, then, have you ever seen withdrawal symptoms from ketamine?
En cuanto a largo plazo, entonces, ¿ha visto algún síntoma de abstinencia por ketamina?
Yo no le llamaría síndrome de abstinencia.
I wouldn't call it withdrawal syndrome.
Y todos los pacientes salen del hospital sin esa confusión mental.
And all the patients leave the hospital without that mental confusion.
Y el promedio de días que más dura
And the average of days it lasts the most,
son 15 días.
it's 15 days.
So that's the only symptom, and that's just mental confusion for 15 days?
O sea, el único...
Sustained.
No, eso no ha sido el único.
Are these of the same type that most people think of from, say, opioid or alcohol, or is this something different?
¿Son estos del mismo tipo de lo que se pensaría de opioides o alcohol o son diferentes?
Son diferentes, por eso yo no los llamo síntomas de abstinencia,
It is different. That's why I don't call it withdrawal symptoms.
porque los receptores de los que la ketamina actúa
Because the receptors ketamine acts on
son diferentes a los de los opioides.
are different than the ones for opioids.
So is this more a temporary side effect from the actual procedure?
Es más bien un efecto secundario temporal por el procedimiento.
Correcto.
As to the pain scale, 1 to 10 versus 1 to 15, do CRPS patients develop tolerance such that their perception of pain is different than the normal person?
Okay. Cuanto al rango de dolor de 1 a 10, a diferencia de 1 a 15, los pacientes con CRPS desarrollan tolerancia al dolor de modo que su percepción del dolor es diferente al de otras personas.
Sí, totalmente. Por eso un paciente que tiene CRPS,
Yes, totally. Which is why a patient with CRPS,
si un médico lo ve en etapas avanzadas,
if a physician sees him in advanced stages,
puede no creer que están pasando
may not believe they're going through
por este dolor tan intenso.
this so intense pain.
Y esto hace que el diagnóstico se retrase.
And this causes the diagnosis to be delayed.
Y entre más se retrasa el diagnóstico,
And the more delayed the diagnosis,
menos probable que va a obtener ayuda.
less probably it is to obtain help.
So, in this question, would a 15, I'm trying to phrase this the right way.
Estoy tratando de poner la pregunta correcta.
I think the question was, would the average person rate pain on a different scale than the way Maya would?
Creo que la pregunta era si la persona común, normal, graduaría el dolor en una escala diferente a la de Maya.
Sí.
Yes.
And as to whether it's a controversial procedure, is this because many doctors simply do not know anything about it and have not read any of the literature?
Sustained.
In your, from your practice and the questions that you are asked from other physicians, in many cases, are the concerns because the doctors simply don't understand what is being done and why?
Same objection. Sustained. Let's move on.
By the time that
Maya had come to you, had she already been through physical therapy, psychological counseling, lower dose ketamine, opioids, and all of the usual typical treatments?
Yeah, so, vaccination.
I'm going to sustain the yes and answer.
Oh, yeah, sorry. To confirm any confusion or clear up any confusion about the infusion booster dosing, was it 2,000 milligrams over 2 hours?
Pues, para aclarar cualquier confusión con relación al tratamiento de refuerzo, fueron 2.000 miligramos en 2 horas.
Correcto.
Correcto.
And to your experience and knowledge, is that a safe dose on an outpatient basis?
Y hasta donde usted sabe y en su experiencia, ¿es una dosis segura en pacientes ambulatorios?
Sí, es una dosis común.
It's a common dose.
Un moment.
Un momento.
Nothing further.
Nada más.
Mr. Hunter?
Very briefly.
Señor Hunter.
Your fees for services on this patient were paid in cash in advance?
Sus honorarios por los servicios de este paciente fueron pagados en efectivo por adelantado.
No,
No.
la mayoría eran transferencias.
Most was
Oh, they paid.
wire transfers.
Wire transfers? Okay.
Transferencias bancarias.
So paid in dollars in advance?
O sea, pagado en dólares por
No,
adelantado.
no avanzado en cualquier momento,
No,
después del procedimiento.
Anytime after the procedure.
Okay. Was paid by wire transfer
Pero fueron pagados por transferencia bancaria.
La mayoría.
Most of them.
by the patient?
Por los pacientes.
Sí.
Yeah.
And are you board certified in the United States?
¿Y tiene usted certificación del Colegio de Médicos en los Estados Unidos?
En Estados Unidos no.
In the US? No.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Is that it?
The board certified in Mexico.
¿Usted tiene certificación del Colegio de Médicos en México?
Sí.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Doctor, may this doctor be excused?
He may, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunter?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Doctor, thank you for being here.
Doctor,
You're
muchas
free to
gracias
go.
por
Thank you very much.
Puede irse.
Members of the jury, Deputy Cooley, back at 3 o'clock. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information.
All right, for the next thing.
The jury is out of our presence. We're going to take a break. Sorry, Madam Court Reporter, for an extra long. Let's be back at 2:55. Does that only gives us 5 minutes before 3 o'clock? Is that okay for everybody, or do we need to come back?
I think 3 o'clock,
2:55.
55.
2:55 it is. See you then. Please be seated. Not yet, but they're in. Okay, great. Welcome back from lunch. What do we have this afternoon?
Before we move on to this afternoon, I just need to, on the record, advise the court, and I told plaintiff's counsel that they showed an exhibit to Dr. Cantu that's actually not been entered into evidence. Photograph 25, 29, 60, the kids on the kayak, they said, this is in evidence, it's not in evidence. I double checked with the clerk. At this juncture, I would suggest that it just be put into evidence, but they referenced and showed a photograph not in evidence.
Okay, what's the number again?
25, 29, 60.
60? 60?
Yeah.
Report receives 2529-60. What's next?
Judge, we had redacted a letter to Mr. Zimmerman we were talking about before we found it, and we redacted all reference to anything other than one in a sentence, Johns Hopkins Hospital. It's actually from Mr. Shapiro. We redacted that, and it says, please cease and desist from any and all contact or communication with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and their employees. We will consider any future communication between you and their employees as a violation of Florida Bar Rule 4-4.2. It's dated December 7th, 2016. Move to admit.
We object. There's a sequence of letters that would explain what was going on before and after, including a follow-up letter from my office telling him he's welcome to come to the hospital and we're going to ensure that we comply with orders. This was never disclosed to us prior to Mr. Zimmerman testifying. They plan to use this with him. We need notice of this. So we object at this point. We would need to admit we were going to do this. It was never admitted to the witness. So I don't know if you need to hear more argument on this, but I didn't have a chance to cross-examine him on this. I had no notice that this was coming up on exhibits that they're supposed to get us 24 hours in advance, which they didn't. So we object at this point.
This is trial exhibit 2793-001. It's been around for forever. My memory is correct.
We didn't have it.
Oh, we did not have it?
Mr. Zimmerman sent it to us after his testimony, after testifying about the existence of the letter.
When? Oh, today?
Yes.
I take
That's
that
why we didn't
back.
get it
There were
beforehand.
lots of these. I thought it was a trial exhibit. We'd already disclosed it. But it's brief and it is to the point.
But a concern I have with a lawyer to a lawyer letter is you're now dealing with collateral issues that are we now going to explain what the rules of professional responsibility are? It opens up so many cans of worms that are collateral to the issue before the jury. So I'm going to sustain the objection on that ground, as well as it just apparently wasn't even provided until after.
Not before the witness testified, Judge.
Yeah,
We
we
were
knew
totally
it.
unprepared for that, which seemed the intent.
And on that note, Your Honor, real briefly, I think we need a curative instruction on this too, because he applied to the jury in his testimony with no notice to us that somehow the hospital blocked him from seeing Maya.
Normally, when someone asks for a curative instruction, they hand me what they want,
Okay, we will
as opposed to
discuss
just
it.
an abstract.
I understand, Your Honor, we'll discuss it.
I'm not saying that we're going to do it or not. We really need to get in the habit of actually proffering language as opposed to
Yes, Your Honor.
just talking. Okay.
The last very brief issue before Dr. Henschke testifies, most of her records that talk about relapse deal with litigation-related stress. That's clearly not a compensable action in this. And just so I'm not jumping out of my seat, I was wondering from the plaintiffs if they're going to be arguing that, or proffering testimony to Dr. Henschke that Maya is having relapses because of the stress of the litigation, which would not be a material issue in this case or compensable.
It is. I am offering it for the purposes of demonstrating that she has relapses. The defense has contended that she was just bright, sunshiny, and smiling through the entire period of time after she left their hospital. This demonstrates and proves that the child did have a relapse. The only thing, we can look for exactly what it says. It says there was a deposition. That's all. It doesn't say anything else about it.
Can I see what we're talking about?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Have we been provided the redacted copies yet? We still don't have a redacted copy.
This is the unredacted copy, Your Honor.
There's a whole bunch of handwritten notes on this, so I'm not.
I think it's hers.
Well,
Have you shown this to Mr. Shapiro before I start looking at something that has a whole bunch of handwritten?
There's no handwritten notes on her records.
I just did. Let me look.
Handwritten notes. Perhaps we can just put up one of the records. It's a trial exhibit.
Greg.
2011-16.
Yeah, here's the records. This is
2011-16?
Correct, Your Honor.
May I see it, please?
These are redacted or unredacted?
And
Yeah, I'll focus you in, Your Honor.
help me out.
Yeah, so the
Make it larger.
third paragraph, patient states the trial against the hospital got pushed back and school started a month or two ago. She's struggling to focus this year. Midway through the paragraph, due to the trial being pushed back so many times, she does not have faith things will happen on time. In all four notes talk about her stress level being related to litigation. And I'm honestly looking for guidance how to handle this.
So you're.
What I would ask, this is what I would ask from the plaintiff in the court, that while they can certainly ask Dr. Henschke if Maya experiencing stress has led to what she may describe as a relapse of her symptoms, that's fine. I think that's the way we can cover this. But to go into the fact that this was caused by the stress of this litigation, by defense counsel, by any things of that nature would not just be prejudicial, but it would also be, it would not be compensable.
I do not intend to make any accusations as against counsel for the litigation. It is in her file as a reason, truthfully, that she had one of the reasons she had a relapse, and the jury would be entitled to. There's nothing particularly damaging here. It's simply that this has become a stressful situation for her, and part of our case is to demonstrate a stressful situation. It's not part of the compensation. Again, what we're trying to establish here, Judge, is that she was not fine, and that her CRPS is activated, by these types of situations, by stressful situations. They can cross all they want, and I don't intend to come up and ask her a ton about, now, were they mean to you in the deposition? No. But in her records, it should remain truthful as to the reason. I will save the arguments about what actually happened and what's actually gone on in this litigation for another time. But for these purposes here, this is simply the truth. And it's not being derogatory in any way to the defense or to Johns Hopkins.
Just very, very brief response. The problem with this is it's not compensable, and I don't know how to address this without either redacting most of these records or having the court inform the jury that any stress related to the litigation process is not something the jury can award damages for.
Why are we hearing this at this time? They've had at least, when was the first time we sent the exhibit list to them?
And more importantly, we went through this morning on this exhibit, and we've been in the process of redacting and going back and forth with Ms. Crawls for the past 4.5 hours. We finally got the exhibit correct with the redactions that were discussed this morning, and now we come in here and we're blindsided with new redactions that are requested.
They waived them by any stretch of the imagination.
We just had one person talk and
I'm not asking for additional redactions. I would have been happy to bring this up at 9 in the morning, but we had the jury waiting. I thought it'd be better to do it this afternoon. All of that being noted, it's just a matter of the argument that the relapses, if they're related to litigation-related stress, are not compensable. And I still do not have a copy of the redacted records to proceed on this witness.
Your tech guy does.
As of when, he does not have it.
Like I just said, Ms. Crawls and I just worked this out in the hallway over the lunch break.
Okay, but my trial technologist still does not have a copy of the redactions. Anyway.
Are you asking me for a ruling?
I am asking you for a ruling, Your Honor. I apologize for being vague. We would like, a ruling that the plaintiff cannot ask this witness on the witness stand that what the cause of her stress is. And since these records are going to come into evidence, we would like the jury to be informed, and we'll draft appropriate instruction for your consideration at the appropriate time, since this is going in evidence, that litigation-related stress would not be a compensable damage to the plaintiff. Well, I won't ask for that in the abstract. We can draft something to that effect for your consideration.
And we vehemently oppose that, and we should not have, this is something, I don't believe that it's true, we haven't had a chance to research it. But if there is something about, because you mentioned litigation, that it somehow becomes compensable, then that can be handled with a jury instruction.
Here's my view. I do not want there to be discussion about the trial being moved back, because I don't want to open up the issue of that amongst the jury as to what happened. Was it somebody, one side's fault or the other side's fault? That's clearly not something that is in the purview of the jury. I don't see, however, how you can legitimately keep out the concept of, in a general sense, that litigation is stressful, and that Maya, obviously going through litigation, has stress associated with that. I don't see how you cannot say that. Now, I'll consider the instruction about, members of the jury, you've heard that, but understand that that piece is not compensable. I think that's the way to deal with it. But I really don't want to get into discussions, questions, Mr. Anderson, about the reason why the trial got delayed last year. I just putting that out there.
That's not my intent in any way. I simply want to write, there has to be some reason why she had this relapse, and that's unfortunately was the reason. So my intention is not to do that. So, the court having ruled, I would like to proffer the testimony of Jacqueline Henschke regarding the sexual abuse.
Can we do that after the jury goes home?
Yeah.
Because I've got a jury waiting.
All right, Your Honor. I'll await that. Okay.
We still need the exhibits from your technology right now.
Mr. Reyes, have you finished whatever redactions that were agreed to?
It's being sent here in a moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is now the time to hand the court 2011 in its redacted form.
Is that the one from this morning?
It is, with the redactions that were corrected over the last few hours.
Be happy to give it. You can give it to the clerk.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at my notes, Judge. And part of my introduction is how she got involved in this. And in it, she will explain that she was contacted to be a safe harbor, and why and how she was contacted, and what the direction was to her. And that is obviously very relevant, how she came involved in this litigation. And it certainly is the truth. So I will not emphasize it, but I do want to be able to say that she was retained in connection with this litigation. And the purpose was for her to be someone that Maya could talk to.
Stop. On that issue, you suggested that. I never said that that was allowable. You seem to feel that a plaintiff is allowed to have doctors without the records being turned over when the plaintiff is making a claim. I never agreed to that. That's something that you wanted, but I never said so. I don't think you should try to make those statements or elicit that information from this doctor, because that was never agreed to by the court.
I'm unsure. I believe, Judge, the way that it went down was we presented the court with the fact that Maya Kowalski had no one to talk to because every single time she ever had talked to anyone, the defense would subpoena the records and then depose them. And so we proposed to the court and to defense counsel that this child have a safe haven, someone she could talk to, and we pledged in return we would not use her records and we would not use her testimony if only Maya could have some place to talk. And then as time went on, the defense moved and wanted to do a subpoena ducis tecum, and that was allowed over objection. And then the defense wanted to take a deposition, which was allowed over objection. Then once they'd already deposed the doctor and once they made it clear that they intended to use the doctor's testimony, then I put the doctor on our list because I had to counter that.
And again, I did not make the rules with respect to what is and what is not discoverable relative to when a plaintiff makes an affirmative claim. Those have been well known. You knew them. And what you were asking was a legal impossibility. I dealt with that months and months and months ago. And I said no. And I'm saying no again. I don't know why we have to keep talking about the same issue over and over again.
I need instructions.
I'm done.
I need instructions.
Issue. Please don't go into that issue with this witness. Now, may I bring in the jury?
Yeah, yes, Judge, but I need to inform her not to, what she can and cannot say for a moment.
Okay.
If the plaintiff wants to withdraw her, we're not going to object.
No, we're not withdrawing her.
Jury at this point?
Yes.
Bring in the jury.
Sure, is that right?
Okay, welcome back. Members of the jury, want to confirm while you were away, please be seated. While you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do any investigation, and you received no information. Is that correct? And that you have not seen any media coverage about this case since the last time. And that you were not approached by anyone. And your cell phones went off at 2:18. Did yours go off early? Yes. Yeah, so did mine. Okay, Mr. Anderson, call your next witness, sir.
Dr. Jacqueline Henschke.
Stand here. Or you can raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Dr. Jacqueline Henschke.
And what is your specialty of profession?
I am an adult and child psychiatrist.
And have you been asked here to offer opinions having examined and treated Maya Kowalski during the period of 2021 and 2022?
2022 to 2023, yes.
Oh, 23, excuse me. Can you give the jury a little bit of detail about your background, training, and experience, beginning with your undergraduate degree?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and went
You have
to...
a very soft voice. You might want to talk to them.
I do. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., went to Georgetown University for my undergraduate degree, spent a little time in New York bartending, and then decided to go to medical school at Tulane University in New Orleans. I decided initially to go into pediatrics, so I did my intern year, which is your first year of your residency at Miami Children's Hospital in pediatrics. And then I decided psychiatry was a little more my thing. So I transferred to George Washington University and completed my adult psychiatry residency. And after that, went to Stanford in Palo Alto, California, and completed my child psychiatry fellowship.
And then since that time, have you been, is that where you did your residency then? Was it Stanford? Or
Stanford was my fellowship for child psychiatry, and then the residency for adult was at George Washington University. You have to complete your adult training first, and then you do your child psychiatry training.
And so the jury understands, are you board certified?
I'm actually double board certified. So I have to be board certified in adult psychiatry, and then I had to do all the exams to get board certified in child psychiatry.
Following the completion of your schooling, can you tell the jury about where you started your practice?
Yeah. So after I completed my fellowship at Stanford, I went on to return to New Orleans post-Katrina. It was in 2009. And I was a professor there, and an associate professor, and then I was hired to head the consult liaison team, which is just a fancy way of saying I was a psychiatrist that was in the hospital that all of the primary teams would call if there was an issue. If a child was depressed because they were receiving chemotherapy or the family was distressed, then I would go see them.
Before we continue on, can you tell the jury that when you went back to Tulane post-Katrina, did you see and treat victims of Katrina?
Yes.
And tell the jury primarily what the diagnoses were for those victims that had been through that.
Most of the primary diagnoses were post-traumatic stress disorder. In general, when you're a child psychiatrist, you tend to see a lot of trauma, especially if you're seeing children 6 and up.
Okay. And so how long have you been in private practice? How long have you been a practicing child and adult psychiatrist?
I've been practicing since 2005.
And the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist is the psychologist has a PhD and you have a medical doctor degree?
Correct.
So you can prescribe medications and so forth?
Yes, but I'm also trained in therapy in addition to prescribing medications.
All right. Can you tell the jury then, let's continue on with your experience then in hospital settings around the country?
So at Tulane, I was head of the consult liaison service. So that meant I worked primarily at Tulane Hospital. When I was at Stanford doing my training, I of course worked at the Children's Hospital at Stanford. And when I was at Miami Children's, that was a full children's hospital as well. And then I've worked in full psychiatric hospitals that are only seeing psychiatric patients.
And so how long have you worked in and about hospitals as opposed to a private practice?
I would say in hospitals throughout my whole career. So there are times where I have done outpatient, but at the same time, I will cover a hospital on the weekend to do the consults. So throughout my whole career, since 2005, I've been working in hospital settings.
And where do you live now, and then where do you practice?
I currently live in St. John's, Florida, between Jacksonville and St. Augustine. And right now I'm doing full-time telemedicine to a psychiatric hospital in Colorado. I'm licensed in Colorado and Florida.
And how does that work out? Is this telemedicine? Or?
Yes, it's full-time telemedicine. I see the kids over telemedicine, and sometimes I do see adults as well.
How many cases of PTSD and depression can you estimate that you have seen and or treated in the course of your career so far?
I would say thousands. Cases of PTSD and depression, ADHD, all of the pretty common diagnoses, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, eating disorders.
Well, what I'd like you to do is explain a little bit about the history of PTSD and to differentiate it from other psychological psychiatric problems.
So PTSD has been known as a phenomenon since at least the Civil War. It's been documented. It was called soldier's heart. And then in World War I, it was called shell shock for soldiers returning home. World War II, battle fatigue. It was also called war neurosis. But in 1980 is when PTSD officially entered our Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. That's the manual we use to make diagnoses. And in 1980, there was a big shift from just making diagnosis based on observations to using studies and evidence-based medicine to make those diagnoses. So PTSD entered at that time. And we could see from the reason it entered, we could see slews of, large numbers of veterans returning from Vietnam with PTSD, really affecting the course of their lives. It wasn't just affecting them as they were in the moment of the trauma, but even lasted long after the trauma had occurred.
Is PTSD a dangerous psychological disorder or psychiatric disorder in the sense of harm to the patient?
Yeah, it puts you at risk for many complications throughout your life.
So, were some of those victims of Katrina, were they children with PTSD?
Yes.
And what were some of the recurring factors and things that you noted there?
You mean the symptoms that they would present with?
Yes, rudderless and...
Depression, anxiety, chronic medical conditions would exacerbate their PTSD as well. School absences, school failures, not being able to kind of continue on the natural course where you would expect a child to. And it was also stressful for the family to manage overall.
Now, you were referred at one point over to Maya Kowalski to care and treat for her?
Yes.
And I believe that came about when you and I met at a social function for our children, and I found out you were a pediatric psychiatrist and asked if you would help. Do you have your notes there before you so you can tell the jury the first time you saw Maya?
I do. The first time I saw her was October 27th, 2022.
And for the record, Judge, these are in a trial exhibit 2011-016 is the first one. Last page, I think, is 041. All right, so how did Maya Kowalski present?
So she initially came to me because she was having a resurgence of not doing so well. She was having more symptoms, flares of her symptoms of complex regional pain syndrome. And she was also reporting symptoms of depression, PTSD, anxiety, and a lot of problems with focus.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, had she been diagnosed with PTSD or depression prior to October 7th, 2016?
Not to my knowledge. So I only met with Maya and spoke with her father. I didn't review any of her previous.
All right, and the date of this first visit was again?
October 27th, 2022.
All right. And what, if anything, was significant in the history of Maya in terms of events in her life that you focused on in determining a probable or working diagnosis and treatment?
So, what she reported to me, which was relevant, and I can read directly from my notes. She said that with her complex regional pain syndrome, she felt alone and misunderstood. But she said after she was hospitalized at Johns Hopkins and her mother's suicide, she said, quote, "It was a different kind of sadness." And so she was really struggling with.
How had she been doing up to the point that she saw you? Was she functional, non-functional?
She was somewhat functional, but not what I would consider to the best of her potential. She was doing online schooling. She was avoiding going to any doctor visits at all because she was very afraid of what would happen to her. And she reported significant symptoms of PTSD associated with physicians, hospitals, going to St. Petersburg. Just driving over the bridge made her feel anxious. She reported flashbacks about the hospitalization and general worries about her safety and her family's safety. And she also had withdrawn from activities that she had previously enjoyed doing prior to the hospitalization.
And did those include piano and skating and I forget the other one that she was involved in at the time?
Piano and skating she had withdrawn from. She said she was afraid to participate in ice skating. She said she was worried that if she got hurt, she'd have to go see a doctor or have to go to a hospital. And she also said that's why she didn't participate in any school sports.
Now, how strong were her, and then I want to go into the signs, symptoms under DSM-5 of PTSD and her symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
But how much was she able to sleep without taking any medications?
So that is one of the symptoms of depression and PTSD. She had reported to me that if she didn't take something for sleep, and at that time she was on a non-addictive sleep medication called trazodone, that it could take approximately 2 to 4 hours to fall asleep without it. And if she didn't take it, she was waking approximately 3 to 4 times a night.
All right. And so did she also have some additional, would you call these phobias?
No.
That she had? All right. But traveling over the, I guess, Sunshine Bridge, was that one that caused her anxiety?
Yes. I wouldn't characterize them as phobias. I would say they were intense fears that she had that kept her from doing what we would consider a person without PTSD to be able to do.
And had she become concerned in seeing any doctor that she did not feel safe with? In other words, that she hadn't gone to previously and knew?
Yes. She said that she would avoid going to St. Petersburg. She would avoid going across the bridge. If she heard a word or a phrase that had been used during her hospitalization, she felt very uncomfortable. She said she couldn't watch any movies that she watched in the hospital because they brought up negative memories. And a quote from her was, I would, quote, I would do anything to, quote, avoid seeing doctors.
Is avoidance a symptom of
Yes.
PTSD? So when you say she was hypervigilant about her safety, what does that mean?
So hypervigilance means like you are always on edge and worried about your safety. So a lot of people who have suffered from PTSD will say they like to sit in the back of the restaurant so they can see everything that's going on. So nothing can surprise them. That's an example of hypervigilance. You are just always kind of wound tight and on edge.
Fight or flight?
You're mostly feeling the flight.
Did it extend to even seeing people out in public that looked like some of the people she had dealt with at Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
Explain what happened there.
So that was in my notes from December 29th. That was my third visit with Maya. She had gotten a job at Cracker Barrel, and she told me that she saw a woman that looked like the social worker from the hospital named Kathy Beatty. And she said she felt, these are direct quotes from her, and I felt so scared I had to tell myself it was not her. She wanted to go home after that, leave her shift, but she said she was very afraid to explain that to her boss. She didn't know what to say. She said she felt a drop in her stomach, her heart was racing. She felt embarrassed because she was staring at the woman, really trying to figure out if it was Kathy Beatty or not. And she said she felt on edge for the rest of the night.
Did you first examine her before completely reviewing her prior medical records?
Yes.
And what is the purpose there?
I just wanted to form my own independent opinion without too much influence. I mean, I did know generally what had happened to her. And I didn't request the bulk of her medical records. She was just seeing me to have somebody to confide in, to receive some therapy. She was concerned herself about her focus. And she said she had tried everything that she could think of non-medication wise to address her anxiety and CRPS, but those things had not been working lately.
Was she displaying any, either at this point or in the future, any aversion to medications?
Yes.
What? And tell us about that.
She was comfortable with taking trazodone because she had been already taking that from her primary care doctor. She did agree to try one medication called gabapentin from me, but that took me over 2 sessions. Usually when I see somebody, they're open to taking medication because that's part of the reason that they're seeing me. But for Maya, it took a little bit longer to develop a rapport, form a relationship, gain her trust. I also spoke with her father as well. And after 2 or 3 sessions, they agreed to try the gabapentin, but she didn't have a good reaction to it and came off of it with my instructions, as I instructed her. But she didn't want to try another medication. After that could potentially address depression and CRPS, some of the pain associated with it.
What, if anything, was significant in her past psychiatric history?
She was afraid that if she tried a new medication, which is what she told me, she was afraid that there could be repercussions like she had had previously.
And what was her fear in that regard?
She might have to get hospitalized.
And then what happens?
That she could get taken away from her family again, separated from her father and her brother.
And at this point, she was being raised just by her father?
Correct.
Now, she had, I believe, had stated that she'd had a prior panic attack, but this was differentiated.
She reported having panic attacks in the past. They had improved somewhat, but she had a panic attack she told me on 2 occasions when she found out that she'd have to, when the trial was delayed, and that she might have to undergo another deposition, and then when she...
Yeah, we can, we'll skip over that and get to the past medical history that was of some significance. If you look there, what was the main underlying diagnosis physically for this child?
Complex regional pain syndrome.
And did she explain to you what the pain was about?
Yeah, she described the nature of her pain. I did ask about it. She said she would feel a burning sensation, pins and needles pain, consistent with nerve pain, hot and cold in her extremities, weakness in her legs. And she described that a flare could last anywhere from 20 minutes to 24 hours. And she said years ago the pain could last for days. She did tell me that was on the first evaluation of Maya. She did tell me later on that she always feels a baseline pain, and some days it can be higher, and some days it can just go back to the baseline pain, which she said could be tolerable.
Now, you noted under some of the history that her mother had committed suicide. Can you tell the jury then, in this situation, if that is significant to your diagnosis and treatment, that her mother had committed suicide?
Yeah, so whenever we have a first-degree relative that's committed suicide, we consider that a risk factor for that patient as well, as a potential risk factor for suicide. For her, PTSD, any mental health diagnosis is also a risk factor, and I determined that she had major depressive disorder and PTSD, and having a chronic syndrome like complex regional pain syndrome is also a risk factor for things like suicide.
And then did you note in her history that for some periods here and there that she had been separated from her mother and her father for periods of time against her will?
That's what she reported to me, yes.
So then, after this first visit, what was your overall working diagnosis?
After this first visit, my diagnosis was major depressive disorder, recurrence, PTSD, chronic, and then I had put also rule out ADHD for her because she was having a lot of problems with focus and concentration at school.
Now, once you had completed your examination of her, did you have an opportunity then to look in her history to see, since all of this happened to her, if any other physicians, psychologists, psychiatrists had diagnosed her with PTSD?
After this initial visit?
Yes, when you went through the history, was there any indication that she had been diagnosed, past diagnoses?
Not that I was aware of, no.
At page 23, at the under static risks and then down under past psychiatric or above past psychiatric medications.
Yes, she had told me that, but I hadn't looked at it in any records.
Okay, so having gone through this now, let's talk a little bit about the signs, symptoms of PTSD, and what is DSM-5 now, if you could.
So DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, and 5 means it's in its 5th revision. So it's in its 5th edition, essentially. And it's the manual that we use to diagnose psychiatric illnesses. For PTSD, you have to have exposure to a serious injury that is actual or threatened. It doesn't have to be somebody actually harming you. It can be a perceived threat. Or violence. You have to have direct exposure to a trauma. You have to have intrusive symptoms. You have to have avoidance symptoms. You have to have symptoms that are, they say, altered cognitions, like your perceptions of things are a little bit different. You see things a little bit differently. And then symptoms of arousal and reactivity, like hypervigilance. And so when you look at the symptoms of PTSD and the information that Maya provided me with, it matches with her symptoms.
And when you matched up what DSM-5 said as to the signs and symptoms of PTSD, what did you find? And in other words, when you compare your findings with Maya Kowalski with what, and is DSM-5 essentially the Bible then for psychologists, psychiatrists in diagnosing?
Yes.
All right. So when you combined looking at the signs and symptoms of DSM-5 PTSD and Maya's symptoms observed and reported, what were your findings?
That she had PTSD, according to the DSM criteria.
What was significant in terms of the signs and symptoms that matched up?
She had a trauma that she was forcibly separated from her parents. She had, so that was the direct trauma. She had symptoms of hypervigilance. She had avoidance, for sure. She would try to avoid doctors and going over to St. Petersburg as much as possible. She had intrusive thoughts. So she had described to me when she, like I said, when she would watch any movies at the hospital, or she had a box at home of things that she sometimes would run across from the hospital. Negative, intrusive flashbacks, nightmares, memories would occur. She had sleep disturbance. She had daytime flashbacks. And those were the bulk of her symptoms.
And so how many of these symptoms does a patient have to have before a diagnosis of PTSD can be made?
You have to have them for over a month and the timeline of the symptoms. And then you have to have, I always look at it, one or more of the intrusion symptoms, which she had the nightmares, she had the daytime flashbacks. You have to have one or more of the avoidance symptoms, which she did, avoiding doctors, avoiding going to St. Petersburg. And then you have to have two or more of the altered cognition, which is just a fancy way of saying, like, you're looking at things differently. So blaming yourself for what occurred, even though she wasn't directly related to the trauma, she felt very guilty for having been in the hospital and for her mother's suicide, which she was not responsible for either. Diminished interest or participation in significant activities, she definitely had that, so that was the altered cognitions. And then you have to have two or more of the hyperarousal criteria. So she had the hypervigilance and sleep disturbance for sure.
All right. Having made the diagnosis then, what treatment did you prescribe, if any? Or what was the next step, if not?
Yeah, so the next step is talking with her dad just to confirm all of the information that I was seeing, that she described to me. He was also kind of seeing for her at home as well, and he did confirm that. And then talking about an overall plan, so I recommended therapy and medication.
So then, was she open to therapy at that point, or did she have barriers? Don't tell me what they are, but did she have barriers to that?
She did have barriers to going to therapy. She was not open to going to therapy. She said she had done it before, and the vast majority of people who do therapy are social workers, so she had some fears about going to see a social worker. We did have a psychologist at my former workplace that could have seen her, but she was hesitant about that, so she said she would consider it. Ultimately, she decided not to.
So did her father, Jack, confirm the symptoms that you had, the DSM-5 symptoms that you had initially identified?
Yes.
All right, and when was the next time that you saw her then?
The next time I saw her was December 1st, 2022.
All right, and so tell us what's going on then.
She had reported she had been having ups and downs in terms of her pain, because we always check in about that. The reason that I do that, and most psychiatrists do, the mind-body connection is very tight. So when you're doing something that makes you worried or anxious, you might have a stomach ache or a headache. And for her, with her CRPS, it could be a vicious cycle of her psychological state flaring up the CRPS symptoms. So we usually did check in about that, even though I wasn't treating her for her CRPS. So she said she was having some increased burning in her legs, more headaches, more leg weakness. She had tried to address that by going to the gym. She said schoolwork was very difficult for her. She mentioned anticipating the trial, and that was very upsetting to her. And she also talked about feeling guilty for being away from home. Her mother committed suicide in the home that she was living in, so she frequently was out of the house.
To the best of your knowledge, are the Kowalskis still living in that house?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. Now, can we look at, did you change any of the medications at this point? And what was her receptivity if you were trying?
So at this point, I had recommended the gabapentin. I took over prescribing the trazodone, which she said was a big relief for her. I took it over from her primary care doctor because she wouldn't have to go into his office then. And this was her primary care doctor she had had for a long time, and she liked him and trusted him. She had seen him before the hospitalization, as far as I know. But she still felt immense relief with not having to go into his office. So I took over prescribing the trazodone. She was going to start the gabapentin and was considering an antidepressant with her father. And I referred her for neuropsychological testing to see if we could clarify the diagnosis of ADHD that I had suspected.
Now, and did she undertake that neuropsychological testing?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Did she undergo neuropsychological testing then?
Not with our facility. I much later learned that she did do neuropsychological testing while she was at Johns Hopkins, but I didn't have those records at the time.
And so then you had said that the combination of CRPS and the PTSD created additional problems for her. Without getting into the CRPS side of it too much, but can you explain about how those two interact?
Yeah, it could, with any chronic illness, and particularly CRPS, when you are under stress, you are more likely to have a flare of that illness. I had treated CRPS patients while I was at doing my fellowship at Stanford, and had seen actually quite a few. And psychiatry was typically called in to see patients to help them manage the stress associated with having that chronic illness.
Then let's turn, I want to move a little as quick as we can at a time. And when was the next time you saw Maya?
The next time I saw her was December 29th, 2022.
And what happened there? It was the 27th or the 29th?
29th. She had tried the gabapentin and felt more depressed on it, and I told her if that had occurred, go ahead and stop the medication. There was no harm in abruptly stopping that medication. So she did, and she said it just took a while to feel like she was back to her normal self. Christmas had occurred. She said the holidays were hard without her mother, and the anniversary of her mother's suicide was coming up. She had reported feeling intermittent depression, and she had started working at Cracker Barrel, and that's when she saw the woman that looked like Kathy Beatty.
Now, by this point, let's see how far are for me. Some 6 to 7 years, maybe 8 after what happened to her at Johns Hopkins. By this time, had she made a friend who was a boy?
Yes.
And was that helpful for her?
Yes. She said she had a boyfriend, and he was nice to her, and she spent a lot of time out of the house, at his house with his family.
Now, did she describe to you throughout, as you got to know her more, that she was spending as much time as possible away from her home?
She did, and she had talked to me about feeling guilty about that. But I spoke with her father about that as well. She still had rules and boundaries around that. She still had a curfew. But her father was comfortable with it because he knew it was at times hard for her to be at home.
All right, let's jump ahead then to the next visit you had.
Mm-hmm.
And tell us what's going on there with Maya.
That next visit was January 25th, 2023. She told me, we had started on Ritalin for her ADHD. Mm-hmm. But she had also told me that she was sick prior to seeing me. But she waited till the very last minute to go to urgent care because she did not want to see a doctor. She said she felt a panic attack coming on when she went to see that doctor, even though the interaction was very brief. She said their interaction was maybe, she just said 2 minutes, but she felt the panic rising. Her heart was racing. She said she teared up. She felt short of breath. She felt intense fear. And again, she felt very embarrassed and guilty for feeling that way.
All right. And so then, was she maintaining, getting better, getting worse? How did it appear to you at this point?
She was okay. Her pain had not improved substantially that she had described to me.
Did she describe that she had days when she would just lay in bed with pain, 3 days or so?
She did. She said she had days where when the pain was worse, she would primarily stay in bed all day. And when it was not as bad, she would do her online schoolwork.
Now, let's go to the next, if we could.
Oh.
Next visit.
She also mentioned to me
Yes.
that she felt like the job was not a good fit, and she was considering looking for another job. And as a psychiatrist, I felt like that was directly related to having run into people, having a fear of running into people, because just the month before she had ran into a woman that looked like Kathy Beatty. So she was considering leaving that job at that time.
And did it come to your attention that she in fact left that job soon thereafter?
After this session, Maya did not come back to see me.
Okay.
But I did learn that she did stop that job.
All right. So Maya then did not make the next session.
Correct.
And was there did she appear to be benefiting from the sessions?
She did. She seemed to be opening up more and more. She would always show up on time. We had developed a good rapport. And she was still considering therapy and potentially considering adding another medication. And she had scheduled the neuropsychological evaluation.
Did she have concerns over her psychological, psychiatric records being used against her at some point?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
On the legal basis we discussed earlier.
That's not the question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you know why Maya was concerned over staying with her psychological psychiatric treatment?
It's an objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Okay. So now, how many times had you seen Maya?
I saw Maya 4 times.
And is this sufficient to make a diagnosis on this child?
Yes.
Do you have, and let's talk about depression, because I'd like to know what the DSM-5 criteria are for depression and the matchup, if you will, of the symptoms.
Sure. For a major depressive disorder, you have to have a feeling of hopelessness or helplessness or decreased interest in activities that you typically find enjoyment in for a period of 2 weeks or longer, combined with other symptoms. So insomnia, sleep disturbance, or sleeping too much, low energy levels typically, poor focus, poor motivation, decreased appetite, or for most of us, eating too much, and then what we call anhedonia, like I said, decreased interest in typical activities.
Well, did her symptoms match up to clinical depression?
Yes.
Now, do you have an opinion, based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, as to whether Maya Kowalski suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
She does.
And do you have an opinion, based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, whether Maya Kowalski suffers from chronic depression?
She does, in very much a way that we see adolescents express depression, intermittent chronic depression, yes.
Now, do you have an opinion, based upon your background, training, and experience, to a reasonable medical probability, as to whether these diagnoses will cause or contribute to problems for Maya in the future?
Yes, they will.
Now, let's talk about, as Maya goes on, and follow up to that. Have you followed PTSD patients
Yes.
before?
Yes, I have.
So, 2 questions. The first is, what is she at risk for? And then we'll talk about probabilities.
So with PTSD, she's at risk for difficulties with each of these diagnoses. One of the main things that's added in is that you have difficulty in your day-to-day functioning. So we all can experience depressive moments or some of these symptoms for short periods of time, but still function well. But she does have problems in her day-to-day functioning. So in the future, she can have problems with relationship formation and bonds. She can have trouble holding a job down and keeping it for an extended period of time. At her age, she should be applying to colleges. Not everybody does, but she certainly has the ability to.
Has she yet, to the best of your knowledge?
When I saw her, she was not, and she was not making any plans for the future. She said she didn't like to future plan because she felt like it was futile. That if you made future plans, they could get easily disrupted. And she's going to potentially have a lot of problems in terms of if she decides to have children in the future, the health care of those children and her own health care. She could potentially avoid doctors to the point where things that could be intervened and treated easily, that she does not go and get those things treated.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience and to a reasonable medical probability as to whether the symptoms that you saw and from your experience following patients, whether Maya Kowalski's ability to earn money in the future will be diminished?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Undisclosed opinion.
Can you approach, please? Objection is sustained.
Now, will Maya benefit from psychological care in the future?
Yes.
And what, if you could, from what you had recommended to her father and otherwise, would you recommend in terms of the care that Maya should receive if we can get her to go back?
Same objection.
That one she can answer.
I would recommend regular therapy and continued medication management. So regular therapy with a psychologist, probably not a social worker, and medication management with a child psychiatrist.
About how often?
Weekly therapy, and then medication management would just depend on how she's responding. So anywhere from weekly to monthly, it just depends.
Is there a basis in terms of an average from your background and training and experience for someone in Maya Kowalski's position with CRPS and the post-traumatic and depression aggravating it?
You mean a length of time that she would be in therapy?
I'm thinking more on average, how many times a year for this, if you can say. I mean, is it just 52? Like once a
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer that one.
Oh, yeah. So that all depends on, how she is doing in that therapy. But I have found that people with significant adverse childhood trauma. So when we think about childhood trauma, the effects of that tend to last throughout your life. And so she would need therapy on and off throughout her life, if not continuously.
Wow. This type of trauma that she has, can you tell the jury how it affects the way Maya will view the world going forward?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overall, she can answer that.
So trauma generally kind of colors the way that you see the world. And so I'm sure members of the jury have seen this, but I see it on a regular basis in terms of you kind of look at the world differently, a little more hostile, a little more frightening. And so it's going to affect how she views her world and interacts with people within it. And so it's going to be a lifetime struggle for her.
Is Maya given a Hobson's choice then about attending the treatment and having it cause her concern and not having the treatment and having her conditions get worse?
Object to alleviate.
Can sustain that objection.
What, if any, problems does Maya have between having are you aware that Maya Kowalski has had, and on at least 2 occasions, her CRPS activated by a psychological psychiatric event?
Yes.
And so in this situation, this interaction, can you explain to the jury the problems for Maya moving forward?
Not having her psychological issues treated could certainly worsen her CRPS symptoms because of that mind-body connection that I mentioned earlier. And so that could cause further impairment for her down the line physically as well.
Did you get a chance to review the neuropsychological testing that was done while she was at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I did.
And was that performed by a Johns Hopkins doctor or a contractor?
It was performed by Dr. Lewis and my
Sustained.
Is it true that with neuropsychological programs testing that it is the interpretation of the data that is more important than simply the data?
Yes, so the reason that I actually asked to look at the neuropsychological evaluation was because she did not get the neuropsychological evaluation done with us. And I wanted to see if my suspicion of ADHD was correct. So generally, a neuropsychological evaluation is when a neuropsychologist does certain tests to look at the way your brain processes information. So it can give you a lot of data. You get scores on certain testing, and then when you look at those scores, they fit a certain profile. So people with ADHD typically have a low processing speed and a low working memory, in contrast to their higher IQ. And for her IQ was extremely high. Her working memory numbers were low. Her processing speed was low. Combined with the clinical information that I had that confirmed for me the diagnosis of ADHD, Dr. Lewis interpreted it differently, however.
And so then, as Maya grows older, this intersection of her CRPS and her depression and PTSD, will each, to the best of your knowledge, aggravate the other?
Yes.
Your witness. Subject properly known.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, and I just wanted to ensure I understand this. You're up in the Jacksonville area?
Correct.
Okay. you've never seen Maya in person, correct?
I have not seen her in person.
And your involvement in this case is because Mr. Anderson asked you to become involved?
He asked me to see her as a patient, but said he would do his best to keep me out of coming to any court-involved proceedings.
Well,
And I was hoping that would be the case.
Well, I didn't call you here today, so don't be mad at me, but Mr. Anderson did. What is he paying you to be here today?
A standard rate
Which is what?
for testimonies can go is $600 per hour,
Okay, so, and
just for the testimony.
I understand. And so, in the connection with Mr. Anderson, so I understand you live in the same community as him?
I live in the same area,
Okay. And
not in the same, like,
and your children used to go to school with his children, is that right?
mhm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I forgot I was on the microphone.
So let me talk to you a little bit about some of your evaluations with Maya.
Okay.
I'm going to just walk through. There's 4 appointments total, true?
Correct.
Okay, so let me start with the first one from a time period. It starts, the first appointment with Maya was over telehealth on October 27th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You have a section called History of Present Illness.
That's right.
Okay. That's what the patient, being Maya, is telling you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do also, so as I'm seeing patients, I'm typing because of the constraints of insurance, et cetera, and time and having to see other patients. So I do add my interpretations in as I'm typing as well.
Okay. But in terms of what you typed into the record,
Mm-hmm.
on October 27th, 2022, you typed in, quote,
Objection.
I'll show the record. Okay, I'll show her the record.
Yeah, well, why don't you show her as opposed to...
Sure. We're at trial exhibit. It's actually at Henschke 16.
Yes.
Let's not put it up. Are we just going to go hand it to her?
I have a copy.
Do you have a copy of it?
I do.
Okay, so I'll ask you. The first halfway down the page, you see where it says patient's CRPS symptoms? Were in remission until 1 or 2 months ago?
I do.
Okay. And that's what you took in terms of a history from Maya on this day, that her symptoms were in remission until a month or 2 ago, correct?
Correct. And then later on, she did clarify she always feels that baseline pain.
Well, let me ask you about that.
Mm-hmm.
You said, and you ask about that in comparison to how she used to be before, because you took a history that said that a flare can last 20 minutes to 24 hours now, but years ago the pain used to last for days. True?
True.
And in other words, from her prior history, meaning before she went to All Children's Hospital, her CRPS was much worse than when you were seeing her now. True?
From what she said, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you about the next page.
But it's unclear to me why her symptoms improved.
Okay, and in fairness to you, I think you told this jury, you're not here to treat her CRPS.
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of what therapy or medications or lack of medications that Maya may have had after she got out of All Children's and what helped her improve, you're not here to tell the jury one way or the other. That's not your purview, correct?
Well, I can comment on her psychological state and
right.
what
we'll
I
talk
think
about that.
improved that.
Let us please answer the question. Be allowed to answer the question.
Sure, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can comment on her psychological state and what she reported to me and what I think improved that.
Okay. I was talking in terms of her physical symptoms, in terms of why her CRPS was in remission. That's not something that you are here to discuss, correct?
Not fully, except there is that mind-body connection. So that's why I always ask about her symptoms in my notes.
I think you told the jury you do have some experience with CRPS from your training.
Correct.
And you would agree that the treatment of CRPS includes psychological counseling, correct?
It does.
Okay. Let me ask you about some of your statements on the second page of your report.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You took a history of medications. Do you see where it says current medications?
I do.
What medications was Maya on when she saw you on October 27th, 2022?
She was on trazodone and Claritin for allergies as needed.
Anything other than those two medications?
No.
Was there any significant family history in terms of psychiatric history that you recorded?
Maya reported to me that she thought her mother had depression, and she thought her brother had ADHD.
On the next page, you have it looks like you took a history, it looks like you did a review of her systems, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Under the constitutional section, well, first, what is constitutional?
How you look in general, just overall.
And what did you record?
Stable weight, and that she was in no acute distress.
Under the GI section, what is GI?
Gastrointestinal. So, review of systems, if I may,
yes,
is required in all of our notes as psychiatrists as an insurance requirement. So we have to have a review of all your medical systems in addition to your psychiatric notes. So we look at, or we ask about, in the case of telemedicine since COVID, symptoms like related to ear, nose, and throat, cardiovascular system, your heart, your lungs, your skeletal system, etc.
Right, and it probably was obvious, but sometimes I'm not as obvious as I should be. Since this is telehealth and you're not doing a hands-on assessment, you're relying on Maya to give you this information. True?
I am. I'm also constrained by time, so usually I get it in the history of present illness. Sometimes I don't always update it on my review of systems.
Okay. Well, what you did record on your review of systems from GI, what was it?
No nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or constipation.
What did you record on your review of systems for musculoskeletal?
No muscle, joint pain, or swelling, but I should have updated it to match my history of present illness.
In the integumentary, what is integumentary?
Skin.
What was reported to you regarding her skin?
No rash or cuts.
For example, if Maya told you I'm having lesions, that's where you would report it, true?
Correct.
In terms of neurologic, what did you record?
I put no dizziness or gait problems, but again, that was my error. I should have updated it to match the history of present illness.
Sorry, are you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off, I promise.
Oh, I didn't notice you cut me off because I was looking down. Oh. But it should have matched my history of present illness.
Okay. Maya did not report to any problems walking, did she?
Not at that time. She described in terms of neurologic, the burning sensation, the pins and needles pains, the hot and cold in her extremities, and her legs feeling weak.
But in terms of any difficulty walking, is that correct, that she didn't report to any difficulty walking?
Not at that time.
Okay. On the next page, you have your diagnoses. Do you see those?
On page 18?
It's actually on page 19.
I don't have a page 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're Bates marked at the bottom. Are yours, or you have your original records? Yours aren't Bates marked. So
yes, I have my regular records.
Gotcha. I'm looking at a series of diagnoses below the vitals in your electronic medical record. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are we on the same page?
Yes.
It looks like you have a diagnosis of depression. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked by Mr. Anderson whether you were aware of any prior diagnoses of depression. You were not aware of any?
Not at that time that I saw her.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's in evidence, Joint Exhibit 1037-001.
Okay.
And this is an evidence?
It's a joint exhibit.
Yes, it can be shown.
I'll represent to you this is a record from Eagles Wound Counseling dated November 9th, 2015, under the DSM-5 diagnoses system.
Hang on, objection, and can we take this down and approach?
You may continue and you can redisplay the document.
Thank you. Do you see in this document that as of at least November 9th, 2015, there's a DSM-5 diagnosis code of depression / medical condition?
I see that.
Let me ask you about another document. Actually, I'm going to talk to you a little more about your report, so you can take that down. The next time that you saw Maya was for your second appointment on November 7th, 2022? I'm sorry, no, December 1st, 2022.
Yes,
Okay.
December 1st, 2022.
Again, this was telehealth.
Correct.
In the history of present illness section, you recorded that Maya, well, why don't you tell me what you recorded in terms of whether she was having more or less of the burning pain?
She said she was having ups and downs with her pain. The week that I was seeing her, she said her pain had not been too bad, but the week prior, she said she was having increased burning pain in her legs. She had more headaches, and she also felt leg weakness.
Was Maya reporting to you whether she was able to work out on the treadmill?
Yeah, she said she had attempted to exercise on the treadmill.
Did Maya report to you whether she was able to do weight training?
Yep, she said she had done some weight training with, I remember this fairly vividly. She said just with her glutes. So she thought the machine where you exercised your glutes was hilarious. And that was the only weight training she had done.
Sure. And just a very general question. In your conversations with her, she was having a normal, healthy relationship with her boyfriend. True.
She described having a good relationship with her boyfriend. We did not get into the details so that I would classify it as normal.
Okay. And again, I don't want to pry any more than I need to in Maya's life on this, but from your basic conversation on this, her relationship with the boyfriend, there was nothing unusual to you.
Not that she noted.
Okay. On the next page, it says that. Sorry.
Right. It was a little unusual that she was actually at his home so much.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that is typical for a 16-year-old.
Got it. But in terms of her ability to form a relationship, that was, from your perspective as her counselor, normal with him.
Her doctor, as far as I know, but we hadn't gotten more to develop more of a report to really get into that just yet. But up to that point, as far as I knew, yes.
Okay. So as of December 1st, which is the date of this report, on the next page, according to her father and her, she was now working at Cracker Barrel?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she report any physical restrictions with her job at Cracker Barrel?
She did not.
In terms of her medications, which are listed on the same page, is it still the same two?
Correct.
Trazodone and Claritin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
And just moving things along, the next page, you again go through your review of systems. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you record for constitution?
No acute distress, and that her weight was stable. This was a weight that she reported to me.
Okay. In terms of her skin, how was it?
She did not report any rash or cuts.
In terms of musculoskeletal, what did you record?
I reported no muscle or joint pain or swelling, but again, I should have updated to match my history of Breast illness.
And this was the, in your plan, did you have any recommendations with regard to exercise?
Yes, I encourage her to try weightlifting in different forms and maybe seek out a female trainer potentially to work with at the gym.
And then for the next appointment, the 3rd of 4, this would be December 29th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. The report here at the top, what did Maya report to you on her interview?
She said that she had a good Christmas with her family, that she asked for a nose piercing and a few more ear piercings.
Let me just ask you a question about that. Did Maya report to you any pain associated with either any of the piercings?
No, I didn't ask specifically though, and typically those cartilaginous parts of your body, you don't feel a lot of pain when you get those piercings.
Okay. In terms of her pain flares, were they better or worse?
She said she had one significant pain flare where she was in bed for a day.
And for the other 29 days of the month, no reports, correct?
She said she continued to have that baseline pain.
Where does it say that?
So I asked her, does she always have pain? I can't remember which note it's in, but she said she always has a baseline pain. So
Okay. It's just not in this note, correct?
Correct.
This note does talk about Cracker Barrel waitressing now.
Yes.
Going on a little more than a month. How is that going?
She said she liked it overall, but she didn't like the shift leader on Mondays because she had yelled at her. She was stressed about going to work on Mondays. So we talked about maybe rearranging her schedule so she didn't have to encounter that shift leader. And she also told me that was when one of those days when she was at work, she had served a woman who looked very much like the social worker from the hospital, Kathy Beatty.
Did Maya report to any physical restrictions at work?
She did not.
In terms of medications, it looks like you started Ritalin, is that correct?
At the end of that visit. So yes, I had started the Ritalin. So ADHD is a clinical diagnosis, meaning you can make the diagnosis based on the symptoms that the person is reporting to you. And since she hadn't gotten the neuropsych testing done and was still reporting a lot of struggles with focus and concentration, we decided to go ahead and start the Ritalin.
And the Ritalin was for the ADHD?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're okay. Again, on this, you do a review of systems. How is Maya doing in terms of her reported systems?
The same in terms of what I documented. Again, I should have updated my review of systems to match with the history of present illness.
What you have documented here is no acute distress, correct?
Correct.
And what you have documented here is no nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or constipation, correct?
Correct.
And what you have documented here is on skin, no rashes or cuts, correct?
Correct.
And what you have documented here is no muscle or joint pain or swelling, correct?
Correct.
Let me talk to you a little bit about, you mentioned a diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
You did mention that you reviewed a report from Dr. Lewis. Is right?
Yes, I reviewed that after Maya stopped seeing me.
Did you see in Dr. Lewis's report that Maya reported severe anxiety and depressive response when learning that the ketamine infusion in Mexico had a 50% chance of killing me and cost my parents so much money?
I did see that.
Okay. Did you also see in the report that Maya presented with evidence of extensive clinical interview evidence of DSM-5 adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, moderate to severe?
I did, but I found Dr. Lewis's report. I was concerned about it because it had, in my opinion, a lot of confirmation bias associated with it, meaning he was highlighting symptoms that were reported to him from the primary team associated with Munchausen's. He was highlighting sort of a lot of those concerns, and he even mentioned that she could have a history of ADHD. She could have ADHD based on her scores, but that she had no clinical manifestations of ADHD, but he had not interviewed her parents. He hadn't interviewed any of her or done any rating scales with them or done any rating scales with her teachers.
But you agreed with the diagnosis of ADHD eventually, correct?
Yeah, he didn't make the diagnosis of ADHD though. He overlooked it.
Okay, you found ADHD in addition. But in terms of his comment that, well, it wasn't his comment. According to his report, Maya told him that she had anxiety and depressive response when discussing the ketamine coma that the jury saw earlier today. Correct?
He did report that.
In terms of your last your last visit on, I guess, the last time you saw Maya was on January 25th, 2023.
That's correct.
Was the Ritalin helping?
She said it was. With her focus and attention with specifically with school and being able to get homework done.
Was she still working at Cracker Barrel?
She was, but she was considering leaving that job because she didn't feel like it was a good fit.
And just in terms of a time frame, this is about 2.5 months at least that she's been working at Cracker Barrel?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then in terms of your review of systems, any change from, well, let me just walk you through it real briefly, Doctor. Constitutional, did you record any acute distress?
No acute distress.
How about her gastrointestinal exam?
I did record that she had lost about 5 pounds, but no acute distress. Gastrointestinal, no nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or constipation.
Musculoskeletal, what did you find?
No muscle, joint pain, or swelling.
Integumentary skin, what did you find?
No rash or cuts.
One moment, Gary.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Anderson.
I can find it. In that report from Eagles Wings, do you know the date?
Could you say that one more time, please?
The Eagles Wing counseling report, where it said she had some depression, did you note the date?
I saw the year, it was 2015.
Mm-hmm. And from the history that Maya gave you, did that appear to be right in the middle of her first go-round with CRPS and immediately prior to going to Mexico for the ketamine procedure?
As far as I know, yes. She also, the way that the therapist coded it, she coded it as depression and anxiety secondary to a medical condition. So it was her view from the diagnosis that the depression and anxiety was associated with the CRPS.
Now, can you distinguish that kind of diagnosis from your diagnosis of chronic depression and PTSD? Is this more situational?
Based on what I saw that came up on the screen, yes. And so I saw her many years later, and my diagnosis was that her depression was somewhat independent of her CRPS. They are tied together, but I chose that diagnosis. And then the PTSD was directly related to the stay at Hopkins.
Your diagnosis of ADHD, can you tell the jury whether that is a major finding or is that I don't know what you call it.
We call it an incidental finding. But that is the reason, Maya wasn't in general comfortable seeing doctors, but she was having so much trouble with her focus. That is why she decided to see me. And so I did want to focus on what she wanted to address as well. You can't just kind of willy-nilly do what you want as the doctor. You have to focus on what the patient would like to address too. So we did address her focus and attention as well.
So the ADHD is not a connected, pre-existing or any condition that affects the PTSD or chronic depression?
Not in particular, no. I just had brought it back to Dr. Lewis's report because I found that his overlooking of that diagnosis, especially associated with the numbers, was concerning based on the report I read.
Thank you.
Any further follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? Ask the attorneys. Members of the jury, if I could have you go out for just a couple of moments. This will be very quick. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right, Jurors Einstein.
Okay, the jury's out of the question. Is it okay if I ask both those two questions? Please. Okay. Doctor.
Yes.
Want to hear what your answer is going to be to the following two questions.
Okay.
If your recommendation for Maya's treatment is weekly therapy sessions due to her intense childhood trauma, why were your sessions with Maya only held monthly?
Because mine focused primarily on medication management, and I did some supportive therapy, but I felt like she needed separate sessions with the therapist, and she had declined.
Okay, next question. Why hasn't Maya been seen by you since January 25, 2023?
Once she found out my records would be subpoenaed, she stopped seeing me.
I see the attorneys real quick.
Can we?
Wasn't certain that they were going to be.
Okay, thank you. On that last question about why hasn't Maya been seen since January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
If you could answer it just the way you answered it to me, to the jury, without further explanation or embellishment. Can you do that?
I can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring back the jury. Okay, everyone, let's please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm that since you were away 3 minutes ago, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, did not do any investigation, and received no information. Is that correct? That's correct. And you've not seen any media reports? No. And no one's approached you. Is that correct? Okay. Doctor, the jury has some questions. I'm going to just kind of go through them one at a time. Doctor, I believe you mentioned while at a hospital, you were often requested to help a patient cope with CRPS. This would assume a patient had or was diagnosed with CRPS already by a prior doctor. Have you ever been summoned to observe a patient to either confirm or disprove a patient has CRPS symptoms?
That's a good question. No, I was typically consulted once the diagnosis was already made by a neurologist.
Now, the next question. What percentage of females 18 to 25 are diagnosed with depression or generalized anxiety?
If we're looking in the U.S., what percentage? Or what percentage of my patients?
It says what percentage of females 18 to 25. The question doesn't say whether in the U.S. or in your practice, so why don't you give us the U.S. if you know it?
I would just be ballparking it in the U.S. I haven't looked at those statistics for a while. I would probably say maybe 60 to 70%. I would have to double check that though.
Okay. Though Maya's situation is tragic and unique, the diagnosis is no longer uncommon, and that's the CRPS, the depression diagnosis. Is that correct?
Oh, could you repeat that one more time, please?
Though Maya's situation is tragic and unique, the diagnosis is no longer uncommon.
Of depression?
And I think it's depression and generalized anxiety is what the question was asking.
No, I wouldn't. Yes, they're no longer uncommon.
And how common is adult ADHD versus pediatric ADHD?
Oh, that one's a harder question to answer. We don't have a lot of studies comparing both of those. So it has to do with also kind of social influences too. So there are a lot of adults that have went undiagnosed as children. So it depends on what generation we're looking at as well, like what percentage between the two. So it would just depend on the age.
The next question, if your recommendation for Maya's treatment is weekly therapy sessions due to her intense childhood trauma, why were your sessions with Maya only held monthly?
Also a good question. So there are not a lot of child psychiatrists in the country. And the bulk of my time is taken up doing medication management. So the way that we do the model now, as opposed to many, many years ago, is that the psychiatrist will do the medication management portion, and we'll have a licensed therapist, that can be a psychologist, a social worker, a licensed mental health counselor, to do the therapy portion. So I was seeing her for the medication management piece and did encourage her to start therapy. She was very hesitant to start therapy.
And the last question, why hasn't Maya been seen by you since January 25, 2023?
Once she found out my records might be subpoenaed, she stopped seeing me.
Mr. Anderson, any further questions?
The depression, the generalized anxiety and depression that so many women from 18 to 25 have, can you explain the difference between the event-specific depression that Maya Kowalski has?
Yeah, it's hard to untangle her major depressive disorder from her PTSD. So both really do go together. And with that diagnosis, it has to impact her functioning in daily life. And so her daily functioning is impacted in terms of her depressive episodes, her intermittent depressive episodes. She'll miss school, she'll withdraw from activities, she won't do the things that you envision a typical 16-year-old doing.
I guess the question is, but for this event, would Maya have had generalized anxiety and depression, in your view, if she had just been raised without this kind of trauma? At least the type of depression that they're considering.
Lack of foundation.
I think he's starting again, aren't you?
I'll start it again.
Thank you.
Again, was this depression of a generalized nature, or was it event specific?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled. You can answer.
As Maya reported it to me, it was event specific and tied to the stay at Hopkins. And that is what she reported to me.
So one of the jurors wanted to know about whether you had investigated CRPS as part of the diagnosis process. Can you explain to the jury what secondary gain is?
Yeah, objection. Far outside the scope of question.
No, it's not. It's exactly opposite. Did Maya exhibit any signs of trying to misrepresent, exaggerate, or otherwise portray her symptoms, either from CRPS or psychologically, falsely to you?
Same objection there.
Overruled. She can answer that.
No, she did not.
Are your questions and the way that you handle a patient designed to seek out and determine whether some type of falsification or exaggeration or other reason is embedded in their answers?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
So typically that comes with experience, and I've been seeing children and adolescents and adults for a very long time, and it can become apparent when people are embellishing their symptoms, even if it's part of a disorder that they have. Her reports to me did not seem embellished or enhanced in any way.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Any further from the jury? Okay. Members of the jury, gonna throw you a little curveball here. You're gonna get to sleep in 15 more minutes. So it's a slight curveball. I'm gonna ask that you be at the rallying point 15 minutes later. I want you to be coming through the door, Deputy Coley, at 9:15 tomorrow. As always, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, for the next thing.
Presence, Doctor, do you mind having a seat
Are we still doing a proffer? And Doctor, what's happening is there's some things that I'm not allowed to go to the jury that Mr. Anderson wants to put on the record. So he's going to ask you a series of questions, and then there might be a series of additional questions.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't be very long. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm looking for the non-redacted. All of these. Marked for identification. And for the record, this is a comprehensive med psych systems record of Jacqueline Henschke.
What we need to do is make it probably the next number in the defense or in the plaintiff series so that we don't get confused.
Your Honor, on that point, our list continues from 2001 to 2787. Can we make it 2800 or 2801? Just to...
2800?
Sure.
So says the clerk, 2800.
May I please the clerk? Or are we still?
You can proceed, and just so the transcript is clear, this is the proffer. The jury is not in our presence.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, 2800 was received.
Is not received. It's just being marked for identification purposes.
In Exhibit 2800, and let me preface this by saying that in this proffer, you are not restricted in what you can say.
Okay.
As to certain facts. But in Exhibit 2800, you had recorded certain things that happened to Maya. First off, can you tell us how that came about and the first time you knew of them?
Yeah, so whenever I do an evaluation, I always, especially the initial evaluation, I always ask about any physical or sexual abuse. And under physical abuse, Maya reported, under abuse/trauma history, Maya reported under physical that the social worker at the hospital physically grabbed her while at Johns Hopkins, and she experienced unwanted touching under the guise of an examination. I documented that patient also notes that a doctor came into her room and said, quote, "Could I look?" And I did not say yes, and he pulled down my pants and pulled them back up and did not say anything, unquote.
And did she discuss these events with you through the course of the treatment?
She did.
And did they cause her great anxiety or other psychological injury?
Yes. She said that, as far as I can recall, she was not on any birth control and had not seen an obstetrician or a gynecologist for that reason, which typically at age 16, you would see a young girl going to see an OB-GYN. So she did say she felt traumatized from that incident.
So how old was she at this point? Did she make that clear?
She was 16. Oh, when that occurred?
Yes.
When she was in the hospital, when she was 10.
So that would have been when she was approximately 10?
Yes.
To 11. And this particular entry there, did Maya give you any reason why she had failed to come forward between the time that this occurred and this visit with you?
No, I did not ask her, though. I didn't. I just was taking down the information. So it was not, I did not know that she had not reported that anywhere else.
And so you and I, and any of the phone calls we had, we did not discuss it either, did we?
No.
And so can you tell the court a bit about repression of these types of events in girls that age, that is 9, 10, 11, prepubescent?
She certainly Maya described to me in one of my notes, it might have been the first one, that she really didn't like to express emotion. She did not like to have people see her cry. She did not like to express any kind of emotion around others. And so I can only imagine that, like everything else, she felt very embarrassed about the situation that had occurred if she had not mentioned it to anyone else.
And in psychiatric terms, what happened to her? What type of sexual injury, or what is the label for what happened to her?
We would call it battery or assault without, I don't know what the legal term is, but that's what I would call it, without asking for her permission or telling her what was going to happen. Whenever you do an examination as a physician of somebody's genital areas, you should let them know what you're going to do before you do it, why you are doing it, and what the outcome of the exam is, even if it's in a young child.
Was there any reason, assuming it was a doctor at Johns Hopkins, is there any reason why a male doctor would come into a 10-year-old girl's room alone and examine her vaginal area?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. She can answer the question in the proper.
I cannot think of any reason why.
And so, having heard this now, is this a reportable incident in terms of to the state, given the manner in which it was reported to you, and leaving aside any statute of limitations issues?
It is reportable. She could not recall the name of the doctor, because I usually ask those things in order to make a report. So as far as I know, she could not recall who it was.
Assuming that she could report this battery of a sexual nature at Johns Hopkins, would it significantly increase the knowledge of the jury as to why many of her symptoms have occurred?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, lack of foundation, speculation.
Doctor, you can answer the question.
I think it would be appropriate for the jury to know what she experienced while she was in the hospital, and that's part of what she experienced. That was part of her trauma.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Shapiro, would you like to ask any questions in proffer?
Just very briefly in proffer, Your Honor. Your note does not say this happened at All Children's, correct?
She said while at Johns Hopkins.
Well, the previous note says that the social worker incident was at Johns Hopkins, but this note does not say it happened at Johns Hopkins, correct?
No, that all means it happened at Johns Hopkins.
And you, as a mandatory reporter, were told about an assault at Johns Hopkins that you thought was sexual in nature and you failed to report it?
I am a mandated reporter, but when I call Department of Children and Family Services, if I don't have a name, they can't take the report.
And you're telling me that you had this information about it and you didn't think that you had an obligation to report it at the time, is that right?
I didn't have a name to report.
Anything further?
But you did make a call?
To Child and Family Services, I did not make a call because I didn't have a name to report.
It was not described as a social worker that committed this act. Did Maya have a fairly specific description of who it was for you?
She did not. She just said a doctor came into her room.
From the way she was telling the story, did it appear to be male or female?
She indicated that it was a male doctor because she said he pulled down my pants.
And did she say anything else to describe him?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Very briefly. Is what you've written here the full description of what was reported to you?
Yes.
Sorry, one other question. At the time, assuming for the purpose of this, that a Dr. Katzenstein at the hospital had a similar note back during Maya's actual stay in the fall of, however you want to phrase it, in the fall of 2016, would Dr. Katzenstein, as a psychologist, be required to report this
Yes. We are all mandated reporters. Psychologists, psychiatrists.
So is it a violation of the law for a mandatory reporter to receive a report like this and fail to call the state and let it be known that at least there is a basis for looking into it in some way?
Well, object calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm going to sustain that.
Right. And at that time, at approximately the same time it happened, would Dr. Katzenstein have been in a better position than you some, 6, 7 years later to identify who perhaps it was and more details of the event?
Objection, lack of foundation completely mistakes Dr. Katzenstein's
Sustained.
note.
Was Dr. Katzenstein a psychologist at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, best to your knowledge?
As far as I know.
And as a psychologist there at the time, is it easier in terms of if you can get a child to talk about it, to obtain more fact
Objection
closer
calls
to
for
the event?
speculation.
Yes.
Not specific.
You can answer the question.
Yes. It would have been easier for Dr. Katzenstein to obtain more detailed information and to make the report and more accurate.
Thank you, Doctor.
Based on those questions. Doctor, have you seen Dr. Katzenstein's note?
I have not.
You have, in fairness to you, you have no idea what she recorded, correct?
I do not.
And you are unaware that her testimony on this is going to be that this incident that you described did not happen at All Children's Hospital, correct?
Could you ask that one more time, please?
You're not aware, as you're testifying here today, what Dr. Katzenstein is going to testify on regarding where this incident happened, correct?
I am not aware, no.
And so you're not aware that Dr. Katzenstein is going to testify that this happened, but my reported to her did not happen at All Children's Hospital, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, for improper for proffer.
She's already said she doesn't know.
Okay.
So
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of any similar incident occurring in the Lurie's Children's Hospital record?
No.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
May the witness be excused?
are we finished with the proffer first? Are we finished with the proffer?
Call up very quickly Dr. Katzenstein's note to show the doctor.
She hasn't seen. Mr. Anderson, she's already said she didn't see the note. So what's the point at this point?
I wanted to make sure that the doctor saw the note to see exactly what the terminology was used at that time on, I think it was.
She's already said she hasn't seen the note. So I think we have exhausted her knowledge on the subject. So we're not pulling up someone else's note. Is there anything else, though, you want in the proffer?
I'm zipping up my binder.
So that's a no. Your proffer's over. Is that correct?
My proffer's complete, given the court's ruling.
Nothing further.
So the transcript is complete. This concludes the proffer. And now may this doctor be excused, or does she need to remain under subpoena?
I don't know. I think we're going to keep her under subpoena for a little while, Judge.
Okay, doctor, you're welcome to go back to Jacksonville. If they need to call you back, I'm sure they will call you and talk to you about that. But because you're still under the subpoena, please do not talk about the case with anyone other than the attorneys in this matter. Okay. Thank you for being here, doctor, and have a safe drive back.
Thank you.
Okay. While she is leaving, let's talk our logistics so we can get out of here ourselves.
Yes, Judge. We've been considering how to make this trial operate a lot faster and thank you, Doctor, a lot easier for the jury. And we would like to request that tomorrow afternoon, could we have some hearing time later on in the day? The other reason is, given the events, I would like to get out of here and go see my family a bit early, leave a bit earlier than 6 o'clock. And so we were hoping that tomorrow we could call a few witnesses, show a few depositions, and then have at least an hour to, how long? 2 hours?
to go over these exhibits, clean all this up, and make sure that this trial goes smoothly. It also assists us in how many questions we're going to ask and what kind of questions we're going to ask if we know what's in evidence and what does not.
Who do you want to call tomorrow? And let's talk time.
Tomorrow morning, we plan to play 2 depositions, Rebecca Johnson and Catherine Beatty.
How much time is each at this point?
These 2 volumes. Volume 1 is 33 minutes. Volume 2 is 45 minutes. And Rebecca Johnson.
So Catherine Beatty's 1 hour and 15 minutes approximately.
And, just a moment. Rebecca Johnson's video, as edited by the defense team, is 1 hour, 9 minutes.
And 1 hour, 9 minutes, Your Honor, for Rebecca Johnson.
And do you anticipate needing any exhibits coming in tomorrow for that?
Not for that, Your Honor. We have 2 live witnesses. Who was on the list that we put? Elena Kushner. Elena Kushner, Judge, is a similar incident, similar event planned under that 404. And we want to call her to testify that she had an experience at Johns Hopkins, not only substantially similar, virtually identical to my clients. And so we would wish to call her, in other words, Sally Smith coming in, undisclosed as working for someone other than Johns Hopkins.
So this is, you're basically asking for like Williams rule type of testimony. Have you filed a motion to that effect?
Judge, you've already granted an order
I thought that
on
was
a
for
motion
criminal
in limine
proceedings,
that
Judge.
this would not, testimony would not be allowed.
Well, I do remember that.
Right.
Well, I took a look and I thought that the Williams rule, it applied, the notice is applicable to criminal cases, and this is purely civil.
Well, you're right that Williams rule is a criminal-based rule, but you still have to give notice. And I've already ruled that what happened to other people at other times and other circumstances is not relevant in this particular case. Just like, you know,
But we have a pending punitive damages count or open allegation, Judge. And so our ability to establish the facts for that is greatly enhanced if we can show that the defendant is acting consistently to that conduct in other ways. And so our problem here is
you're going to need a lot more legal discussion about whether this witness is going to be allowed. And, you know, this is one of those that you probably need case law and very specific motion. This isn't a just let's talk about it and let it happen.
I suspected there would be a proffer for it, but we can file a motion if the court.
I mean, if you want to do a proffer, that's fine, but I'm asking about witnesses who are actually going to be testifying to the jury.
Yes, Judge, my contemplation was that on all of these witnesses, there would have to be a proffer before they would be allowed to testify to the jury so the court can see whether the scope of the testimony falls within the law. So if you want us to brief it, we can brief it.
On that particular issue, sure, because I've already ruled that evidence like this can't come in. So I really would feel uncomfortable without some sort of actual motion and case law to articulate exactly what you're doing and why you're legally allowed to do what you're proposing to do.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's Elena who?
Say again.
That was Elena Brown? Kushner.
And so other than those 2 depositions, Mr. Anderson, are you planning on calling anyone live tomorrow?
Let me look for just a moment. No major witnesses, let's put it that way. These
Well,
are
any minor ones?
So, we request hearing time in the afternoon. Those 2 depositions will fill up the majority of the morning. Pending the court's decision on hearing time, we would also potentially call Joyce Sacco, Tammy, I think you say special, it's Specwyal, and Deborah Salisbury, we had to fill out the day. We prefer to have hearing time. And the reason for that, Your Honor, is that we anticipate calling Maya Kowalski early next week. And we don't believe that the 30 minutes or 45 minutes that the court has been allowing us in mornings is going to be sufficient given the number of objections. For all of the exhibits we'd like to bring in through Maya Kowalski. So we'd like some additional time tomorrow afternoon to work through that process so that we can call her early next week.
So again, I would just ask, you threw out several names. Who are the plaintiffs?
Let me ask this. Why don't we do this? And this is not a ruling. This is just to throw it out there. I'm not having the jury start until 9:15. The earliest that I can start with you all tomorrow is 8:45. That's the earliest I can start with you tomorrow. If we don't need to do exhibits in the morning, perhaps you all could come at 9 and the jury start at 9:15. We do the 2 depositions. We send the jury home. We go to lunch, come back, and address issues. If we need to take proffers, we can take proffers. And that way you don't have to worry about live witnesses in the afternoon. And it also allows you to, and I told you earlier, whatever you're going to need to do, we'll accommodate and make it work. So I'm happy to do that if that is good for both sides.
Yes. The defense has no objection to that, but so neither Mr. Hunter, Ms. Crowell, or I are up preparing late. Sounds like there will be no live witnesses tomorrow.
On that basis, we'll follow the judge's suggestion, and you don't have live witnesses, you'll just have to sit through depots.
Now, let's talk about the legal issues so Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elegant have an idea as to what we're talking about.
I have one legal issue. We have a pending motion to admit child abuse hearsay we'd like to be taken up tomorrow afternoon. You asked for it.
Now, we'll talk about whether we're going to take it up. But we'll talk about the motion.
Are you wanting more of a indication of what the proffers are about? And I'm not too sure what this anecdotal evidence they're describing is going to be.
Well, they can do whatever they want in proffer. I'm trying to figure out what the legal issues are. One, so I've got an idea so I can think about it tonight. Two, that all the lawyers can be thinking about it tonight, especially since you're not having to prepare for a witness tomorrow. Because I know you also probably want to sleep tonight as well.
The damages, if this is something that occurred prior to our events and that John Hopkins was found liable for, so that they were on notice to change, that might be relevant to get the sense that that's not what this is.
Judge, what I'm hearing is that they have a lot of exhibits that they want to use with Maya, and there's a probably objection in all candor with most of them. And I think that that's, if I heard right, is the primary focus of what you want to deal with tomorrow. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
That's correct.
And a lot of them are audio recordings that we are objecting to, and there's, I think, multiple issues with them. So I think that's the focus.
I'm fine, although I know Mr. Altenburn has been trying to get to the front of the line for several days.
I'm happy to go behind you.
If you're limiting instruction, it shouldn't take too much time. I don't think the little issue will take too much time.
And Mr. Altenburn, we can talk about this more tomorrow, but I'm starting to want to really start focusing in on the verdict form and the jury instructions.
Judge, we would like the jury instructed sooner rather than later regarding the limitation of some of the evidence that has come in that were let in on state of the mind.
And what we can do, and my hope is that you'll have whatever you're proposing tomorrow so we can talk about it tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So to recap, you all will appear tomorrow at 9 a.m., not at 8:30, at 9 a.m. We're going to play 2 depots, and we're going to send the jury home. We'll take a lunch, and we'll come back. We'll do exhibits. We'll talk about whether we're going to talk about the child victim hearsay. We're going to talk about Mr. Altenburn's instructions and any other instructions that anyone wants to write out. And of course, Mr. Anderson's free to go whenever he wants and or needs to.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good to go at this point?
Just a shot clock update.
Oh, yes. Okay, plaintiffs today, 3 hours, 50 minutes.
Defendant, 1 hour, 35 minutes. The plaintiffs are at 24 hours, 25 minutes.
Halfway.
The defendants are at 8 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah, how much does the jury get?
Well, that's a fair question. What,